welcome to Blast Slam 2 live from Copenhagen, Denmark. We're excited to kick off our day after some unpredictable group stage yesterday.
Our 10 teams are going to be playing over the next 5 days, playing world-class Dota on this beautiful stage.
The teams will be competing for the ultimate glory, a total prize pool of $1 million, and this magnificent trophy.
So get comfortable, get ready. It's about to go down. This is Blast Slam 2.
It is so good to be back here in Copenhagen and also back here at Blast Slam. It's technically our second day here, but our first day in a brand new studio. It's a lot of fun. It's going to be even more fun with these three lovely humans beside me. Rhea, T-Gov returning, Misery also returning, but this time not just as a guest star, as a permanent fixture here on the panel.
Yeah, I mean, amazing. I'm so happy to be here. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. I know there's a lot to break down with those 20 games yesterday. There's a lot more to come for us as well. But T, it's been a while since I've seen you.
Yeah, it has. But luckily, we're back with the good format, the gauntlet. You know, we don't like these teams having, multiple group stages, lower brackets. Everything's important. So it's refreshing when we are back in the studio because we know the format is intense, the players will be good, and it's just good vibes overall.
Everything on the line at all times, Rhea.
That's what I want to see. I want to see murder. I want to see blood.
Okay.
It's not fun unless someone's going home crying at the end of the day.
Well, let's explain the format a little bit more just in case it is your first time watching a Blast Slam. Hopefully you tuned into our first one. The format is pretty much the exact same. For our group stage, we had those 10 teams split into 2 groups. 20 best of ones were played. Now, though, we're looking at our playoffs. That's everything that will happen here in the studio. It's a gauntlet, single elimination, best of 3s, 2 of them every single day until our grand final, where we will finally have a best of 5 team.
Yeah, and of course, I think if we reference Blast Slam 1 a little bit, right? Yeah. We had 2 of the finalists also started in the semifinals, and this time around, it's some of those finalists are now starting in the early round. Like, I would love for this format to have a team that starts in round 1 or round 2, make the entire run, like actually use the gauntlet to craft their ideas, to become a better team, to rival like the top teams in the group stage. Again, didn't happen in the first slam. Maybe it happens this time around?
It could potentially, because the other thing that's on the line for them, not just, in improving their ideas and getting to play more Dota, but it's also the prize pool here. It's that share of $1 million that we talked about. And the reason why you see 2 numbers here is the split going between the players, and then also a little bit of a generous share going towards the orgs there as well to help them. Yeah,
I think 2025 has been a shift towards TOs kind of moving, like helping both org and team in how they distribute prize pool, trying to support both the people that support the players and also support the players as well. So I think it's just healthy for just orgs in general having that additional, boost outside of what they maybe internally agree on. But no, I think it's quite nice. Yeah. Maybe if you're not a player, but that's another story.
Hey, look, there's a lot of a conversation topic around that one. We can't really delve too much into it, but it is nice to see it exactly how it's going to be split up between all the way from 1st to 10th as well. But yesterday, that was a really big day. People might see just a best of 1 round robin group stage and question, just exactly why it's so impactful. But Misery, that really, it dictates what we're going to see for the rest of this tournament here at Blast Slam.
Yeah, I think it was a very interesting group stage. A lot of crazy games, a lot of heroes we haven't seen much before. Of course, a lot of repetition of, for example, Bristleback, which we saw almost every game. But a lot of interesting strategies. We had a lot of fun watching our games.
We did.
A lot of comebacks, a lot of kind of interesting developments in the game. So yeah, I think it's looking good for the future best of 3 single elim games we have coming here.
Do you want to see Bristleback today? Is that a hero that you want to see? Are you excited by how much you're seeing him?
Personally, I had a little bit. I kind of had enough of Bristleback. I wouldn't mind seeing this particular hero banned out.
Well, look, I can't speak to if we're going to see it in our best of 3s by any means. I don't know what teams want to pick up for themselves, but we are going to see a little bit of Bristle right now because we're going to have a look back at exactly how our group stage yesterday went.
Coil on 2. They're going to go straight for the Magnus here. Magnus in some trouble. He managed to hit the Ravage on a 3 with the follow-up. Terrorize and fully controls.
He's going to jump back in over towards Mickey. The crit comes in. Pure
with the
comes
satanic.
Down Mickey. They turn towards Sable and then pulling Liquid right back up to the fountain.
Nice little toss there.
They are being wonderful. Can he get the
kill. He's got one. Skewer back, gets another.
They get the lasso, in with the Roar in response. They will lose Yoka, but they're taking down Tianming.
Second round of BKB. He is doing so much damage. He's in the fountain and he's killing them. An arena has caught them all inside the fountain range. Doraccio is still alive somehow throughout the...
Well, there's a fun little recap for us there. We got to see it. Although not everything got to be included, it was 20 games that was played yesterday. So there was a lot going on. And I'm going to task you with the difficult choice, Rhea, of what stood out as either favorite team, favorite game, or favorite idea that a team brought to this tournament.
Okay, so favorite team, first of all, I told Blast, they said, who do you think is going to win the tournament? I said the Yackle brothers. and they actually came through for me. They did great. It was amazing to watch them play. I was very happy with that. Second best game, literally the opening of the day, I was trying to watch every single game that I could. We were covering A-Stream, but I had B-Stream open the entire time. Watching Nigma just come right out against Falcons, be like, here's our Abaddon IO strat, get dumpstered, and then just own the whole thing. I was like, okay. And then they did really well in their group too. So like the whole day was very exciting with a lot of teams performing that people I think typically didn't think would do as well as they did.
Yeah, a contentious topic about, you know, that ABBA core, if people really enjoy it, if that's even where it's suited right now. And we could talk about that a little bit more because there's one more thing that we have to mention about yesterday, or at least maybe hype up a little bit. And that was our play of the day. We're going to check it out. We're going to see exactly what it was, because a little special SFM here to hype us up leading into it too.
I just want to feast my eyes on SFM first. Please hold. Oh, there's something so beautiful about SFM.
It's very cool, for sure.
This is where it was. It was the buyback Amber Spirit coming in. If no one actually got to catch the Talon versus your Colt brothers, it was a really close game. At any point, anyone could have won. And this was the final fight where both teams felt like they were panic buybacking. Everyone wanted to get back into this fight to be able to close it out. They knew it was a make or break. And well, at the end of the day, that Ember Spirit buyback was what was able to lead your Colt to close it out.
Yeah, I think in these games we are seeing a lot of teams get to like that 30-40 minute mark. They get to the high ground. They feel like they can, take that fight, and it just takes, one Echo Slam from a Shaker, one RP from Magnus, a buyback from an Ember, and that is going to be able to turn it around. And I feel like in best of ones, we saw that punishment in multiple games, and of course, Emo was able to capitalize on that yesterday.
There's also something really iconic about Ember playing by Emo, right? Like he's been playing this hero for so long, and I remember him playing it against EG back in the day with the question mark meme and everything, and it's very fitting that it's him.
And he's doing well.
The play of the day. Yeah.
Look, maybe there's some people out there that's like, I swear I saw better plays of the days. I saw other players pop off, other heroes have good showings, and honestly, that might be true. But you got to head on over Blast TV if you guys want to have your say in play of the day. You can vote for it there. And when you're watching the games here, keep note of what could potentially be that. Every day we're going to be introing it, do that special SFM for it, and
you get to immortalize your favorite play in an SFM.
Yeah.
And also, the play of the day, technically, guys, you can game it. It doesn't have to be the best play. If you vote for a play that maybe is the worst play, then we're going to force Blast to make an SFM about the worst play of the day.
I don't know if that's what we're trying to sell people on right now.
But we can technically do it, guys. You can use the system to break the system. So just vote wisely, make the best content possible, and we'll have to claim it's the best play of the day no matter what.
Yeah, you're gonna force T to have to talk about potentially the worst.
Look at this missed Ravage! Wow, it's so good!
It's awesome!
Wow.
I love that.
See? Content.
Content, that's what we're all about. We're going to also have a look at our group stage, the standings for it. We've explained that format. We've looked at what games were played there, but ultimately Group A, Tundra coming out on top. They are topping their group. I don't want to get involved in the maths here. Just trust that it was done accurately. Tundra coming out on top. Or just blindly believe what I'm saying. Your Colt brothers, even though they have the same score line, they're coming in second. Liquid, they're third. BetBoom team, they're going to be fourth. And then Talon Esports coming in last. So both BetBoom team and Talon playing today. They're from Group A, and then on the other side, Group B, which was on the B stream, that we weren't able to interview the players for. But Gaming Gladiators, this is it. This is the comeback. This is the return of Gaming Gladiators. They top their group. Nigma Galaxy getting second there. Falcons in third. PARIVISION fourth. And Xtreme Gaming unable to pick up a win for themselves.
Yeah, I think the good thing for Gaming at least was even though they have one loss to their name, they lost the game based on like a massive mistake that they made. and Falcons capitalized. It wasn't as if Falcons just shut them out in the game. It was like a really close series. Like that easily could have been a 4-0 game in. And I think the best of ones helped them a lot. We'll see how it works, obviously, in best of threes, how teams kind of change up. But yeah, I think this is at least a little bit of a return to form. But again, one day of Dota, all best of ones. It's kind of hard to subscribe to that idea.
Sure, and that's the question mark about this format. As fun and as intense as it is, Misery, it's where does your confidence lay in these teams? How hyped do you get? How invested do you get in a team looking like they're back in form and where their confidence could be?
Can Nigma do it? That's what she's asking. Are they back?
I mean, I think arguably in Group B, I mean, as the results also say, right, Nigma and Gaming Gladiators did look the best yesterday. And about Gaming Gladiators, I feel like they haven't looked this good in perhaps 6 months. So I think it's fair to say that they're back a little bit for sure.
Just a little bit.
He's like dipping his toe into the pool.
You don't wanna jinx them either.
You want me
right?
to jinx it? I'll do it.
Yeah, do it.
I think
They're back, everybody. Let's go! Gaming are going to win this entire tournament. We're going right back 1 year ago. Gaming sweeping every tournament back to back to back to back to back. 2025 is their year. Nigma could probably do it too. Nigma's back, guys. Let's go!
You gotta pick one.
You got both Gaming and Nigma right now.
I'm going to ruin everyone's day.
But you are all right though, because of course the semi-finalists last time in Slam were also the grand finalists. Gaming being the finalists. Like again, it makes sense, if we use the Slam logic. I hope that's wrong. I don't want to see two semi-finalists make the grand final. Like, come on, use the gauntlet.
Well, I feel like as we're hyping up, Game and Enigma potentially being back, we should actually see exactly where they fall in our gauntlet bracket. I've already mentioned that it is single elimination, so they're in a great position for themselves. Gaming Gladiators, they need to win one best of 3 in a couple of days to make that grand final. Enigma Galaxy just starting a little bit further behind them in the upper half of our single elimination here. It's maybe hard to understand, but the top of this graphic does not mean upper bracket. It is just the best way to visualize that you can take the top path into the finals or you can take the bottom path into the finals.
I just think the only thing with that was the fact that in round 2 you have Liquid and Falcons, and in the quarterfinals you have Nigma and Yoko. I feel like those 2 teams or 4 teams you could just swap and it would look like a normal bracket. I think the big kind of upset, I guess, is Nigma and Yoko doing better in group stage, forcing Falcons and Liquid to have to play more best of 3.
I don't think it's an upset. I definitely expected it, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, I put Nigma to win the entire tournament, I'll be honest. They're my underdog. Yeah, I did, yeah.
That's pretty big.
I'm all in. I'm all in on Sumail. I think, even though they got a stand in Ghost, I fully respect, what he's been doing. He also played on Nigma as an offlaner, so he already knows the kind of process. So, yeah, I'm all in on them.
Okay. Well, I don't want to, we've hyped them up, we've talked about it, that's a couple of days away, all right? We could keep talking about those teams and maybe mention them here and there, but ultimately we need to set our eyes on the teams that play today, the ones that are facing elimination. We're going to be having 2 best of 3, so 2 teams will be going home today. It's an elimination every day here on out, and we're going to start off with PARIVISION up against Talon. So Talon having a rough one for themselves, still able to get a win. That's nice for them. PARIVISION, similar sort of boat for them, and that one I think is even more surprising considering how well they did in the previous tournament, right? They did fantastic in Fissure Playground. They were able to make their way all the way into a top 3, 3rd position, and then now we see them potentially going home, the first team to go home for us, Misery.
Yeah, I mean, it also speaks a little bit to the volatility of the best of ones, right? We had the pleasure of casting some of those games, and they were really far ahead. They even got Alchemist, a hero that is usually banned, and they were like, he was doubling the net worth of any other core, but they managed to throw that game. So that's potentially something we might see more of, the Alchemist. But I think they had really good showing regardless of the results. So I think they're a slight favorite going into the day.
A little bit. I mean, they won a tournament, kicked their carry, and now got top 3, and also now in like the loser's position. So it's like they kind of have a weird
That
journey.
isn't really weird. Like, now that you say it like that, you're just like kind of scratching your head.
I mean, again, it's poor old Crystallis is always in this position, right? But I think, it's fine. I think they just have to relearn. I don't think, of course, I think the growth of Satanic will provide a better ceiling to the team, but getting to that position will take a little bit more time. Hence why they're not going from winning a tournament to winning another tournament to now being in, let's say, Tundra's position, right? So I think it's fine. It is going to be a natural growth for them, but they're just going to have to accept that the journey to getting back to the winning form they were in last year will take a couple tournaments, right? And
yeah. Well, it wasn't an overnight success even with the previous carry, and then you have Satanic step in. They're able to get a top 3 in their first tournament. It is a really tight schedule, what is happening here. There's so little room for recovery for this rest time. You kind of jump straight into it. And we're going to jump straight in to learning a little bit more about PARIVISION.
team soon.
Oh,
Gonna be
nice.
joining in.
Nice little toss
Nice.
there.
They are pinned. Wonderful. Can he get the kill? He's got one. Skewer back. Gets another. Snaking. No egg. Malread.
Few teams are bold enough to make a roster change after winning a championship. But when PARIVISION got the chance to pick up the Golden Child in Satanic, they made their move and didn't blink in the process.
The puck will move forward, but DM with his BKB, the bristleback, dealing so much damage. Shreds another as the PA falls, crumbles.
A lower bracket run, a win over Spirit, and a top 3 in Serbia was a promising start for this roster. But after a rough group stage performance, they've been put in the position to have to do it all over again. The gauntlet awaits PARIVISION, but can they keep their stamina?
You know, I
don't know.
Don't know, yeah. Teach us.
I'm a big fan of kicking random players and seeing what happens next. It's enjoyable to go into the unknown and mix it up and have
You're
a
like
little
from an
excitement.
outsider, you know? You're just like not overly invested. Just like, let's see what happens. I love the drama.
I mean, I was reading a little bit like what I could find online. Players had said anything. For PARIVISION, I think DM mentioned that when they were playing with Chrysalis, he was someone who played actively with them. And Satanic is trying to fit into that play style. He's also playing actively, aggressively. But it's like you have to adapt and take that time, like we talked about. It takes time to fit in. Sometimes it's going to take a little longer. Sometimes you're going to have instant results. It's really dependent team to team. And I don't think you know, you can blame them too badly if they do have a bad tournament. Because I think like third at Fisher, for example. Great.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Or even a bad game potentially too. Sometimes games just slip away from you.
Yeah, a little bit. And I was having a quick look at the stats, and at this tournament so far, and all the teams, so in 2025, PARIVISION and Talon, the team also they're playing against, have the longest average loss duration. You might ask, why does it matter how long they take to lose a game?
That is exactly what I'm thinking.
It's because they always try and find ways to get back into a game, right? Like we saw already the highlight of like the Magnus with the PA, you know, the big RP, the comeback. They win that game, but still it's lasting some time. I feel like PARIVISION, what they're able to do in games, they can create an early lead. Even if they struggle in the mid-game, they're always going to find like that one fight, that one chance to re-enter their game. And I think that takes a lot of confidence in good or bad positions to be able to do that. And I think, again, to compare, like Liquid, their average loss duration, we didn't see it on screen, it's like 33 minutes, right? It's like when they lose a game, they lose the game, right? But PARIVISION, they're always going to try and find
You're talking this tournament, right?
All of 2025.
Oh, all of 2025.
All of 2025.
So, wow.
So it's like they stick it out the entire time. And I think that mentality is what you want in a team. Because like even if you know you're going to maybe lose the game at 30, it's like if you play them for 20 minutes, the 1% chance, like that's when you get comebacks.
Yeah. I think it also comes back to a little bit of what you were saying, Ray, here about Satanic, right? DM, he's talking about, oh, Chrysalis used to be really active for us. Great, you're able to get this active timing. You're able to really push, snowball, choke out the map, right? But for PARIVISION, the way that we've seen them draft a couple of times, or the heroes that are coined as very Satanic heroes, is these PAs, right? These heroes that like to take a little bit longer to get online. So it's like, okay, they might be struggling in lanes, they might be struggling coming out of it, they're at a deficit, but they do know once we get to these timings of a hard carry, he's going to be there, he's going to show up, and he can turn this game around.
Yeah, I would say if you look, like obviously PA is quite slow, but the other heroes he played were pretty high tempo, I'd say. Okay. Like, so they got the Terrorblade that one game against Xtreme, and they were able to play like a TB Chen lane, absolutely decimate a Timbersaw, and then at that point you can bring your TB to like push a tower, or you know, be there to kind of take control of the map. You have him on Alchemist, who is just an absolutely absurd hero right now, who should be banned every game, you know, because he has 10,000 more net worth than everyone else, and then just walks in with his Blink and Radiance. I think we've seen him on TA, right? Another great hero, able to just get roses from this team. You have to farm, right? You're going to stack for your TA and get her gold up, but at a certain point, she's also just going to go and run with you and do things. So I do feel like Satanic is trying to mesh with what PARIVISION are used to. I think at the last tournament, he was a little bit more farm heavy. He had like Naga, Morphling stuff.
Yep.
Okay.
I think it also just takes a little bit of time, right, to get used to a new player. I think Crystal is also kind of a player that you have to build your draft around a little bit more. Like he has this very popular niche heroes like Monkey King, Razor, things like that, right? Whereas Satanic is more like this traditional carry that can kind of play more, you know, a bigger hero pool perhaps. So I think the draft structure might have changed for them as well. If you think about the old PARIVISION with Crystalist, they were not afraid of just first picking Razor, first picking Monkey King for Crystalist. So I think this dynamic changes, and it takes a little bit of time, I think, to get used to that.
Look, that would have been a great question for me to ask no one, but I didn't. I did catch up with him though. I just didn't ask that question. I have no one joining me here just before you guys go up against Talon. It was a tough day for PARIVISION yesterday and unfortunate to be in this situation, but how confident are you coming up against Talon?
I wouldn't say it, like, unfortunately. I think like we were like pretty tired after the Future Playground, and I mean, we feel pretty great because we have everyday Dota right now.
That is what people seem to, you know, it's either, oh, it's unfortunate because it's such a rough gauntlet, or it's great because you get to play more. What do you think is the benefit of getting to play more Dota right now in a competitive sense?
I mean, I think for us it's more fun and like try to I don't know, like teach ourselves some stuff about like for the future. I would say yes.
Would you say PARIVISION has changed a lot since before Fissure and now coming into Blast, or you still feel like you're the same sort of 5-stack and same sort of roster and the same energy?
I mean, it's been like three days before, so I wouldn't say it's like can have big changes, but it felt like yesterday we were a different team in some games against GG and against Enigma. So yeah, I would say like this, yeah.
And how do you kind of keep this team motivated, knowing that the schedule is going to be busy coming up in the future as well, and kind of trying to keep pushing through, knowing?
I mean, I have 3 young players that like trying only start to play pro scene, so I don't need to motivate them. They need to motivate me, so to play. But like, yeah. So this is it basically.
A nice little balance you have there. Well, look, Noah, thank you so much for joining me, and good luck in the. Yeah, I know, a short interview.
Thank you. Bye.
He was surprised how short it was, but I think he just got lost, you know, talking about it, and he had a lot of fun just talking about how the younger players are still like motivating him, that they're the ones bringing up the energy, because I'm telling you, this schedule it's brutal. It can get full on, and we're only like second tournament in.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see no one back at Tier 1 Dota, right? He had a couple of years there where he was a little bit out of the scene, but it's good to see him. I mean, guy's super talented, and I think he's been performing like maybe the last 3 months, like maybe one of the absolute best mids.
I was about to ask, in his grand scheme of his career, for Noah, you know, like he's had amazing performances. Where would you rank him now? Like, this is like the second peak of Noah.
Yeah, maybe
even better than the last peak.
I think it's been so long since the VP times, so I don't really remember
Recency
everything
bias,
from back then. But I think it could easily be peak no one happening right now. Yeah, with the experience.
I'd argue he's getting the way there, you know.
Okay.
it's also harder competition now, and I
Sure,
think it's I don't know. I think he's been almost overperforming.
Wow.
Yeah.
In the last like 3 months, so I think he's looking good. Yeah.
So relink it back to the Satanic point, and that's why again Crystalus often makes other players look really good, right? Because he allows other people to have more space and opportunities to shine. So now no one, he's had this resource, and now with Satanic, who might take more space, he might have to kind of recalibrate what he's doing. So I think that's where we may be going to see them have the growing pains, because I think the balance of no one plus Crystalus was enabling no one to be the shining star. It's when like Crystalus and Nisha, back on the Secret, Crystalus made Nisha feel better in certain games, right? And now Satanic, he either enables no one, or no one has to kind of rechange how he's been playing to give more life to Satanic. But that's how I'm reading the team. Okay,
I mean, I love it. That's a very interesting take. I like that, you know, we're seeing it very different as well, just on our panel. And I'm sure everyone else has a lot of different viewpoints for that. So PARIVISION, you know, they're working around their new roster. They've got to try and find some stability for themselves. But their opponent, we're questioning the same thing. Are Talon able to have the same sort of stability?
Summer beauty. A radiant force whose presence brings warmth and light to the battlefield, turning every moment into a showcase of brilliance and style. The honorable. Warrior guided by integrity and purpose. They command respect from allies and opponents alike, proving that strength and honor are inseparable. The Climber, a relentless spirit who rises above every challenge. With unwavering determination, they ascend from one peak to the next, overcoming obstacles with grit and leaving their competition in the dust. The Roaming, a tireless force, always on the move. The map is their playground, and they never stay in one place for long. The New Boss, a leader who commands attention and respect. With a sharp mind and sharper plays, the boss has arrived. They mean business. Together they are an unstoppable force, a blend of beauty, honor, ambition, cunning, and leadership. Their titles aren't just words, they're a promise of greatness on every stage they step onto.
What a fantastic intro for Talon there. I feel like the descriptions are perfect, very eloquently put, I would say, about this roster. And anything else you guys want to add on top of it, what we've seen? Because they had what a lot of people would coin as this uncharacteristic performance at Fissure. Hopes were high. Now we're just not seeing them be consistent for that misery.
Yeah, but I also think maybe that a lot of teams had a look at Fissure and could kind of read some of the strategies, perhaps prepare a bit better for them going into this event, and that I think that might have played a factor. Like they had a lot of success with single heroes, like we saw a lot of Lina, for example. Maybe teams had a bit of time to prepare for things like that.
I'm just saying, Cuckoo, new boss, it's Master Cuckoo. It's Master Cuckoo. He has always been the guy leading these teams, doing the big shots. I'm happy to see him back. He's moved role again, which is really enjoyable to see.
Yeah.
Going to pause 5 now, I think his last role was off lane, and now we're like, okay, he just said himself, like, I need 2 months to adapt, and I'm good, guys. I'm used to this.
Wow.
So I trust the man. He's gonna cook. We just gotta give him a little bit of time.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the region, it's just important that we kind of have the same narrative every time, right? It's like there's a lot of promise and then the results don't come in, and then like there's a new SEA team that steps up. It's like at some point it's going to need to click, and I feel like we always kind of recycle this. And I would like to think that Talon with, you know, Natsumi, Makoto, again, the Cuckoo, like it makes sense. It needs to be a successful team, and right now they're not in that position. They're still in the first round of a gauntlet, and I'm hoping for the region's sake, especially with Aurora now not having their teams disbanded, right? It's like you need a team to be doing well for your region to get the invites to feel like it has its place within Tier 1. So yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure on Talon for the region's sake that they do well here.
Yeah, I don't ever want to like add to that pressure, but I do agree with you, T. It is one of those things when you come from a region that might not always have representation in every land. It's great to see them here, but the names you guys are flying around, throwing out right now, one name that I'm not hearing is Yokem. No one really likes to talk about him, right? I'm disappointed in you guys because I want to look at him, highlight him a little bit here, and just exactly what he's been contributing to this roster for them because, yeah, he's coming in, and when it comes to position 4s, I think it's very easy to overlook the impact that they can have on a game.
Yeah.
For sure.
Take it away,
Yeah, I can. I mean, I think one thing about Talon that seems to be kind of a pattern for them is that they are not the best at closing out the game and capitalizing on their lead. Like we see a lot of kind of bad decisions going into late game where they maybe have a big advantage, but then suddenly they end up kind of throwing the lead away with some bad team fights. So I think that's something that they can work on. Perhaps the discipline or the more broader late game strategy kind of aspect is something that they should consider working on.
The reason why I did actually bring up Yokem, I was trying to like let you guys know, maybe you're gonna like hype him up a little bit like that.
Oh, for the interview?
Yeah, did you want to throw to a T?
Sure, we're going to talk with Yokem, who by Nat standard is the best player on Talon and will be the MVP of this series. Let's listen to what he had to say.
All right. I have a lovely Yokem joining me here. Now, it wasn't an ideal day for you guys on Talon yesterday, but how is the team feeling coming into this one against PARIVISION?
I think we are kind of ready to play against them, but I think yesterday we have a bad day because since we lost like 3 games in a row, and we kind of bounce back after the win against the BetBoom. Yeah.
Do you feel like a momentum team that, you know, with that BetBoom win, it feels easier for you guys to win now?
I'm not sure, but because the BetBoom and PARIVISION, they have very different playstyle. Like their carry, PARIVISION, they play like a hard carry, and BetBoom is kind of semi-carry, the pure, yeah.
A lot of similarities to potentially a win here for you guys, but more about yourself, right? A positive 4 that we don't really get to talk to that often. I want to know how you're enjoying this current meta, playing these invis position 4s, or if you kind of wish something else would come into the meta.
For me, it's kind of dirty, the invis hero, yeah. Because right now sentry is kind of limited, only 10 sentry, and the map is so big. I'm not sure how to say without spilling our secrets.
All right. We don't want to spill any secrets. All right, I won't say that at all. But if, you know, the bounties and the Rickies weren't playable anymore, what would your ideal position 4 hero be?
Venom, jungle.
Okay. All right, this team is just full of Venom players. We'll see if it comes out. Yokem, thank you so much for joining me. Good luck today.
Thank you.
I feel like I want to run back this interview for March, and I'm going to be like, brother, this is what your team is calling for, all right?
He's not playing it in the pubs, though. I just checked. Like, he's calling for it competitively, but if I saw like 5 games in the pubs, like he feels helping win some ranked games, then sure.
I think he was talking about in an ideal world, if he could change the patch, if he could predict what would come into
It's going to happen right now in one of these drafts.
But actually, yeah, PARIVISION is the other team who likes jungle Venno.
Yeah.
So maybe we're going to get to see
the fight of the Venno. I mean, yesterday it was first phase banned, wasn't it? So
it's always first phase banned. Nobody wants to. Nobody wants to deal with that.
Look, and we're going to see exactly if that trend is going to continue. I'd love to talk a little bit more, but guys, we got a game 1 draft on our hands.
Game 1, Series 1, Day 1 of the Gauntlet, and we do have PARIVISION versus Talon. We just mentioned the Venomancer in the jungle. Do you think Talon will let them have it because maybe they have like some position 4 that can chase him in the jungle, pressure him, block some camps? Like, are we seeing it? Is it banned? What are we thinking?
I mean, you could try to give it away and pick an Invis hero to counter it, right? We did talk about, or Joachim talked about the rise of the Invis heroes, right? So I think it could be something that. Like it pretty much says that they're where their heads are at, right? And it could be a good idea to counter the Venomancer if you were to leave it through.
Well, unfortunately, spoilers, it's been banned.
It's been banned out.
But that's spoilers. Oh, actually, no, it's on screen now, so yeah, we do see it. Again, the heroes of the tournament, as always, it's going to be the DK, the Alchemist. You've then got the Bristleback. You have Magnus. I think we have enough heroes in contention for first phase that we're always going to see some of like the quote-unquote broken heroes lead into most drafts now.
No, it really comes down to what kind of hero do you want to play against, right? Because you can almost certainly tell what if you're leaving one of those heroes mentioned, then the other team will most likely pick it up, right? So you can kind of base your strategy around that. An interesting ban here is the Terrorblade, not a hero that we see like all the time anymore. So that's something a little bit new.
Yeah, Talon are one of the few teams that still like to flex it between carry and offlane.
Yeah.
They had some success against Liquid with that earlier in a different tournament. Also, again, we heard in the interview with Joachim that they haven't really had the best streak of games right now, right? I think when a team faces a lot of defeats in a row, they start questioning some of their theory. Like, they're coming into Blast Slam, they lost 3 best-of-1s to finally then beat BB. In Fissure, they also lost like 2 or 3 games or series in a row, right? Like, it's not been like the cleanest entry.
Maybe they, like Joachim also said, maybe they have these kind of bad days where it doesn't click for them, and that's kind of what he mentioned that we saw yesterday, right?
And interesting enough, right? DK not picked up or banned at the moment.
Yeah.
But Clockwork gets picked. A rare first pick, in my opinion.
It is kind of rare. At the same time, though, I think it shows a little bit of the different approach for Talon. Instead of picking your core straight away, you might take a slower approach to the draft, where you just pick up a very solid, open support hero. And PARIVISION kind of responds, right?
Yeah, straight away.
Also a little, I mean, if you were to pick Clockwork, I don't think you mind Chen that much, just because I think he matches up pretty well against him in lane. But interesting to see Chen again. It's not a hero that we've seen a lot in group stage. Yeah, it's also kind of nice with a little bit slower development to the draft, so we don't just see this
we're not rushing into it,
Bristleback kind of matchup straight away, right?
Yeah, exactly. But going back to quickly with the Talon, like the Clockwork, the position 4, we're seeing Joachim play a lot of the heroes that like to just pull the wave, right? Like he's playing Nyx, he's playing Clock, he played Riki. Like these are heroes that second wave comes in, you grab it, you reconnect behind tower, so you're not ever really playing the lane, but it means your offlaner will always get to like level 4 for free, pretty much, right? He's gonna have free entry. So that is kind of like their philosophy is just get the offlaner early levels, he will play his game, and then he'll always contest the top rune. Because once you start pulling waves and this is your like early game, you're always looking at the mid play, you're always like creating opportunities elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, for sure. I think one hero that could be potential that we might see here is the Riki, just because when Bounty Hunter gets banned, the Riki is suddenly, you know, available. Like I think Bounty is like the clear counter to Riki, right? When this hero starts getting banned, then Riki rises in popularity.
How annoying must that be if you play against Chen and Riki, right? So it's like you now to gank someone, you have to A find them, not get your smoke broke by a Riki. You jump the hero, then there's Chen heals plus auras, and it's actually really hard to even get to the core.
That was, I think Tundra played that exact combo with Chen and Riki together.
Conceptually, it just sounds awful to try and play into.
Yeah.
Once you get a little bit of items, of course, but...
The DK gets banned out. Also, the Enigma is kind of a noteworthy ban, also because of most likely because of DM on PARIVISION. One of the players that still like to play Enigma occasionally, so a hero they don't want to deal with. Does that tell you that it's potentially a 5 clockwork as well a little bit? If you want to play clock 5 into Enigma, maybe it's not the best matchup for you? Or is it just like a targeted ban onto DM?
It could just be they don't want to pick like Gyrocopter, a hero like this. There's already a lot of pressure. Maybe they're already thinking of like Morphling or these type of carries.
Yeah, maybe they want to.
So the Enigma is protecting the carry pool, because like, there's some heroes in draft where once you pick them, it really forces your kind of perspective. Like imagine when you go against Gaming, they pick the mid sniper. You have to pick a hero that can play the range, right? Enigma does the same thing to the carry pool. Now PARIVISION, they just go for the bristleback.
There it is. Yeah, that's probably gonna be DM's hero, because I haven't played quite a bit in the groups.
But it's fine. I hope he doesn't go Blade Mail. That's the one critique I had. I think when you go for Snot Rocket Facet, the whole point of the hero is to tank up, not to try and like return damage. You're going for Vanguard and Pipe and Auras, and he kind of like hurt his game a little bit. I think Noob at the moment from Nigma is one of the better Snot Rocket Bristle players, because he always goes for Auras.
The Bristleback is best played, I think, when he has a clear item build, like with the Snot Rocket. I feel like this game he can already go Pipe and feel good, right? There's a Phoenix on the enemy team, there's the Tiny, so I think the Pipe is going to be just a good, solid choice for him, and that makes his item build kind of like easy to progress, right? You get the Pipe, you get the SNY, and then you start transitioning into a core from there.
Especially because now Chen will get the like a drum or the mech, so now you're going to have a Pipe and a mech at 20 minutes.
Yeah.
It's going to like kind of compound to, can you even kill a hero?
Yes, so there's a
Morphling, yeah.
16, 17 Morphling. Used to be a bit bold, but nowadays, like, it's kind of hard to counter the Morphling straight up.
One thing I think Talon might think about in hindsight is, if you're already banning out the Enigma, if they wanted the Morphling, they could have just picked the Morphling in that partnership, like with the Phoenix plus Morphling or the Tiny plus the Morphling. Like, you see the Bristle, you know your Morphling's gonna have a good matchup, a fair lane, good late game. If they wanted the hero, not picking it is enabling PARIVISION to block pick it.
Yeah, and a third core just straight away from PARIVISION. Most likely, right? I mean, I think, did Talon pick a little bit too slow, like you mentioned yourself? Should they have jumped the gun and picked a stronger core instead of just going for Phoenix Tiny? Because now they're potentially in a situation where this pick could be pretty difficult. Or they end up picking something like a Bloodseeker, which in theory counters the Pangolier, but can the Bloodseeker really win this game in the end? Or are they gonna get drafted into some kind of corner where it's hard to close out the game?
Okay, they go for a Doom.
The Doom pick looks good though.
Yeah, Doom looks fine.
It looks really good here actually.
Into Bristle and Morphling, it's going to have
and Chen
incredible time,
Yeah. So I think that's that they found a pick that does not necessarily lock them. They still have the one more pick to either put on carry or on mid, right? We might see the carry Tiny. Some teams have experimented with the Doom carry, but
I think I prefer mid Tiny. And you then get... okay, the issue, I guess, with mid-Tiny is you're playing into a Bristle that you can't really kill, a Morph that you can't kill, and then Chen has Auras. So that there is a bit of a window where if Tiny doesn't own the game, get early Blink Kanda, you might just never kill a hero, right? So maybe the carry provides better scaling, and then you find a mid that can provide that tempo. But traditionally, Tiny mid and a Ursa-type carry could be another option. And they still ban out the Bloodseeker anyway. And the Doom provides the early game like pressure with like a single pick to give time for Bloodseeker to get to his Radiance.
I think it's also not that easy right now to kick out the Doom of the lane, right?
I mean, you got Clock just putting waves.
Yeah, so. Morphling doesn't really do it on his own.
Yeah.
Just by the nature of Doom hitting 6 and Morphling being scared. Chen doesn't really counter or pressure Doom at all. So I think he's looking at a really good game here. Also, the interesting approach from PARIVISION by leaving the support for last pick. Not something that we see that much, but maybe something that teams are starting to do more since second pick. It's rare that you're going to get that perfect 24 last pick Huskar or whatever that really breaks the game, right? So you might as well just pick the core heroes that you want and then kind of solve the draft with the 5 position at the end, 4 in this case. But so, do you think Talon are looking at? Let's assume they're looking for a carry, right? What kind of what kind of carry do we need? We need to be careful we're not too greedy, so we give Bristleback too free of a game.
Yep.
But at the same time, we also need to not get, we need damage, we need to not get outscaled.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the hero because it's like, if you want pacing, you can just go like carry Lycan, but then you're laning into Bristle, so Bristle's gonna have a really free lane. You don't want to pick Gyrocopter into the Morphling, because Morphling just takes over and has flak. So a lot of the heroes we've been seeing him playing, he doesn't have available, but okay, yeah, fair. Yeah, that's makes sense. Yeah,
I kind of like it. I think it gives.
It's the tempo and the Roshan. Yeah.
I think TA plays well with the rest of her heroes in the lineup. They have clear timings where they start hitting Blink Dagger on Tiny. They hit some core items on Doom like drums, and TA gets her Desolator, and they can already start fighting, right? They can start taking the tempo a little bit to PARIVISION. And that's before all the tanky items come in on Bristleback, before Chen gets all his auras, before Morphling is online, so...
I think for Talon though, there is a clear window where if they don't connect on that perfect Doom early on, then the game can get a little bit uncomfortable. Like I think they need to transition every early Doom to a big kill, so then TA's like getting the item behind, right?
I just think if Talon... Oh, well, there. Speaking about the last pick, Cheese, there it is. What support here? So it's a Bristol support or what?
That could be more.
It could be Morphling, of course. Yeah, 9 class.
I know Hellscream plays it a lot for Shopify Rebellion.
Of course, okay.
I just kind of completely forgot that.
Me too.
Oh.
Completely blindsided by that. But that makes sense. We don't see this a ton, but it's definitely. How good is this Brood game? Is it that good that you do this?
Okay, so this Brood game is more about you hit 6, you twin gate, you take over the TA side of the map, and you force TA to farm within the area.
But doesn't TA just kill those spiders in like one hit? I think you can't. You don't want to play into TA Brood, right?
I mean more like the whole lineup together overwhelms the TA, right? But it isn't like the perfect Brood game, because in the early game you got the Phoenix Fire Spirits to stop the kind of the lifesteal right clicks. You have Doom to stop you getting any lifesteal.
Yeah.
It's still a really good Doom game. If you Doom the Brood, the Pango, or even the Bristle, right? It's gonna like a key component.
I mean, it's definitely a bit of a curveball that makes the game a lot more awkward than it would have been otherwise for Talon. Now they have another thing they have to solve. A lot of pressure coming from this Brood Mother from 5, 10, 20 minutes, right? But if they can kind of weather out the storm, I think they have the potential to take this one. I think it's gonna be coming a lot down to the first 15-20 minutes.
100%. Like they've given Satanic the last pick Brood, they flexed the Morphling to the support position. Like they need to basically give him the lane, occupy the map, and try and break it down. If they lose any of this position, the Doom will have a free game, the TA will get all the Roshan, right? So it's like, it is about the position, it is about the lanes for PARIVISION. They flexed the Morphling, they're making all these moves, and we'll see if they're able to execute on it. I think DM will be the key component. We haven't mentioned Bristle too much, but if he can break open that early game, maybe go for the Lincoln's Glimmer build that we see, rampant in the pubs, then that will create those opportunities. But yeah, it's going to be a difficult one. Again, like PARIVISION just seem to be the team that drafts a little bit different.
That's right, we've got two teams here who have a lot to prove. They both had their performances that I think were pretty admirable at Fisher, but now with elimination on the line and early exit out of Blast Slam, things could be looked at a little bit differently. Of course, PARIVISION, Avery, their recent addition of Satanic, controversial decision just because, they won a tournament with Chrysalis. Why would you change that up? But people have been saying that Satanic is the kind of phenom that you gotta take your chances and pick him up when you get that opportunity.
Why not? The kid can perform. He proved it on Spirit during that small stint, and if they feel like it's an upgrade, if they feel like their team's going to perform better over the course of the year going into that next TI, give them that extra oomph of a star player to push them over the edge, yeah, I mean, you make the decision. I at least respect they made it quickly. Like, don't draw that out. I think some people would say, oh, it's brutal to kick it after you win, but I think it's more brutal to waver on a decision for 3 months.
Well, I mean, does the speed have more to do with the opportunity that was presented, right? Well, you needed to pick up Satanic before somebody else got that opportunity.
It's true.
Right.
The buff wears out eventually.
True. And on the other side, we have Talon, who, I mean, see pubs miss you, says Cuckoo to Satanic.
I don't think he misses them.
I don't think so either, because Satanic responded with a ... So I don't think he misses the C-pubs.
I don't think anybody misses C-pubs, just to put it out there.
No, I disagree. I miss them. I miss C-pubs.
Why?
Because I think they're more fun.
Okay, well, we learned a lot about your sick mind today.
I mean, listen, when it comes
yourself.
to North American pubs, NA pubs, people are just griefing. C pubs, people are just throwing around the most vile hatred you've ever seen in your life. But you get really emotionally invested into the game and beating that person on the enemy team who called you horrific things.
Yeah, so as long as I'm emotionally invested in the psych ward, it's a great place to hang out and chill with the boys,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. The padded walls make it really comfy.
Wow, that's an argument of many arguments, my friend. I applaud the logic there.
Talon on the other side, of course, they had their standout performance at Fisher. I don't think anybody was really expecting that. Usually Aurora is the front runner, but Talon, they did very well for themselves at these qualifiers, but to actually do very well against the international teams and specifically against the Western European teams. That's the thing that really stood out to me, is that Talon were just kicking the butts of every Western European team that they went up against and managed to get themselves a pretty decent placement. I think they got like 5th, 6th.
I think it was an over-performance compared to almost everybody's expectation.
Yep.
This has probably been an underperformance compared to that tournament. It's a classic C technique. Keep swinging the goalpost. No one knows where you're at. Are you a top-tier team? Are you a bottom-tier team? Is your org defunct? Nobody knows, you know? It's a C classic out here. Could be anywhere in there. Any day of the week. You got to keep them guessing, Austin. That's the name of the game here. They don't even know if you're showing up for the event, then how do they prep against you?
Yeah, we don't know if, it's going to be Aurora or Talon or who's going to be showing up.
Wild wheel of C Dota right there. And I think that, honestly, it does speak a little bit to the gameplay. I always think of these C teams as pretty chaotic.
Okay.
It's been their strength and their downfall over the history of this game.
Historically speaking, yeah.
They go late game. They stall out games. They do crazy plays. They sometimes lack a little bit of structure, right? It goes both ways.
Okay.
But that, I think, is a factor that can catch a lot of these European teams off guard because they want to play games that are very structured. They're about how you control the map, where you're moving, where you're smoking, who's getting more economy in any 10-minute period or whatever. And C is just like, nope, we're going to outplay you.
Now, do you think that stereotype applies to Talon? Because Cuckoo, was on record saying that they're trying to not be so much that. They're trying to, I think he said the flow like water or whatever. The Bruce Lee quote.
What?
That's what he said. We're trying to flow like water.
Cuckoo said that.
Yeah.
What is with regard to what?
Just trying to be more stable and just, I don't know, just flow with the game.
Okay. Sure. I don't know if flowing like water brings stability to mind, but sure.
Okay.
Consistent like a river? I don't know. I mean, I get what you're saying. I think that is not a bad place to be at. Is Natsumi going to give him the old meld? Nothing.
Nothing.
We haven't really talked about this game yet because we had some pauses, but that's a 9-class Morphling. He does like to play this hero. I think of him and Boxy as the two support Morphling players from this European mixed region that are super good at it, super annoying about it. Very toxic hero to play against.
Nothing happened to this hero, right? Like when it was being played, I haven't seen it played in a while, but when it was being played, I feel like there was no nerfs or buffs that happened to the hero since then.
No, I think it's pretty much the same. You're just looking to go in the fights, tank a bunch of spells, bait people into focusing you with the immense HP, and just turn the control back around against them. Should not underestimate this hero, though. The lane's a bit weak, and it can be a little slow to build up, so PARIVISION probably just banking on the fact that they can get through these lanes with some strong core picks. And I mean, another one of those is Carry Brood. Kind of fitting a trend in this tournament that we're seeing more of these offlaners get thrown into the safe lane as semi-carries or hard carries, depending on how good of a game they have. This fits that paradigm, though it came out last year, so they didn't really get any flex value out of it. Interesting pickup. It is a good hero versus the Doom. We've seen this picked up in that regard a lot. I think it's okay versus the TA, but I don't think that Carry Brood interacts with her too much. And can be a fast attack speed hero for the egg with a BKB buyer.
Yeah. I had my doubts about Satanic being on this roster and a replacement to Chrysalis. I thought, you know, his playstyle at Spirit was definitely very much hard carry centric, right? It was very, you know, 4 protect 1. And you said you had full faith in Satanic to be able to play a more active game. And I feel like we're seeing some of that just right here. Picking up the Broodmother, I mean, they played it once on Spirit. That was the only time that he had ever played it in a professional match. And while that game didn't go so well, the fact that he has the confidence to pick this up, and obviously Brood is, I mean, it's got to be a more active carry, even if it does scale pretty well.
This guy's just too young to be AFK right.
What do you think, the youth, the Zoomers, the ADHD, they can't play the hard carry? Is that
no way, man. This guy's watching TikTok like 8 hours a day. There's no way he's just in there farming ancients for the whole game, you know? Maybe when he's 26 in his twilight years of the game.
I see.
He'll make that full RTZ arc and just...
That's why Fear was such a great hard carry, because he was always 40 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
He just went back around.
Yeah, I gotcha.
I don't know what's happening up here, by the way. This has been a clown fiesta of lane pulling, as 9 class doesn't want to play the lane straight up. You can't blame him. He does have waveform available, so I doubt he ever goes down here. He's just going to buy some time, and if Cuckoo pulls the next wave, I think this is pretty favorable for Talon overall. 3-farm Templar Assassin, pretty much what they want in this game. Ooh, Cuckoo.
Close. Next round of Quill Sprays might have finished him off.
All right, now don't pull an Insania and go instantly die now.
We'll see. He still has his dive.
You think he would like me coining that, his play?
Pull the Insania?
I don't think he would. Maybe he would, I don't know.
I think he would appreciate the humor in it.
I'm gonna start
even if he's now a TI winner and
whatever, man.
He finally gets his coin term and it's that.
Hey, that's still something.
That's
Go
true.
down in the aeons of history. 0-0 game though. First 4 minutes. There's a lot of tanky heroes in these lanes. Everybody wants to farm. Satanic is getting some pokes in bottom with this Harpy Ghost Creep going to work from Ducalis, but again, these are just kind of defensive lanes. There's not a lot of kill threat. You can get the regen trades going here, but...
We can see a bit of that trade happening here with Satanic chasing the Doom away.
He's committing webs. This is...
He really wants to kill. Yeah, they're going to pop the Scorched Earth to
down.
try and get away. The movement speed, now that he's outside of the webs, might just be able to make it. Oh, the final hit wasn't there. Satanic, he's going to try and chase him underneath the tier 2. No, he's not. He gives up on the chase, but still, he's zoned out the Doom, I guess, and will hold the creep wave. So the creep wave, his creep wave will now go into the tower and die before the Doom gets here, I guess.
That's a big loss for WS. He's missing double ranged and flag bearer, and maybe another wave coming in here. Well, Ducalis is zoning Yokum off of that, so they got none of that XP.
Well, he'll TP in now, so I think he'll at least get the
get
2 range
ranges.
creeps.
Yeah, he'll get the range creeps here.
That's the important part.
Upside is they got double courier kill between the 2 side lanes, so some extra team gold going to Talon, which they'll definitely take. They do have some artificial gold heroes here. The Doom and the TA clearing Ancients early, so they're looking honestly not too bad. The real loser in all this lane phase is probably DM. Just because 9 class has been pulling waves and getting stacks up and not really been a force of anything.
I don't think I really want to hear that for a Bristleback off lane.
It's
like if you're losing your lane and your support isn't stacking for you because he's doing these lane pulling shenanigans, right? Then
it's looking a little rough for him. You can play this hero as a just kind of frontline utility. And we've seen DM do this before on the Bristle, where you just kind of end up with some like Vanguard Lotus Orb Crimson build.
Yeah.
You're there and you're tanky and you're annoying, but you're not a force to be reckoned with if this game goes later than that kind of mid-game point. They do have a push line, though.
Win rate. Since TI 2024, 50 games minimum, Chen is top of the board. Lifestealer is second. All right, I would not have seen that. I definitely would have expected like Alchemist, Naga Siren, those heroes for sure, but not sure if I would have expected the Lifestealer.
Let's come back. Full force.
Were you listening to the draft panel, by the way?
Yeah.
What did you make of their analysis of why the Broodmother was picked up?
What'd they say? for the viewers.
So Robson said that like this Broodmother is going to go through the gate. I assume level 6, go through the gate as the team. They kind of take over the TA's lane, force her into jungle, triangle, etc. Like, why do you think the Broodmother was picked up here? What makes this a good Broodmother game? Because
Honestly,
they did not seem to think it was an amazing Brood
I
game.
don't think that's incorrect, but I genuinely think it's as simple as they asked Satanic what he wants versus Doom, and he said Brood.
Okay, but why did Satanic think it was a Brood game?
I think there's a lot of carries who believe in the Brood versus Doom matchup.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a go-to hero to play versus this Doombringer, have a very good lane, punish him on the lane, just outscale, outpace him, and just...
But isn't part of your kit the fact that you have lifesteal, and then Doom is anti-heal? Like, later on to the game, isn't the Doom a really big problem for Brood?
Yeah, I've always thought that's one way to go about it, but the thing you have to consider is I think throwing Doom on any carry is bad. Like, there's no hero in Dota that likes being Doom. Whereas Brood can play on Cliff, she can play the Vision game, she can play a fast Roshan game where you're just always having Aegis. She can buy BKB. You Doom the Brood, she BKB, walks over a cliff on the web, disengages, you're sitting there in the team fight wondering what you want to do, then she pops the Insatiable, comes back in. There's a lot of weird things you can do to play around it that
I guess my thing is, if she pops Insatiable, you Doom her, say she walks away, but then she's useless for 30 seconds while that spell is on cooldown.
That's a moral victory right there.
Okay.
I don't fully understand this matchup either, to be honest, and I've tried to, but I just know there are a lot of carry players who enjoy this, and they will constantly pick the Brood into the Doom. So I'm sure there are a lot of Doom players, like you asked ATF, they'll probably pick the Doom into the Brood and not care. Generally, Summons heroes have been good versus Doom. I think Brood's a hero that can take towers and get the Roshan. Like, if you speed up the game versus Doom, it's almost always good, right?
Yep.
And I think Brood is a hero that can do that. I think the gate rotations and all that can also be really nice. You have that option. I just don't think we're going to see it because I don't think that's how PARIVISION think about this hero or how Satanic probably thinks about it. He probably just wants to get mega fat. And considering this game is 0-0 at 10 minutes, well,
it's kind of working. Trivia time. Oh, I love trivia. Can you name any of the worst 3 heroes by win rate since TI 2024? 50 games minimum. Hint, Boxy played one yesterday. I don't watch Liquid games,
what was
so.
Boxy playing? That was weird. Oh, he played, I remember watching that game. They got absolutely ramshackled. Wow, I'm getting old. We casted that game. That was where they got like 20 0'd. What was he in that game?
I said I didn't watch Liquid games.
What was that?
I don't know. That was such a. I mean, it was a memorable game in that they got stomped, but it was also a game that I was really just ready to go next. Worst win rate heroes. Oh, he was playing Slark. That's
support Slark.
The support Slark.
I can see Slark beating that. Okay,
Satanic.
Gonna happen though. Makoto, he's dead.
Toss up in the air. It's going to do a lot of damage. Now he is dead, but he did a lot of damage in the process. And now Talon have them cornered in a quite literal corner on high ground here. Satanic is still able to get a second kill and walk down the cliff, threatening more. Despite his low HP, he was willing to keep going. But it's Talon who will back away. A 2-2 split. 1 core piece, 1 support apiece.
I mean, Satanic's happy about that outcome.
Sure.
I don't know if that was the highest impact Doom, but they'll take the Pango kill for sure. What a weird fight. Like, why there?
So the other 2 heroes were Quap and Disruptor, I believe.
Well, yeah, Disruptor's straight trash.
Yeah, that hero is... I'm surprised that hero had 50 games worth.
Oh, look at the Centaur action. Nope, can't do anything. Oh, it's dead.
Great Centaur action, Avery. Thank you for directing our attention to that. All right, well, Satanic has taken the offlane tower and has taken over the triangle. So instead of going through the gate, he's taking the triangle away from the team.
And this is the Brood Doom, because when your Doom's on cooldown, you don't do anything. He just takes over the map. He gets in your jungle, he takes your towers, starts running the map over.
Yeah. Rolling Thunder put to use here. Cuckoo in some trouble, but protected. Joachim does manage to get the cogs out in time.
Look at this Satyr going to work. Getting some mana burns out here.
Focusing on only neutrals or what?
Honestly, he's been doing a pretty good job with the micro. Like, Carlos has been everywhere with these creeps. He had a bunch of golems in that earlier fight on the cliff. And all this is creating space for the Bristle to catch up. Downside for PARIVISION is while all of this nothing's happening, the TA is still free farming up here. Natsumi is... He's big, man. He's just going this Dragonlance Deso build. It's going to give him early Roche. So it's looking good for Talon in terms of that game plan. If they can beat the Brood to the Roche with the TA, they're going to be really happy.
A toss clockwork straight onto DM's head, so they get the cogs on top of him immediately. He turns his back, does what he can to slow down the assault, but he is dead. And Natsumi goes straight to try to take that off-lane tower as quick as possible. They may actually have it here, since Makoto adds so much damage. So that'll be a Blink Dagger coming in pretty soon, but here comes Satanic. Straight from the triangle, he sees that, okay, a bunch of heroes are in the top lane, so he'll just take that mid tower nice and easy with the extra spiders he had. 9 class turning into the Tiny to toss Makoto back in. An Avalanche to try and protect him, as well as the Supernova. Another toss, they commit for the kill, and they will have it, but now they're underneath the Supernova, and somebody surely has got to die for this one. No one. He's trying to hop away, shield crash, swashbuckle out. Yokum in some trouble. A toss and a Rolling Thunder will finish him off, and now they go for Cuckoo as well. This is an abject disaster for Talon, who cannot seem to hold their lines against the Broodmother assault. A Doom goes out onto the Pango, but WS can't even chase after that kill. Cuckoo dies. It just goes from bad to worse for Talon.
Just not a good fight in terms of timings at all. They don't really have any strong items to fight with compared to this Diffusal that came out on the Pango, the Chen who has Drum and Heal to contribute to that, and the Brood who can always connect to that type of fight. Meanwhile, your TA, he's in the jungle. It's a 4-on-5. You're missing your highest damage and your highest level and your highest farmed hero. Just not going to go either way. Questionable decision. I mean, the egg is pretty good there, but what else are you really doing in this fight in terms of the core-on-core action? Of course, 9 class starting it off like this, straight into some mana burns. Double Satyr there. This is what I'm talking about, the Ducalis micro. Don't underestimate it. It's just very disjointed from Talon.
Do you think that was the play of the day? The Chen micro? Not the fact that 9 class and his support Morphling basically did a blink toss back with waveform. Not that part, but the Chen micro was the play of the day. 14-minute Wisdom Rune, and it's going to be taken by Satanic. But if they can get the kill, it would be so worth it. Problem is, that Battery Assault not doing too much. Makoto tried to get the toss back, hit the Clockwork instead of the Broodmother, and now Satanic is on the run. Interference run by 9 class to make sure Satanic gets out. Maybe it's 9 class who dies instead. A wayform to get a little bit of distance. Into the river he goes. Talon struggled to get anything anywhere.
Can't kill Morph. Zero's mids.
And all Natsumi can do is keep farming. He does have a Deso. He's keeping up with Satanic, despite the fact that Satanic has taken Ancients, he's taken Towers, he's gotten extra kills. Natsumi is keeping up with him.
The problem is you're behind in the race towards objectives. The auras are starting to build up here for PARIVISION, and this is a style they're very comfortable playing. They're going to go auras on the Bristleback for probably Pipe Rush. Yeah, it's going to be Pipe Rush here. Chen is Chen. You have this Brood who can give you the Roshan. So the second PARIVISION group up is 5. These objectives are going to start falling fast if you can't meet them head on. And this TA is not going to be doing anything for you on the map in that meantime, other than just clearing through the Ancients. This is a hero that wants Roshan, particularly this Nightside Dire Roshan between the 15 and 20. This is not an objective Talon want to give up right now, especially when you have Supernova and Doom available.
And PARIVISION doesn't even care. Talon had the flare inside the pit, and they just keep hitting. Talon has to fight this. They have to go for it, but the Spiders are already scouting him out. Roshan's already dead, and now they're in trouble of being caught as PARIVISION's going to push forward. It's going to be 9 class, trying to get him, got him inside the cogs, immediately going to be doomed up, and he will die for this one, but the follow-up is there from PARIVISION. Yokum, nice use of the hook, but can't get away from no one. He chased him down with a Rolling Thunder and should be able to finish him off. Meanwhile, Natsumi sets a trap, a meld hit, a double meld hit instantly. The Bristleback is dead. The Supernova is put out because Natsumi needs help right now. Meld goes out, dodging some of the damage. Satanic will try and Manta dodge it, fails to do so. The stun lands on him and allows Talon to be able to reset a little bit. Maybe go on to no one here. No one with the shield crash. Fresh protects himself. Natsumi, he is under assault constantly. The Satanic Broodmother just keeps on going after him, but they do not have the detection. A toss back on a Satanic, and now he's in trouble. He will die. There goes that streak, a dominating streak. Satanic was having a perfect game, but now it's Natsumi who will collect the gold on that one. They'll run down Ducalis as well. The Broodmother threat is gone, and Talon finally get a chance to turn the game around.
What a strange fight for PARIVISION. It felt like the Brood's committing, but the rest of the team was kind of mixed on whether you go in. Like, this Bristle had almost no impact in that fight, and DM didn't even have his pipe completed. You had this Aegis Pangolier where he still has Aegis. Like, you didn't use the 2 lives you got off that objective. Meanwhile, you end up losing the Brood with the streak, like you mentioned. That's 900 gold going Talon's way. Some Deso charges for Natsumi. And Makoto finally making his mark in this game with that blink. He gets a lot done with it there. Multiple tosses, multiple avalanches. No mana burn creeps to ruin his day, Austin.
Of course, Ducalis, if he just had the right creeps, could have stopped all of that.
That fight also started with a Doom on the Morphling, which honestly, I don't mind.
Considering the fact he's turning into a tiny a lot of the times in these fights, I would be down to stop that.
They just don't have an easy way to kill 9 class without the Doom just persisting on him. So,
well, WS now knows there is a ward on that high ground.
Yep, and that is a good rune for no one. So somebody was probably going to go down to that. A nice comeback right from Talon. They're only down less than a K now. This Bristle's just so far behind in this game. Probably just split the map now. Try and wear this Aegis out. Kind of put some pressure on PARIVISION to either force the early high ground here with the auras, or...
Which Broodmother Chen certainly capable of doing so.
It's doable. It's just the tiny tossback is spooky.
I mean, if you're surrounded by spiders and Chen creeps, certainly...
Can't click them?
Yeah, I mean, it lowers the risk quite a lot.
They're going to push for sure. They should take all tier 2s, take over Ancient area. Cuckoo playing with fire here. Got to get some trades on the map if you're Talon right now. Do not want to just be corralled into your base.
Yeah,
3 heals in their base right now.
Pipe as well. Aghanim Scepter done for PARIVISION.
I mean, you got to...
They're getting so many things.
I feel like this is too tempting to not push the high ground. All these items aligning. 5-man's just so strong. The only scary part is that tossback, but you do have a Morphling that can pretty reliably start fights for you. You have the Aegis on the Pango, so if he gets tossed, it's not the end-all be-all. And you have to know this TA is out on the map right now, so even just forcing him back is nice. He'll choose to play the map.
Hook shot, needs to use it soon, running out of mana. Trying to dodge, getting chain stun. No one doing a really good job of putting himself on that wall, getting himself stuck, while Satanic finds the kill on the other side of the map on Cuckoo.
Once more, they're controlling these lanes, not getting out for Talon right now. They did not commit a lot of heroes bottom, so it didn't cost the map control. The items keep rolling in, the auras keep rolling in.
I mean, it says a lot about the fact that they were able to win that fight on Talon, got the net worth to be dead even, and then it just still feels like they can't fight. Can't fight PARIVISION unless PARIVISION, you know, overextends themselves.
Well,
Natsumi's gonna set up a trap here.
Yeah, bait him in a little bit.
Can Makoto get the toss? Oh, he's actually putting himself right there. Melt shot, Manta goes out. They do hit him with an avalanche, but he is gone. No one. He dives right in with his Aegis. He's got 15 seconds left on it. He was hoping that Talon would turn around, try and blow him up.
I mean, that's a fine exchange for PARIVISION. They got the Doom out. That's that situation where you throw Doom on Brood and he just walks away.
Yeah.
Manto over a cliff, you're gone. It wears out pretty fast. You're back to full, and now Doom on cooldown for 2 minutes here. Makoto looking for something, but gets Hadouken.
Trying to just clear out the creep wave, so this push on the tier 2 can't commence, but it is protected well enough, so they'll take the final tier 2 on the map, and maybe more. It's Cuckoo tossed back into the Rolling Thunder.
Beautiful play from 9 class here. He is not giving them any order, and now you're definitely looking to go high ground. That's all the opening you need with the Doom on cooldown. Stun on 2.
Yokum, yeah, it's not going to go well for you there. Tier 3 under assault. Talon, they need to come back in a hurry. Their Tier 3 is already dead if they plan on fighting this. Toss back, there it goes. That's a quick pick off perhaps. The bristleback. Can they burn him out? Not fast enough. It seems DM is even going to be able to get away. Not good. One of the barracks is already dead. PARIVISION will start backing out, but Talon got nothing for that. A buyback on Cuckoo. Objectives lost. They continue to try and push forward to see if they can catch something. Get anything out of this situation.
PARIVISION might fight this just straight up. They're thinking about it. They know there's still no Doom available. The poke. It's so hard to commit in if you're Talon right now. You just don't have enough jump between everybody without somebody getting canceled by summons or a random spell or Morphling jumping you first. The reach has been an issue. And part of it is you have this Midas Doom. There's no blink available on WS here. So he can't go with the initial jump, which means...
And if Makoto gets caught, he had an invis rune that he was relying on, but they had a sentry already laid out in the mid lane. He will die, and there goes the high ground threat. Without a tiny toss back.
Oh, this
Satanic, he's gonna stop this Tormentor play by himself.
This Brood's been a menace. They do not have good answers for him. Straight back into that high ground.
Trying to catch him, slow him down with a hairball. Natsumi coming in through the side, blinks into the Rolling Thunder. Not a great start. They've already lost their clockwork, and WS can't even make it back to the fountain.
Just a beatdown.
Yeah, there's just no way for them to be able to fight up against PARIVISION right now. The tankiness of, I mean, the fact that the Bristle was able to go forward like that, especially since he was one of the lowest net worth cores in the game. And
you don't want to Doom him, because I think that feels too low value.
Trying to get the toss back again on him. This time around it will be enough, but it's going to cost Makoto his life. The Supernova is not enough to be able to protect him. A toss away from 9 class, but a quick blink back inside the base. But now he just gets hit by the Avalanche. Yokum's going to try and put a stop to this one. Tossed up before he can get off the cogs. So that means Natsumi's dead, and so is Yokum. Talon is just out of this game. They have been run over by PARIVISION.
That is some pace right there. You're questioning whether this Satanic kid is going to be able to play fast. I feel like that game answered. They completely ran them over from that 10 to 20 minute period. Not even close. Ball up, get the auras, get the Roshan, end that game before the second Rosh even comes. Talon had no answers, and they definitely did not play it fast enough early. There was no moves made. It was a 0-0 score in 9 minutes. So you're not outlaning or outpacing them. I don't feel like this TA got enough done with the start he had. You're just left wondering what was the game plan.
Yeah. Talon, look at almost a little bit shell-shocked how quickly they lost that one. And as a result, they are now 1 game away from elimination. See what the desk has to say about that performance from PARIVISION.
Yeah, well, we're talking about how maybe Talon's a little bit shell-shocked on how quick that game was. I think it's the same for us here at the panel. We're trying to break it down. We're trying to see exactly where it's fallen apart or where it's going wrong for the Misery, and then all of a sudden it's like, yep, no, it's done. There is no more space to come back in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it just felt like watching the game, there was no real way for Talon to kill PARIVISION's heroes. They could always somehow get out. There was too much saves. There was like all their heroes kind of had a tool to get out. Brood running out of cogs. We saw him get doomed at one fight where he just walks away. Pangolier can always swashbuckle out. Waveform, Morphling, right? Bristleback is hasted as we've come to know this hero. And then there's a Chin behind it as well. And the disables from Talon are just not really there. Like, not the type of disable you need. Like, you need the kind of shaman that can hex and shackle a hero so you can burst him with TA, right? But the cogs is just not it. Doom is not it.
But doing that into the Bristle and the Brood with a Pango Rolling Thunder on top, it's like...
And Tiny just looks too slow as well in this type of game, right? It's just so fast from PARIVISION. There's just not enough damage in time. Maybe there was some fights where you could argue that, like the mid fight where we saw Tiny get jumped and the clockwork coming in, and then there was like kind of almost like a chain feed of bad things happening. Like these type of things, of course, will snowball the game in the way of PARIVISION faster, but it looked like a hard game regardless of what Talon would have done.
I mean, what you're describing is the fact that Talon, to take an early fight, they need 4-5 heroes to take the fight, and they always need to lay their spells perfectly. If they don't, then that's where PARIVISION, cool, we'll sacrifice one bristle, we'll sacrifice like a morphling, but they can bait multiple heroes, and in doing that, then Satanic is just on the other side. I'll go buy a Manta. Now I can dispel meld. I can go play more aggressive, right?
It's a good point about the fact that PARIVISION's heroes don't rely on any cooldown whatsoever, right? They can just keep going. Whereas the Egg, if Egg is on cooldown, if Doom is on cooldown, well, you can do whatever you want on PARIVISION, right?
Yeah.
And you can almost do whatever you want regardless, but it just makes it even worse when you don't have those ultimates.
It feels like, the Penga role should have been the thing that if it was down, you could have been able to capitalize on Talon, but it's like every other hero was still able to do something, and the Penga role was just there for disruption. But we're going to break it down some more, talk about it a little bit, some highlights, or however which way, maybe depending on which team you're going for here, T.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're just looking at just the kind of general highlights of the game is the fact that we are going to constantly see PARIVISION swarming over, and Talon, it kind of is at least what we described, right? For them to even think about fighting, they have to bring multiple heroes, but I think the fact that Satanic finishes the game 10-6, a lot of these highlights are him just running around by himself. Like, there is no pressure on this Brood where it's like, if they jump me, I will Manta dodge the Doom cast, delay that, and even if I get doomed, I can walk away inside my webs, right? Like, I mean, the fact that the carry was playing with this much confidence, with the Panga behind him, with the Chen behind him, like, the Brood pick was really, really good. Now, like, the fact they can flex Morphling to support, the fact that they can pick a high-tempo carry to deal with Doom, like, the best way to stop Doom from playing the game, take his map, take his towers. Don't allow him to get to phase, drum, BKB Shivas. If he has no map, there is no game to play. They had that read, they flexed it, and they perfectly showed that they're not afraid of Doom.
Would you say this is one of the most enjoyable moments or patches or metas? No, I was going to say for supports, on the fact that you can, or maybe for coaches, there's two different ways to look at this, where it's you see this hero and, I could play it as a 4, a Morphling that is so traditionally a carry, and then we see Nightclass pick it up for himself. It's not the first time we've seen Morphling go in that position 4. That's been dabbled in and around for at least a year now, but to be able to have that flex, to be able to sort of bait and have your opponent in this false sense of security.
I mean, I think it's one of the things that make PARIVISION a very strong team is that they're able to do these kind of flexes. You don't, like, even though Morphling has been a support for like maybe a year or so, like realistically, not that many teams are willing to do this type of things, right? We also see them banning out this Venom and the jungle. It's legit, but nobody else is really playing it, even though it actually looks legit. So they are just willing to, a 9 class specifically, is willing to play these heroes. We saw him play Spirit Breaker twice in the group stage yesterday. So they're just willing to experiment and bring out these unorthodox position 4 heroes, and it gives them an edge in a game like this.
But the thing with this game is Morphling, he sees a hero that he wants to copy, right? He sees the Tiny, so in every fight, like, if I just take the Tiny, I now have Avalanche and Toss, lower cooldown, I'm going to feel really good. And on top of that, position 4, if the lane's weird, buy boots, pull wave. Like, the fact that the laning phase of position 4 on quirky heroes can still be the default of, as long as I can pull the wave, I can be any hero, technically.
Yeah.
That also helps Morphling in some of the drafts where it's like, how are you going to get through this lane? Just pull the wave.
You could also argue there's like big props to them for making it work, right? Because in other scenarios for other teams, this Morphling running around with boots looks like it's griefing the bristleback, right? It looks like it's griefing the entire game. But the fact that they have this well-rounded draft with the last pick Broodmother, enabling their 5-man to be so strong that they don't need a lot of net worth on Morph or Bristleback. They just need to go as 5, and then the Brood pick itself is what's punishing, right? So their draft in entirety is what's making the Morphling work in this case.
I didn't think I would hear Misery kind of hype up a Bristle today. I feel like he was so tired of it from groups that I didn't think
he
he'd
bought
be like...
pipe this time.
It was a different build. You saw something fresh coming out from him. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't think Bristleback was like
the star.
No, he wasn't the star. He was kind of there. He was picked early, right? It was more like I mean, realistically, it was kind of just the Broodmother last pick that made the draft so fast for PARIVISION that there was no real response for Talon.
And I mean, either way, the Bristle is always going to be tough to deal with if you don't have this like inbuilt break, and it could take a lot of attention to you where you're kind of dumping still a lot of damage, a lot of time in just to kill a Bristle.
Yeah, I mean, we've been mentioning it a lot, the idea of like what's Bristle bringing, what's Brood bringing, and we are going to have some highlights on how I think Talon felt that pressure here in the game. I think, the critical part of the game is that first Roshan, right? It feels honestly pretty good for Talon, right? You've already killed off the Morphling, you've doomed the Bristle, and they're kiting the fight back. They're doing everything you need to do to win this fight in this position. Run back to your position, force PARIVISION to kind of like basically bait themselves into a difficult spot, but no one with the Aegis, that doesn't go down. Even though they get the kills, and they eventually will kill Chen as well later on in the clip, it's the fact that PARIVISION goes, guys, it doesn't matter. Just reset, go again. They've used the Doom, they've used the Egg, they have no map to defend. So now look at Satanic. This is seconds later, minutes later. He runs in, he tanks the Doom, he walks away. Another cooldown wasted, another fight,
No one on his Pango is all the way in the back line as well, and supports are just sort of like,
just chilling,
I can't really get to you guys right now.
But I think that's going to be the key thing, is if you're against Bristle Chen lineups, you cannot subscribe your draft to, I need to win that one fight. Because to put the pressure on your team to win that one fight and then stall the map out to then get the spells back up again, I think it's very optimistic. You need to have layers of like pressure and map play. So when you are missing an Egg or missing a Doom, there's like, okay, don't worry guys, let's go play on the Hoodwink. Let's go play on the something else. Like it can't just be, all right boys, concede the entire map. Let's just let them run wild, you know? Like I think Talon is a little bit too scripted of a draft when you have this much aggression.
Yeah, that's also kind of what we talked about, that like the levels of PARIVISION's draft is just, it feels like it's higher somehow than Talon in this case, right? They have so much things you have to deal with. Like we talked about the Chen Bristleback, but there's also the Broodmother, right? There's the Pangolier rolling around, Kid and Chaos, right? Then now there's this Morphling, position 4, that's really hard to kill. We saw it in this game as well. He has so much HP and he has really low cooldown waveform. So if you don't have disables, if you don't have enough damage, it just becomes impossible to kill anything, right? And whereas as for Talon's draft, it just looks like a stable, solid draft, but that does not work.
You want to get to 40 minutes with this draft.
Yeah, you want. If you get to 40 minutes and all your heroes have time to get levels and items, then you can play Dota. But PARIVISION's not gonna play like that. They're gonna punish you.
I mean, if we're aware of this timer that Talon are on, or at least where they want to push it towards, I know for a fact PARIVISION were very aware of that. That's why they closed it out so quickly. They put themselves in a fantastic position. They're one game up right now. They're facing off elimination. We're gonna go to break. When we come back, it'll be game number 2. We're back here. It was a very short break, so short my panelists almost got caught off guard there. But PARIVISION, you know, they're feeling good. Maybe not too much to talk about for themselves, but on the side of Talon, this is the tough one. You're one game down. You're on the verge of elimination here. It's only been 2 days in the tournament. You want to prove yourself, Misery. You want to come back, and you want to have a fighting chance for game number 2. How do you start that conversation? How do you start a draft for that?
Yeah, that's a good question.
You were a coach, right?
Yeah, I would say that they need to attack PARIVISION with a little bit different mentality, perhaps. Understand that this team is not. We need to match that tempo, kind of thing, right? Like, and maybe look at some different heroes that are able to fight back without any items, and then maybe look out for the potential cheese and the flexibility of their support player, right?
I think strategically, they just got baited, right? Like, if you're the first pick team, your pick 18, your closing pick of the second phase needs to be the statement. Like, that's what you set your draft up. They fell for a trap. They picked Doom because they saw Morphling. Now suddenly Morphling's a support, and then they're getting outpaced, right? It's like, so if you're a first pick team, you need to either fully understand, like, the 4 heroes I see in front of me, is that exactly what I'm countering? Because if you don't respect it, then you're going to get outplayed from second pick, and that's exactly what happened. I think they just lost.
That might be a good conclusion to like leave it at that, and
just leave it at that.
go next game, and let's not get cheesed again. Let's understand that they have this flexible position 4, like potential, like remember who we're playing against, right?
Then how do you find the balance of the right amount of respect, but not being scared of something? When does it fall into, we need to ban this, it was an issue, we don't know how to deal with it if they potentially flex it, and where is it just, we let it through and...
It probably starts with your opening, because we already mentioned during the draft that they had a clock first pick, then they go Phoenix Tiny, but they aren't smart. No offense, that sounded weird. They're not smart. They are smart, but they weren't like thinking of what if they take our Morphling, what if they take the core pick. So they weren't kind of like thinking about PARIVISION, they were thinking about themselves.
Okay.
So they kind of weren't smart in their opponent's concepts, they're really smart about their own ideas. And I think if they put Morphling in their own, like 14-15, if they went Tiny Morphling, Phoenix Morphling, whatever, any combination like this, then we're not talking about, oh wow, support Morphling and last pick Brood, right? It's like you just control the draft.
Of course, I mean, we're going to be talking about something else, right?
Exactly.
At that point.
But they have to control the draft, I think.
Really smart.
What I think is maybe it might be good to leave, like, for example, we see them banning Nyx Assassin and Bat Rider, right? Like, I don't feel like that's necessarily the best bans against PARIVISION. Like, I would prioritize the Chen much more. I think Chen gives them this ability to pick these type of super fast-paced lineups where you just can't kill anybody, right? If you give them Nyx Assassin, well, now you know at least what 9 class is going to be playing, right? Unless we're going to see some mid Nyx Assassin on no one, but probably not as much. So I think it's almost better to give them the Nyx Assassin, even though it's annoying to play against.
Because it fits a role, and you know where it's going to go and how it's going to play.
At least it's somewhat honest. It's not saying that Nyx is honest, because it's definitely not.
Sentries and
it's easier to understand what's going on, right? And maybe that approach is better. So
I like it, and that's a conversation maybe they've had. The best thing about being in studio is being able to see when our coaches are standing behind their players, because that means there is a draft that's ready.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I missed you so much. This game just flew by.
Flew by.
And now we're going to the next one.
Now we're going to the next one. Exactly, yeah. Game 2 of the first series of the day. And we are going to be, of course, having to think about, will PARIVISION have access to the Venomancer? Will they be forced to maybe have to pick the Nyx Assassin? That was another option that we were just speaking on the panel about. So what happened? Fill me in, Rhea.
Fill you in with what?
The draft. Any bans?
Let's see here. We got a Venomancer going. I found that pretty funny after the talk about the jungle Venomancering. Seeing that get first ban last game was humorous.
Yeah, teams respect it a lot, right? Like Falcons, I believe, also banned it. Like, again, people just ban it.
Yeah, so a hero you like is comfort, and you want to play it. TB getting banned still. Oh yeah, I wanted to say something I really liked is I know we talked about Bristleback a lot because it was being picked so much. I think it's interesting seeing the disparity of like facet to facet. Like these people going the goo versus the regular one where you're just doing loads of cool damage. Because obviously you're going to buy different items. If you're dealing physical damage with Bristleback, you want to go for your Ags to, you know, make that better. But when you see this goo, you see a lot of pipes. And I feel like pipe is kind of a hard item to buy this patch. So it feels really nice when you have heroes like Bristol that can buy it. It's the same reason why you're seeing TB get flexed as off lane, being able to buy a pipe there. Just like a hero that can buy a pipe, it's just such a nice thing in this world.
Yeah, no, it's correct. Yes, especially because like, you have Phoenix and these heroes rising up. You got Mid Tiny returning. Like if you can disjoint their 20-minute timing with a 20-minute pipe yourself, it hurts them a lot. And I think that's also one big change from PARIVISION. Right, yesterday, DM was playing the goo Bristleback, but he was going for Blade Mail. But now today, it's like I'm just going to go straight pipe. Right, like we are seeing some slight changes.
We are seeing some slight changes indeed. And we're gonna see now we're getting to the end of our ban phase. The Bounty Hunter is out. Monkey King is out as well. I was seeing in some games yesterday from the group stage, we had one of the teams that actually had Bounty and Ricky get through. And the team got to choose between both of them. And they ended up taking this Bounty. But some of the players were saying that they like the Ricky more still. It really is up to personal team preference. Bounty seems more annoying in my opinion though. But there is open choice here. I think the clockwork going through and Talon taking it makes sense. I think Yokam's really good at the clockwork. His ability to help his team start fights with his hero. Like, on average, he is having a lot of success and doing really well, right? Even though last game didn't go so well for them, even though he was on the clockwork, I think still remaining confident in that strategy is a great way to open their draft with confidence of what has worked for them in like the group stage, for example.
Yeah, I just want to make sure when they pick Clock though in this position, they have, like they're enabling a stronger lane, right? Of course, like again, the Doom got countered, that's an issue, but if they don't have this off lane that's like hard countered, now they get to play out the game because the Clock's always going to provide the offlane life. He's always going to be able to pull and make those moves. But again, we'll see. Like Clock's just a generic little 4 dude. There's nothing really to go into. I guess the key thing is just they're not opting to think about the Ricky and the other heroes available, right? Like their version of the 4 melee is the Clock.
Isn't it so cool though, T, that the draft is the exact same as last game?
No, I am on the edge of my seat. Yes,
yeah, it's thrilling.
Yeah, it is thrilling.
Is the second phase ban's going to be different? Nope, Enigma was banned. If things are going according to script, we're going to see Timbersaw get banned.
Morphling was banned from Talon. That's the key change.
Yeah, that's true. Morphling's different. That's
Which also shows actually that they weren't considering Morphling in the previous draft. A hero that would have been really good for them to open the phase with, they didn't care about it.
Yep.
And now they ban it. So DK is the one that gets through. And of course, both teams, they are happy to pick DK later on into the draft. But for now, PARIVISION go for the Bristle. We've already spoke about in the previous draft that Bristle into DK, or yesterday, sorry, but Bristle into DK is really good for Bristle because you naturally play the lane where you can chase down the melee hero with the goo, you can pressure him, you can then run, take the tower, try and, you know, just occupy more map. So I personally like Bristle into the Dragon Knight. We'll see if Talon have that same read.
Yeah, so I saw them playing on Talon, the Mars against Bristleback in one of their games. I think they lost, but it looked good. Even though, like, they kind of fudged their lane a bit, but in these mid-game fights, the ability to turn the Bristleback and then be able to burst and kill him was really nice, especially when they had follow-up from things like Mikoto Lina. I genuinely thought that game, it was against Tundra, I believe, was really...
Tundra?
Yeah, don't make fun of me, T.
No, is that
Don't make fun of me!
Is that the new org name? They just added like 12 more A's. For every tournament they win, they add another A.
Oh, that's
They
nice.
just won a tournament, that's why, yeah.
That's quite long, yeah.
Yeah, quite long. Draft, though, is, again, identical, but the key thing, I think Talon has identified, they still want to pick Doom.
Yep.
But they ban the Morphling to ensure the flex doesn't exist so they can still go for it, right? I think like that takes a lot of confidence. Like to lose a game in that capacity and go, the only thing wrong with this draft was one wrong ban, but our picks are fine. That's the confidence I'm getting.
I would like to not see Doom again, personally, because, you know...
We'll see what this pick is for PARIVISION, right? If it's like a weaker pick, then maybe, but I think conceptually, PARIVISION has shown that they know how to beat a Doom. It's just break the map. Now it's Talon's time to see if they are going to change the script. And you are laning into Chen plus ultimate counter pick, so you need your offlane to be kind of able to play most lanes, like the generic offlane.
Yeah, I think the Pango does make something like a Mars I was mentioning way harder, just because of the way he's able to roll through it and disrupt it and not really care. At the very least, they do have a lot of go with Tiny, with Clockwork. I think at this point, you just want to have some massive damage.
And the WS Timbersaw is banned out. Bristle's taken. Like, again, a lot of his heroes are already kind of removed. The TB's banned in first phase that they flexed a lot.
I want to see them get something that can deal at least with the Bristle, like buy a Silver Edge or have a break.
Or Shiva's, except like,
yeah.
I guess Phoenix technically can. I mean, they could maybe put the, wait, hold on, can they flex Phoenix to offlane here? I mean, if you pick a, no, not really. I mean, you pick carry, then it just gets weird. No, maybe not. Maybe they're just debating the guys, do we run it back? Was it really the Morphling that broke everything for us?
Yeah.
I also don't like the idea of Lycan too much because you're playing into Bristle and Pangolier. You also have Chen for the lane, so you can take a Wolf. You then have Muerta, who has ultimate to not die to the Wolves as well. I think they've already kind of covered themselves from the potential Lycan that WS has played as well from the offlane.
Yeah.
So it's like Lycan's answered, TB, Timber, banned. Okay, they take Gyro, which it's a carry that at least mitigates some pressure, right? When you have cooldown and flak, you can say, hey, this fight, don't come near us because we've already killed the creeps. And
yeah.
But it still has damage issues into like early pipe from Bristle, Panga getting on top of you. Gyro does need 3 or 4 items to really feel like the true carry of the game.
I think it's okay if Pango can get on you as long as the rest of your team are doing their job. Right, if Tiny, Clock are disrupting parries like other heroes, right, and no one can follow up on the Pango, and then you're going to be able to have Phoenix healing you, keeping you surviving through that, and then Gyro can get off his damage.
Oh, Talon need the late game again. I think that's the key thing.
Need it, yeah, I think last game as well, the Pango went the facet where his ult is faster, but the duration's decreased. So as long as Talon can survive through the duration of this role in a fight, it doesn't look too bad.
Yeah, it's intrigued to know what their offlane is going to be. Maybe they just still go for the Mars for Talon, right? Because then you have the spear to turn the Bristle around.
Yeah.
I think Talon's entire philosophy should just be push waves and your high ground will be insane. So even if you lose a couple towers to the classic PARIVISION, Chen move and Bristle, you know that at some point they're going to run into a brick wall where they have to like outplay you at your base. And I think that pressure that Talon can apply could be what they lean on. And maybe PA needs to get banned for Talon. I think PA into Gyrocopter, you have a PA Chen lane. You're naturally going to always get onto the Gyro. I think that'd be quite nice. But no, again, I really like the Mars for Talon. I think that's going to be the... Maybe it's like the obvious pick. Maybe they're cooking up a different strategy, but... The issue again with Mars will be you have Arena cooldown, you have Egg cooldown, so it kind of creates the same problem we had in the previous draft, where if they mess up the Arena, if they mess up the Egg, they're just going to run back at them. So maybe that's one thing to at least respect from Talon. I still think they're going to pick it, but it's something to consider where PARIVISION will counterpick.
Yeah, given Talon's execution problems, I kind of don't want to see the Mars.
Okay.
Because you do
anything in mind instead, or?
I was thinking about Tide for a hot second, just something they can put in front of their towers to make soak damage and just let them get to that later game. Gives them some more teamfight cover for the Phoenix Egg.
You can fight outside of different spells, to be fair.
Yeah, because I think Mars, what I liked...
I wasn't convincing myself on it, by the way.
Yeah, no, I get you.
I actually prefer the Tide, I think, but the issue there is they haven't banned Ursa, which means you then get a Chen Ursa lane and Tide's in play. Yeah. So Mars is like the better overall laning hero.
True.
If they banned Ursa, I'm down to agree with you on the Tide, but they...
Oh, right.
Little switch
we were
up.
just completely wrong. We're doing different...
Back to Phoenix in the offlane.
I like it. I'll take it. I guess it's something defensive for their Gyro.
They now don't care too much about PA because they've now got the Phoenix plus clock lane into a PA, so their concept is don't need to ban it, just need to pressure the lane. Yeah. Okay, they actually have 2 minutes of reserve time. PARIVISION did not even think about anything here. They just went, okay, it's available, go for the Bristle again. Oh, Pango's available, go for the Pango.
Yeah.
And for them, yeah, it's Satanic Hero. For the game, PA is still really good. You can buy Nullifier to deal with the Lich later on. You can always jump to Gyro. Slark? The thing is, every time you look at a low lockdown draft, Slark looks good, but then you remind yourself it's Slark and it's Slark, you know? It's like...
I really like Slark, though.
And Satanic has played it previously, so he's one of the few carry players that actually wants to play Slark.
Right.
And if there was a game to pick it, then baiting out an Egg, combo breaking a Lich, it is, on paper, technically good.
Yeah, I don't know if like the lane's unplayable and he's going to suffer, but I feel like if you're playing with a Bristleback that can buy you a pipe,
Medusa.
Okay, well, it's still nice.
Were you gonna say it's the same thing? Sorry, I thought in my head I thought you said it's the same thing. I was like, wait a second.
No.
It's like a snaky type thing.
No, I meant to say it's the same thing where you still have a bristle that can buy your pipe. You still have a 10 who's gonna have heals for you.
Sure,
you're gonna buy a solar crest. You're gonna be a carry that's happy to get buffed up. Like, I think no matter what they pick, they kind of have a really solid lineup around it. They've covered all their bases on parry.
But the lane is still potentially vulnerable for PARIVISION, where like Phoenix with the Fire Spirits, like if they rotate in, like if Gyrocopter and Lich can set up their lane where they can use the Twin Gate first, and now you have a Phoenix and a Gyro and a Lich all diving this Medusa, you take her early tower. Like there is a world in which Talon are a lot more aggressive in this game, but there is that one fear that you've got a Gyrocopter playing into like a Bristleback, which is not like an insane lane. You then got the Medusa hard scaling against everything.
And you also get to trade your Medusa ult for the Phoenix ult every fight, and then you still have more from parry after. It feels really nice for them to just disengage.
Like the philosophy of Talon has always been like you want to get to the late game and crush your opponent in like the big fights. But this time around, their draft feels like they need to play earlier. They need to be the ones making the first moves. Utilize the Twin Gate and
If Talon can make use of the fact that Medusa's not going to be there for most of the first half of the game, then they could run things over.
Imagine if Satanic gets like Manta Butterfly in first Aegis. That's going to be really scary for Talon. But I like the fact that Talon have changed up the script a bit. They've accepted that they want to be the one making the first moves. They're going to punish. They gave PARIVISION the same heroes. Like they're like, you know what? We can beat them. You know, we had one bad game. It doesn't matter. They have the confidence to change it, and they're going to push it through in this second game.
I believe in Mikoto.
There it is.
Yeah!
Our analysts believe in Mikoto. The question is, Avery, do you believe in Mikoto and Talon to win this second game and give us a third game in the series?
Well, I picked Mikoto for my fantasy, so I already...
Oh, you are screwed.
Yeah, but I also picked Satanic, so I think I was screwed no matter who won this series.
Yeah, you really were. You really were for sure. Damn.
I think this draft is more logical to me, but it's also kind of more all in on the early game going well. I think Talon have to get really aggressive on their two side lanes here. I think Mikoto will do Mikoto things, but I think this Phoenix Gyro have to have good games. And the supports need to play aggressive, play fast, get them early kills to push this Gyro and Phoenix into a position where they can just take the game over before PARIVISION hit that ball timing and the Medusa becomes invincible. Because I do think there's a very good pathway to making Medusa invincible in this game. I don't think Talon have a lot of damage to put into him in those late game team fight scenarios.
Why don't we see more Medusa? Why?
Just slow. It's a really slow hero.
Okay.
It offers you almost nothing compared to a lot of the other fighting carries in the meta for the first 15-20 minutes.
5-man smoke from PARIVISION is going to break and run straight into Talon. Yokum does have the cogs to protect him here. We'll try and use that wall to keep back the PARIVISION tide. A good blood grenade and some fire spirits over the top. PARIVISION group up and are immediately punished. Mikoto will get the first blood already. Talon off to a hot start here with first blood. Multiple bounty runes here. 3 of them picked up, perhaps a 4th. No, Satanic's got the 4th one.
Got the D ward as well, though.
Got the D wards.
Team net worth here. It's going to be multiple TPs out from PARIVISION as well, if they can.
Yeah, if they can. Yokum's going to try and stay on top of him here so they can't TP away.
It's a little awkward for Ducalis. He should be fine.
Oh, he thought they went up to the high ground and was TPing out.
That was a nice idea. It did cost him some mana, but it also cost the Chen mana here. Solid start for Talon, which is what they want. Just they want to be the ones ahead at the 10-minute mark. They do not want this to be a 0-0 game at the 10 minutes like it was in game 1. That would be a death sentence for this lineup, I think.
Game 1, they were okay with kind of that slower pace and even game, right? But this, you're saying this game, they needed a much faster tempo.
I think they should have played faster in that game 1 too. I'm just saying this is even more all in. You know, that game 1, I think they were in a mixed bag. They went Midas on the Doom and stuff while they're getting pushed.
Yeah.
Just what's happening here. This is more, you have Lich Gyro, a very aggressive lane that can give you early kills. And you have this Phoenix off lane, which can be explosive, but it needs a fast start.
Most picked pair of heroes since TI, Clockwork and Gyrocopter. The King boys working together.
overclock SF, though.
That is true.
Was that a bug or a feature, Austin?
Should players have been banned for doing the SF farming cogs at the start of the game trick?
Do cogs have souls? It's a moral question.
Apparently, Dota says they do.
Yeah. 10 and 5 for this Medusa. Holy moly. The man is firing on all cylinders here.
How is he getting perfect CS against a Phoenix?
I don't know. This is a low base damage hero, too. That's smart, at least. Like, he's hitting for 59. Not as if you're playing up against some 70 damage. Like, Phoenix has high base damage with some extra stats. It goes up pretty fast. You're already sitting on 70 if you're WS. Satanic just putting on a clinic down here. 6 denies. That's the big one to me. Like, God damn.
Yeah, seriously.
This is not the start you want in this lane, because you deny levels from the Phoenix, his aggressive potential goes out the window.
Yeah, you want to get level 3 as quick as possible. You start getting the lower cooldown on Fire Spirits, you're able to use them every single wave, and you eventually take over the lane and usually win your lane.
You can't even Fire Spirits, because Calls is back with the mana burn, making his life miserable. Another range denied. This lane is just, I don't know, pull the wave, reset it, or at least get Lotus here. I don't like how Talon are playing this lane at all. This is giving so much space to PARIVISION down here. Gave him a Lotus as well on a Medusa lane. They're just getting beat, man.
Yeah, this just means that Satanic will never die in this lane.
I mean, this lane's over. Like, I don't think there is much comeback potential at this point. You're just gonna have to get what you can on the Phoenix and look for plays elsewhere, which it's gonna be a blow. And now you gotta look towards this Gyro Lich lane to pick up the slack, I think, which is going okay. They are getting some decent burn onto this Bristle. Gonna go for a quick kill.
Cogs push back. First Fire Spirits misses, but getting some pretty good battery assault hits. It's not hitting anybody else but Ducalis just over and over and over again. There was a creep wave, there was the Medusa, and it just kept hitting Ducalis.
Yeah, I mean, there's a tip, because I don't know if he should have died there, but he did. Heads up play from Talon, making Slaying out of a lane that was not going well at all. So a little recovery action. Good sign to see. That's what you want to see in this game. Get something going.
Meanwhile, top lane, another very aggressive lane. Bristleback, Muerta versus a Lich Gyrocopter, and you can see both sides are willing to battle.
This is definitely Talon favored up here. It's just a matter of how much damage you can get done with this duo. And Natsumi should free farm no matter what. She mostly is. He's on par with that Medusa now. It's a good sign. And this Bristle has been pushed back. Leader of the pack, though, that Pangolier, they gave it to him again, Austin. They're not afraid of it.
Yeah, 29-3 compared to 26-2 the mid lane matchup.
It's a pretty good Pango game again. Like, there's nothing to interrupt this Rolling Thunder other than some hook cog action, which isn't that great. The mana burn's pretty nice here. I expect another fast defusal. It's gonna be a menace.
I feel like his Rolling Thunder doesn't have the best offensive potential, though. He's going into Phoenix Egg and Cogs, right? Like, he could get stuck underneath the egg, he could, or maybe it's just a defensive Cogs where he doesn't actually get to roll into heroes as much as he wants.
Maybe there's a little bit, but it's another lineup where you have this Chen Bristle behind him, so you have a lot of sustain and auras for him, and you have the goo going around that's amping up the physical. That was for a lot.
That was definitely a big standout for me in game one, is the fact that it did not feel like the Bristleback got punished outside of the laning phase. He was pretty poor, and then he was
untouchable to fights.
Yeah.
Too much sustain behind this hero. And when you have a Bristle running in, I feel like a lot of the fighting was they committed on the Bristle, killed him, and then didn't have enough in the tank to deal with the Pango as well. And I'm not even sure the Bristle did much in that game, to be honest. Just freed up space for the Pango as they make a rotation on him.
Managed to get the Avalanche, stopping the Rolling Thunder. Now he's stuck inside the Battery Salt, so he will never get off that Rolling Thunder in this life. He goes down. Haste Rune picked up by Cuckoo. Trying to set up Makoto to go for the kill on 9 class. He doesn't really have much mana to work with, though.
Still taking that rune away and killing the Pangolier. Some more aggressive action out from Talon. This is what you want to see from this lineup. Start killing heroes around the map, get your supports the extra levels, and then start making some bonus plays.
I was about to say, I feel like there's got to be a pretty big drop-off from the players who actually play Muerta and those who don't.
Oh yeah,
like I feel like it's one of the more specialized for position. There are definitely some teams who just straight up will not play the hero.
Big rotation from Makoto.
Pretty massive. Nightclass is already put out of the way. A toss for a second kill attempted here. Nightclass is not dead yet. He finally goes down, but Natsumi did pay quite a price for it. In the end, it is a 1-for-2 exchange as the tempo set by the tiny Makoto coming in first. He kind of helps get those kills, and not much no one can do to turn things around.
Makoto's having a very solid game here. He is top of that net worth chart by a decent margin after that rotation. And he's done it without some of the power runes, so.
And he's done it when you didn't believe in him either.
Well, yeah, I picked him for fantasy. I always believed in him. You didn't believe in him.
You're right. I didn't take Talon. I'll admit it.
No, I'm not saying I don't regret my belief. But hey, anything can happen.
Deuce is coming back to this lane, but the Gyrocopter has already come through the gate, so he might get baited into a bad situation here. Natsumi patiently waiting, and now pops out, goes for Dakalis with Makoto on the other side. Dakalis is already dead. Satanic is going to make a TP away, denied by the Avalanche, and now surrounded by 4 heroes. There's no way out for him. PARIVISION can't bail this one out. Satanic's just going to try and clean up the wave as much as he can, kills a bunch of the range creeps.
Nice rotation.
Very nice.
I mean, you're going to win every one of these early fights if you bring numbers. You just have better spells. This is the downside of this PARIVISION lineup. Chen, Bristle, Medusa. You have nothing to play around with in these early skirmishes unless you were crushing the lane.
Why did they pick heroes with better spells?
Why did they?
Why didn't they?
I don't know.
Something to think about for Game 3 trap.
I think people have been asking Kuroki that question.
Well, they haven't been asking at this tournament.
That's true.
Nigma top of the board. We won't see them for a couple days as they are slotted deep into the gauntlets as a result of their stellar performance.
Another
in the
team
group stage.
I had faith in when all of ye were doubting, for the record.
He did.
Nobody
else made a video putting Nigma Galaxy as number 10.
You know what? I think Makoto's going to win this tournament. Calling it now.
Yeah, okay. Man's just getting high on his own supply. He gets one prediction right now. He's just gone insane.
That's my bold claim of the day. I make one every day. It's always wrong, but it's always bold.
It's always bold. Talon continuing their aggressive move into the PARIVISION.
What if he does win this tournament? What are you going to give me?
I'll give you a nice pat on the back. I'll say, good job, Avery.
Thank you.
Well, don't say thank you yet.
What? Come on, get the last hit, man. What is that?
There's nothing that pisses Avery off more than teams letting their couriers die all the time and not getting the last hit on a tower.
That was just embarrassing. I mean, on Gyro as well. Like, extra gold going in the Gyro is exactly what you want in almost every Gyro lineup.
That's true. There's lots of carries out there that would be fine with missing the gold, but Gyrocopter, he wants it, man.
It's a solid position for Talon.
Yeah, 2K up.
They got most of that early game they wanted. They got that tower. They got the Phoenix in a solid fighting position. The levels on the supports. Bristle's a liability right now if you can continue to take the fights. No one's still having a good game, so you have to focus as Tango, but still a lot of aggressive spell action to play with here. I would expect smokes coming out from Talon soon, and I'd expect Blink Dagger Tiny. Oh, they're going to replay this.
Blast putting Talon on blast.
Man, how did he not get that? Did he like a low roll the gyro hit or something? Pretty brutal.
Avalanche toss back attempted by Makoto. The follow-up is a hook shot into a sinister gaze. Chain stun for days. No way out. Straight to the tower. No, past the tower for 9 class instead. Talon, just raw aggression. It seems like they were not put out by that game 1 loss. Instead, just approach the series with renewed vigor.
WS just basically solo killed in there. Nice rotation from him. Early Veil pickup, and this should be another tier 1. Again, PARIVISION are not going to fight you in this point in the game. They just don't have the capability. So you're trying to take as much as you can get right now, open up the map, invade Medusa's camps. You're going to be really happy. And Makoto is loving life right now because that Blink Dagger is done. Flying out at the 11:30 mark. He's massive. Almost level 10 as well. So you have that full combo online with Blink Phase Boots. Can do whatever he wants right now.
DM. He realizes he can't stick around to try and get the last hit on that tower and narrowly dodges a smoke gank that was headed his way. He gets to the bridge, gets to the pass just in time.
It's a big dodge. That was a heavy smoke committal.
Yeah,
Put a lot of heroes into that. Gave him up a power rune as well. I don't know if they needed to commit everybody in that kind of move.
It's just a bristleback, an underfarmed bristleback.
Yeah.
He's got less than 5K net worth right now. Speaking of him, Satanic is right next to him. He also doesn't have the most farm.
If you want to make that move for the Bristle, then at least take his tower. Make something happen with the 4 heroes up there. Instead, you just ran back to mid.
Yeah, but
a lot of time wasted here.
Then you got to show that you did the smoke gank, and that's kind of embarrassing that you missed it, you know?
Oh, so you just save the shame, I see.
Yeah, you just got to hide the fact that you ever made that play. Satanic with the Stone Gaze, still in trouble, but his team, they're coming to bail him out here. Do they get there in time? They do. Satanic now turns around, missed dead shot from 9 class, a dive away from WS. They leave the Clockwork behind, and the Phoenix, well, he does have an opportunity to get off Supernova, throws it out now with Makoto hitting the avalanche, and all these heroes are tossed up in the air. They go for the egg, but they won't have it. It'll blow up in their faces, and PARIVISION is in trouble now. Heroes low, no one trying to make a break for it on the right-hand side. He's got a shield crash, turns around, buffs himself up a little bit more, but all he's doing is delaying the inevitable. One more swashbuckle down to the low ground, but he'll die to a Chain Frost. Meanwhile, Dakalis hopes for a Roshan deny, does manage to get that. 2 kills for Talon and a 3rd death on PARIVISION.
Look at the damage. It's all Makoto and the Phoenix, but all Makoto for my fantasy. Please,
sweet fantasy points.
I mean, if you're gonna go out, you may as well go out swinging.
I guess so.
Beautiful avalanche and a beautiful bait there from WS. Holds his egg till the last second, baits PARIVISION in what they thought was a simple gank. Talon respond to it. 4-man avalanche. You don't see that every day.
No, you don't.
This is the time you have that defusal up on the Pangolin too. So this is where PARIVISION would start to want to fight back in this game and regain some momentum for themselves. Not that they're that far behind, but they've conceded a lot of team fights, a lot of space to Talon, a lot of towers right now. And they've invested a lot of it into this Medusa to eventually pay off in this game. But if you can't get Roshans or tier 1s off the map, it's not going to feel too good for long. Talon are going to continue to get aggressive. This Shiva's is not too far away for the Phoenix.
Both teams sitting on a ward. They see each other. WS is trying to bait it out because he's got Makoto coming in, but he's going to be chain silenced up a little bit. Dead shot into the Rolling Thunder. All of it, not enough stun. WS is going to be okay, I think, as he puts the slow on 9 class. They'll finish him off while no one heads for the hills.
Those open area fights are a little awkward for PARIVISION. In terms of how they connect their heroes. You're bouncing them out of a silence. There's nothing really to bounce off of. No one's gotten power in this game, but he honestly hasn't been that effective on the map. It's Makoto controlling all the action.
He came up that high ground with almost full mana. Well, he only has 180 left.
Those Satyrs, man. Callis is deadly with him.
Did you have to call us on your fantasy or what?
No, I have Satyr.
You have the Satyrs, I see. Okay.
I have Mana Burn Satyr on my fantasy.
Yeah, I see. I understand now.
He's performing so well.
3-12, 15.5 minutes in. Aghanim Scepter is closing in for Natsumi. Meanwhile, Talon get aggressive on the bottom half of the map. They'll find the pickup on 9 class and one more. A hook shot on it to Collins to slow him down. His team can't quite keep up with them, though.
Dude, 9 class is getting abused in this game, man.
Yeah, that's Muerta's not having a good time.
Yeah, this Phoenix matchup is also really rough in these stages of the game. Like, carry Muerta can be good versus Phoenix in later stages, but support Muerta is generally... Your utility's good, but versus Core Phoenix, I think it ends up being pretty annoying if you're not the one just killing him in chain silence. He just kills you so fast.
Yeah, I think it's a big difference when you are support Muerta against a support Phoenix. Like, the Phoenix dives in, he gets hit by the silence, he gets blown up, right? But this core Phoenix is so tanky that he doesn't die in the silence, as we saw from that earlier bait situation.
And then you're just food.
And then you're just food.
So, WS having a good game here. This is kind of a pivotal point in this game, though. This 16, 20-minute period where you got the early game you wanted, at least to some degree, but now what can you do with it? If you're Talon, you do not want this game to just become a farm fest and stall out.
Right.
You want to accelerate it either through continual team fighting or Roshan into tower taking. But you need one of those things to happen, because PARIVISION will be happy just farming this map and splitting the network. Satanic is gonna find farm. It's just what this guy does, man. Can't stop him.
He's currently finding farm in the top lane, where Makoto has come through the gate, and he's beckoned his allies to follow him. He sees the setup. He gets the toss back. WS hits him with the Shivas. All not enough to stop the Snow Gaze, but the hook shot was there from Yokum.
You can stop him.
Meanwhile, Gyrocopter gets left alone on the other side of the map, making things awkward. He will die eventually here, but a TP in from Talon. Makoto wants to take this fight. He's got a shield rune after all, and a Chain Frost that is bouncing around, throws Night Class up to the Wolves. Talon will feast on his corpse. Move on for another one. Decalis. The Gen hurricanes back the Tiny, but he's been spotted, hit by the flare, and eventually that blink will catch up to him.
Got no mana though, Austin.
Yeah, it's true. He used all of it.
Got Satterburn
to kill Decalis and his Satyrs.
The Makoto rampage continues though. 5-0 and 8. Unstoppable force right now. PARIVISION don't have an answer. That Medusa still susceptible. That was a big catch up top. The action continues. Poke and prod, wear him down. And you look at the vision on the map right now and where the lanes are. PARIVISION just having a lot of difficulties seeing enough to make the right moves and make the right plays. It's just, you're playing in darkness. Can't get the lanes out.
Talon, they may only have like one ward down as well, at least an aggressive one. They just lay one down in mid, but they're able to push all these lanes in.
Yes, that's
PARIVISION is constantly having to show heroes somewhere on the map.
They also have arguably the only vision hero in the game, which is the Clockwork with the rocket flare. They've been going out constantly, just scouting things.
They're going to smoke to their one and only ward on the side of PARIVISION.
I mean, this is, to me, this is a dead smoke, though. The only thing you're getting out of this is Roshan, if you want to go for that entirely. But even if you find a hero here, I don't think it does much. You're going to clear Talon out of your jungle, so you get a little reprieve, but the chances it caught something there, I think, are very low. When you get vision off of this, maybe you argue it's worth it. You can come back there and kill them later. But this is where you start to think about this, Roche. It's an awkward point, though, because it's flipping sides as well, so I don't want to wait for it to go to the Radiant side and then commit for it with the Bristle Chen lineup. That's going to give Talon a way to contest you very easily. They're already smoking up, looking for something.
Yeah, I think they knew that smoke was coming their way. And,
smokes.
What?
His Conda's done.
Yeah?
He's so big.
He is really big. He's going to be one-shotting almost anybody he gets his hands on here, except for the Satanic Night Class. All right, he doesn't get off his full combo, but the team can follow it up. Still, though, I just kind of have this sinking feeling. I mean, it's not terrible, but I do kind of need Talon to get a little bit more done. And maybe that means taking this Roshan and then using that to get to, all these tier 2s are still up, but I'm a little bit nervous about that. Chasing after no one, he's going to Rolling Thunder to get out of here. Now, Yokum is here.
Yeah, he rolled back into them. This is a little awkward.
Is he going to try and hit him with the hook shot here, see if he can get the angle, stall him up enough? No.
He's good, he's good. Roche still lingering. Neither team wants to commit for it. Again, Talon are in the area.
Yeah, go for it.
Absolutely can.
I mean, they absolutely should. Yeah. They shouldn't be afraid at all of PARIVISION.
No. Can't be afraid of this game. You gotta just keep pushing forward, taking every fight that comes to you, playing around your item timings.
Let's see, average last hits net worth at 20 minutes. 221 with 11,000 net worth is the average. So he's up 6 last hits, but down 900 gold because he's died so many times at the hands of Talon. I missed the gyrocopter bit, but he's ahead by 800 gold.
This Butterfly's gonna have to do something, I think. Because you're gonna get pushed in here now that you lost that Roche.
I mean, the evasion part of it doesn't feel that useful to me in this game.
And evasion's doing nothing.
How much damage is he going to be doing if he's getting fire spirited or, you know, hit by the frost from Lich slowing him? Like, his attack speed is just going to be so slow in these fights that I don't see the damage being effective either.
I agree. Even if you get caught by a gaze, there's some extra burn and downtime. You're getting pulled into an egg, and then there's a Shiva's aura. This Medusa's super susceptible right now. This Butterfly does not give you that survivability you need, so I don't really know how you take the fight if you're PARIVISION. You got to get some work done with this Pango. Like, catch him on some choke point and just chain stun them up. Let this Medusa go to town. Do have the pipe on the bristle. That's
gonna smoke into Talon with this one and start off going on a clockwork. He gets a 4-stab, trying to get a bit of distance. Now he's gonna die, but he makes his death a little bit slower. Hook shot out. Maybe he doesn't die. Actually, Makoto's in. He's got a shield root too. Oh, this is bad with the Shiva's on top of the Supernova right in the middle. They go for the egg though, and they will be able to have it. The Butterfly does work.
Out of mana, but there's nothing to finish him off.
I mean, Talon will still be able to come in and clean up, but that was, I still feel like that's a win as long as Satanic gets out of here for the toss. Put him on top of him, and Satanic couldn't get out. There's the loss.
Man, he could have just TP'd too. But Talon, make the right read, chase him down, and get the big prize. Make that Aegis work.
Man, that was the initial part of the fight was so close too, because Satanic was totally out of mana.
Yes.
By the time he kills that Supernova and kills the gyrocopter.
I mean, if you don't have Aegis there, that's honestly not a good fight for Talon.
Yeah.
And it looked good. That was the strange part. I felt like that egg had a decent shot at going off if that Dusa just died, but there's nothing to finish him.
Yeah.
Shows the strength of PARIVISION's lineup when they're all together with these auras. Still a lot to get through. Your Gyro doesn't have that Daedalus. He doesn't have the big damage yet. Frost Shield does some work here, though.
Yeah, it does.
Sure. A lot of physical damage to mitigate.
I thought surely with Tiny coming in, Shield Rune, and then this egg right on top of everything.
Did the Chain Cross get... Is that the tail end of it, or...?
Makoto's still on the hunt, though. Hook shot to stop the TP out. 9 class is just food this entire game, and yeah. Makoto is getting real fat off of him.
9th death.
9th death, with Makoto being 6-0-11. This man is, I'm not going to say carrying Talon, because I feel like everybody on Talon is playing really well, but...
Makoto gets his TP canceled.
Pops his illusion rune to get out of the ensnare. And starts racing up top to join his team. No one. He thought he was going to be cheeky and cut the wave. He's in a little bit of trouble now. Has to just roll on out. I guess the hook shot wasn't up.
And PARIVISION are just trying to play the lane game right now. They're just trying to push all the waves into Talon, stall this game out, wait for the next Roche to probably take that big fight. Chen Creeps and Medusa Illusions are doing a decent job of it. Should push Satanic to his next item. Scotty gives you that extra magic survivability with just the raw HP mana. That's going to be a big turning point in this game. It's a question of how much Talon can bleed you out before you get there. Makoto always on the hunt. Saw the Medusa didn't want him. He wants no one, no Rolling Thunder, no TP.
BKB for the Phoenix. That's that'll be an interesting choice. So he's going to get in there with his Shivas and Fire Spirits, and he's going to actually try and stay in the fight.
Yeah, I like
not in egg form.
I like it. This means you can play around that Dying Light a lot longer, just stay on top of the Medusa, bait a lot more damage into you, and guarantee that that egg goes off.
He can wait for the Manta to be used.
Yep.
Right, and then if he gets the attack speed slowing him, then pop the Supernova. He doesn't have to rush it.
It's a very solid Phoenix BKB game. Do not want to get caught in these chain silences either. This just guarantees your team fight is comfortable and easy. And Daedalus for the gyro now gives you that damage. So everything's coming in line for Talon here.
Is there any point in the Gyrocopter versus Dusa that you go MKB? Because right now he's just going typical gyro, like, you know, Daedalus into Satanic sort of deal.
It's just, I don't know. I don't think your job this game is to burst focus the Dusa, you know?
Sure.
I don't think that's Gyro's purpose a lot of times, and I don't think they need that to be the purpose. I think they will win the fight by just playing the team fight well with everybody casting spells.
Trying to deal with the wards, but PARIVISION will protect their vision. Try and chase down Cuckoo here. Force Staff getting some distance. Here comes the Rolling Thunder, and it's on a little choke point here. This is dangerous. DM pushing forward, toss back to put Natsumi in a better position while Cuckoo ends up on the high ground here.
I think Talon are going to turn this fight.
Yeah, Sanders Gaze right onto no when the Chain Frost bounce it away. Cuckoo finally dies. Talon not opting to take the fight, not opting to try and jump in. Now go after the Bristleback. Immediately silenced by 9 Class. Great response by him. And they start backing away. Satanic comes ever closer. Natsumi once again needs to be tossed away from... Oh, wait. He's got a missile running after him. He's going to have to cancel that TP. And this is an opportunity for PARIVISION to get more kills. It's going to be Yokum who dies next.
I thought for sure Talon tried to turn in that river. Felt like PARIVISION overextended a little bit with Lich ending up on that cliff, but not feeling like there was the opening to make it happen. The Phoenix coming in late.
They were so full of aggression on the side of Talon in that first 15 minutes, and now I almost feel like they're playing a little scared.
Yeah, it's starting to stall out a bit. Feels like they're not confident trying to all in this Medusa or the Bristle on the front line, but you're going to have to try and do that at some point.
Is there a better timing? Because I feel like they're getting kind of like everything they need. I don't see like waiting for items being that beneficial for them.
Next Roshan. You can argue Aegis on Gyro lets you commit a lot more aggressively, but that's going to be a Roshan, I think, Satanic can test, because this Scotty's going to be done. And it's like, honestly, a strong Scotty game. It's not just about the stats and HP here. You get that hit on the Gyro or the Tiny, and all of a sudden you're in a situation where you have to commit as a team or you're just getting run down. Because there's a lot of chase potential in this lineup. With the Goo stacks, the Pango running you down.
Push out the top lane, come through the gate. PARIVISION, they're setting up to contest this Roshan on Radiant's side. Pushing down the bottom lane, high ground vision placed out. Talon, they want to fight around this tier 1.
Oh, Natsumi has a decent position here.
No one sees the back line, immediately jumps it. It's going to be the Lich in trouble. Hook shot, meanwhile, placed onto the Bristleback. Natsumi was cutting in from behind. He doesn't want to go for the Dusa. He wants something else out of this one. He's used his BKB to run away from a Dusa. This is not great. WS is still waiting in the wings here. An opportunity to get an egg well positioned, perhaps, and he may need to.
I mean, this just looks like an over fight for Talon.
Oh yeah, it's definitely over. It's just a question of like how much PARIVISION is going to run after and try and bring down Natsumi, and is WS going to be able to bail him out with the Supernova?
Just another indecisive fight from them. The Gyro commits on the Dusa, Makoto commits on supports. He's way below this screen. He went on the 9 class, didn't even finish him. So none of the cores were jumping the same target there. There's no egg dropped. And you just bleed a couple of kills, and PARIVISION are still high HP on basically everybody here. You have Chenelt coming up in 10. You're a little low man on the Dusa, but that's about it.
Meanwhile, Cuckoo is like, you know, he's like 2,000 units behind his Gyrocopter. And all of a sudden, he's got a Bango right up in his face.
Yeah, I thought Talon had decent position there with the way the Gyro and the Tiny were going to be behind or on the back line, but again, they just didn't strike first, and then your supports are just getting killed.
Let's see if Natsumi is able to get out of this one. He goes for a TP, and no good.
No way you're getting out of that. You don't have BKB, you are getting chunked in these fights.
Ooh, Talon. They had the advantage for a long time, for like the last 20 minutes, but it's going to swing into PARIVISION's favor.
they're just not executing these team fights with the advantage they had, and this game has swung completely back towards PARIVISION's favor. They're scouting this Roche with Chen creeps right now, so the second that's up, they're going to commit for it, because they know how strong this Medusa is with her item timings.
Chip it away at the towers. But PARIVISION, they take that 1 tier 2 bottom, and they could probably just go do Roshan with some... Well, I guess they need another minute for it to spawn, but they should have some confidence given the way that Talon is just kind of giving way to PARIVISION for much of this.
This next fight looks a lot harder than those previous two. You're just not getting another round of high damage items on the side of Talon. You're getting more utility. Lotus Sword for the Phoenix, Satanic for the gyro survivability. The BKB was the big item for Makoto there. But nothing's really helping you burst these frontliners at the side of PARIVISION. We're just getting tankier and tankier.
Yeah. Deal with the Tormentor on their side. That being said, that pop-up is going to go out. A shard for Satanic. Talon is going to know they're on the other side of the map. They're the ones set up around the Roshan pit right now. See what kind of wards that they can get down with this smoke. The high ground ward.
I mean, you gotta jump this, right?
They're so afraid of it just being a bait going on this tanky hero. But at some point in time,
I mean, you
gotta be the aggressors.
I don't know. It feels like it's too tempting to pass up.
Yeah, toss into Sinister Gaze. You know, like, they could chain stun him for a long time.
Exactly. And make PARIVISION go into you, like, okay, they take the Dusa.
They go for the Dusa instead, trying to burst her down, but the Supernova already placed down. All the Sun's placed on the Dusa. They can't stop the A. The Anka's going to go off, but will they be able to finish off Satanic? Natsumi was stoned up, now hit by the Rolling Thunder. They all end on the Dusa, and they missed. They did not have the damage. The calculation was off. And they will lose 3 for that. WS making a sick little Sunray TP out. They'll spare his life, but it's still quite bad for Talon.
Man, he got that Stone Gaze off pretty late. They got a full Sinister Gaze chain stun, but it didn't matter. He's just so tanky. And the second that ult goes off, you cannot come in with the gyro. Yeah, Healing Lotus definitely doing some work there. This Dusa has been a massive problem for Talon past all this early. And that is what Satanic tends to do. He creates a problem and forces you to solve it. Now Talon are massively on the back foot here.
They're the little things, right? The Lotus and then the shard that he got off of the Tormentor. Like, you take away both those things, then maybe the Dusa dies, and that fight obviously is very different.
He also had Kaya fought just as he went into that fight.
Right.
There's more mana gain percentage. We're gonna see it here. Like, this chain stuff's not bad. He's very low, but then that burst heal guarantees the hold. You don't have any silences to throw into him. You don't have any extra stuns, really. Gyro just gets melted. And the auras are starting to build up here. This is not just a Medusa. This is a Medusa with a lot of buffs behind her.
Yeah.
Including that big lizard.
That was supposed to be that one situation where they isolate the Dusa for that first second or two. Got a lot of damage in. Now they're going to have to play for high ground defense tossbacks, but it's denied by the silence from 9 class. Makoto is not able to get the repositioning there, and PARIVISION punish a bit.
Just don't have the damage anymore.
Yeah, look at him constantly slowing down Natsumi, whether it's between the Scotty or the Goo. He's just at a crawl, a standstill.
You got to get some tossbacks going here. Tiny airlines.
He's going to try, gets it on the bristleback. Immediately going to be Avalanche. Sinister Gaze chaining up the stuns a decent amount. They will get a kill. 1 for 2, though, perhaps, as their backline gets decimated by the no-one Pangolier. And Tiny is going for more. Has to pop his BKB and TP out, it seems.
Just full HP on everybody still.
Yeah, they lost their bristleback, but, like, who really cares? The real threat is this Dusa, who has the Aegis. They're still going to try and go for the toss back onto him with Sinister Gaze into the Supernova. This egg will successfully go off. The first life of Satanic may be in some trouble. Got off the Manta, dodges the stun, makes a little bit of a crawl outside the base before he dies. But that distance is enough. Talon. How is he not dead yet? All right, finally he goes down, but he's so far outside of the base that Makoto, they can't commit for a second kill.
I feel like this is how Talon should have been playing the fights initially, like with all these tossback plays. And I think that fight kind of showed you can toss this Bristle in and he dies. And it puts PARIVISION in a little bit of an awkward situation. I mean, yeah, you're far behind now. You have to commit support buybacks, but you have to take some risks in this game. And this Dusa is the biggest risk of all. You try and all in her, it's a mixed bag entirely. And now Satanic, he has a lot of extra gold to play with here. It buys up a full Diffusal, going for the Disperser. This Dusa's hitting hard, dealing a lot of damage.
I mean, that was just ridiculous how long he lived on this, like, 20 HP.
Snake gave some mana, you get Solar Crest here for some extra barrier. A lot to get to. DM, he's straight back into the barracks. He says, toss me again, I don't care.
Yeah, he really doesn't.
I know my job in this game.
His job is to annoy the Gyrocopter and keep him slowed down with this viscous nasal goo alongside the Facet. Got him stuck inside the cogs a little bit there. Toss back on Natsumi, trying to get him repositioned for the fight.
But you can run all you want, but your base can't.
And they are running out of glyphs. Another one used. The melee barracks on a sliver of HP. PARIVISION will not push the issue, surprisingly. They are going to back out.
Yeah, Satanic going top. He sees creeps. He wants creeps.
Fair enough.
He kills creeps.
The mind of a carry. He also had tier 4s coming in soon. He can farm up that Disperser. So there's no rush to these things. I feel like PARIVISION, I struggle to see that there is any point in this game from here on out that they're not favored.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for them. I mean, they got through that mid-game hurdle, and the scaling items are going to start to pour in now. You're going to have an AUC on the Bristleback. This Morto for 9 class could start to pick up some slack, too.
Hey, he's going to go for an Aghanim Scepter, which is a pretty cool idea.
Parting Shot is incredibly debilitating for these carries that rely on a limited duration output the damage.
Yep.
Do pick up that Satanic on the Gyros. This is probably your best chance to try and turn the game around. Has a lot more survivability, assuming he doesn't get chain stunned in that Stone Gaze.
Just so where's the damage gonna come from? Dude, Makoto's 6-0 and 12 still. He still hasn't died.
Yeah, he's been a beast this game, but his damage output's limited. It's all based on the spells. You have one combo, and then you gotta wait 10 seconds. It's just not cutting it anymore. And that AC got completed on DM Bristle here, so oh man, that is a massive damage upgrade between the AoE stacking armor of the goo plus the AC and this Medusa hitting you with split shot.
Yeah.
It's just straight nasty.
It almost feels like they need to kill the Bristle, like get the toss back on the Bristle, and then just reset until the goo runs out. Trying to go for the Satanic, but he instantly mantas and the silence to cover him. A toss back onto an illusion is all he'll get with his support suffering. Yoakum's gonna go down. Natsumi, he's not sure whether to go in with this Satanic or bounce to the fountain. It's back to the fountain they go. Talon will reset with the 4 of them, but buildings dropping fast. PARIVISION, the tier 2 is still up at the top lane, so they will go for the tier 4s instead.
Look at the buffs on this guy.
There is a billion green circles on him.
Talk about 4 protect 1. This is 4 buff 1, and he's just gonna take your throne without a fight.
Got to toss back onto the Bristle. Doesn't go far. WS, he's going to have to pop the Supernova here. Satanic can commit to killing the egg, though. There is no interference being run by Talon. No way out. Finally, Makoto will die as the throne follows him into death. His first death of the game.
And just
loses like this, being fountain farmed.
Man, wrong way for Talon to go out. They just could not get anything going in this tournament. PARIVISION starting to bring up the heat, and this is a dangerous, I don't know if I want to call it lower bracket, but they're a dangerous team that have wins going their way and building momentum as that bracket goes on, right? Every series, they're going to get better, And if you come into them unprepared, they will run you over. They can play fast, they can play ball, they can play aura, they can play tempo, they can go the late game. Just rely on Satanic to mega carry them. This team has a lot of ways that they can win games, and that's what makes them scary, and they showcased it today as we had a stomp and we had a 40-minute kind of aura death ball lineup.
Yeah, reminder at Fisher that PARIVISION made their run from the very bottom of the bracket, right? Yep. From the get-go, they were in the, I mean, I guess they lost to Team Spirit to go down there, but they went through Heroic, BetBoom, Spirit before they finally ran into Falcon. So as you said, you know, they are a dangerous team. They do build up momentum. They did it in Thailand, they did it in Serbia, and they just might be able to do it here in Copenhagen. Looking forward, though, Talon, I mean, not the same kind of showing they had in their previous tournament.
Not really close, but...
They did show some promise, but this game was particularly disappointing because it does feel like they at least had a very good shot. I'm not going to say it was a throw or anything, but they were in the driver's seat of the game, for sure.
I just think that Medusa pick is scary. It's a last pick Medusa versus a lineup that is not going to beat him in the late game, and it's the best Medusa player in the world, arguably, right now. Tough position to be in.
All right, time to go to an interview with Nat T and DM.
I know we're already having a bit of a chat here, making sure that he knew he was doing this winners interview here, because you guys, two very different styles of winning here. You went for that, you know, pretty much 20-minute game one crush, and then going for the later game here. How are you able to adjust and play two different styles in such quick succession?
To be fair, I think we just understand when we're weaker than enemy team, and we just don't try to 5v5 into enemy big timings, especially when we're weaker. So we're just like patient, we're trying to be disciplined, and that was an amazing game where we figured out what to do. So thanks for enemies to stomping us on early game, so we figured out to test something new.
Well, how do you ensure that a Medusa still gets this space, especially as another core? How do you ensure that she's getting the farming, she's getting that space, and that you are going to be able to still hit item timings?
It felt not that hard because we had amazing vision on enemy team. They were playing two lanes very disciplined and well, but when you play two lanes like this, you don't contest Medusa at all. So we just give him all the space he wants and try to buy time on subs. Like Muerta was buying a lot of time for us. Yeah, felt easy first.
And the Phoenix, right? We saw it in the last tournament. You guys really wanted to pick it up for yourselves. This time around, though, you're willing to give it away. It feels like your eyes aren't really going towards that. Do you just favor more heroes, different heroes over the Phoenix, or you just feel that the Phoenix isn't as strong as what you originally thought?
I think Phoenix is a really good hero, but now when I played against it, and I played myself a lot of it, I know how to beat this hero. So now I'm like, let's give it away. I'll call like for good heroes against it, and we just do it.
Are you a little bit sick of potentially Bristleback? Because we've been seeing it a lot now. You're picking it up 2 games in a row, or you're like, I'm done with it. Let's try and play something new.
I think this hero is really good, and this build was invented by a famous player, The Hack. So I'm just like small The Hack follower. I'm just doing what The Hack do, and I'm trying to win like this, and it's working out. I think I have 6 wins on Bristleback so far. So The Hack was right.
He was right. I feel like your team is big fans of him. This is like the second time you mentioned him. But look, DM, congratulations again. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you. Have a nice day, and all the best for the viewers.
Thank you very much for that awesome interview. It was very interesting to hear. The game looked so bad early, so hearing that it was things like them showing on lanes and playing that way that made them feel so confident that Medusa was just going to be fine. It's good insight, because I was watching this Medusa. It's like the 14-minute comes, she's taking the Wisdom Rune, which I'm sure felt bad for the supports, but they're still making do and getting out there, making that space. Satanic's ability to farm was crazy. He was just way up there. Like usually this map shrinks and you're not able to get that reach onto all those extra camps. You see the gyro is in his triangle with 1,000 million stacks, right? And Medusa is a lot more limited, and yet he still just kept it up. Like that was just a really great Medusa farming gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was a better showing from Talon. I think they had chances to win this game, but they are kind of on a timer. Like if they don't utilize the Phoenix timings, I feel like they are gonna get outscaled, just because I feel like Phoenix doesn't really offer that much after the whole like Shiva's level 12 timing. If you don't get like a significant advantage at that point, then the hero falls off a little bit as a core. And maybe that's also what DM was talking about. Like the hero has really strong timings for sure. You need to respect those, but if you play around them, then yeah, it's maybe not as strong anymore as an offlaner.
Yeah, I mean, for, again, like the gyrocopter, it's like the fact that you're going for like a normal build, maybe if there ever was a game that you do some like weird, like maybe like the drum disassemble, diffusal, go like completely left field, BKB, but it's like you're cooking so hard to try and win an early game and you need to scale, but then also when you scale, you get outscaled. So I think Talon in general just had a lot of pressure on them, but I think both drafts, PARIVISION just applied that pressure. You know, in one game there's a Brood pick, in another game it's a Medusa. It's like you now have to try and deal with a Bristleback, and then a Brood, and then a Bristleback, and a Medusa. It's like, if anything, Bristle is the core of all of this, because by the time you've dealt with Bristle, of course your carry's gonna have fun. Like, Satanic's like, boys, you go play over there, I'll get 2 items, and I'll join you, right? And I think this logic is really scary on carry players that utilize it correctly.
I think also just the fact that they used second pick so well. Like, we have seen first pick being preferred by a lot of teams in a lot of ways recently, but the way they abused the last pick in both these games show that there's still potential for this absolute last pick to come in and have a huge impact on the game. Yeah.
I feel like it's props to both PARIVISION's coach Astini being able to work through this, bringing out 2 different sort of play styles within these lineups, but also Satanic really showing that, okay, I can play this Brood here that we don't really see in carry, that's able to close out a game quickly. We have a timer, we know how to apply to it, but also the way that he is able to farm on a Medusa. And it was DM, he gave props to 9 class, being like, Muerta, she was out there, giving as much vision as possible. And the Medusa, being able to safely farm, right? Yes, Satanic is great at farming. He's always finding that space for himself, but to do it safely is a whole nother ball game.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's just so many layers to how strong their draft is, right? And I think now that PARIVISION has this ability to 24 pick a carry and go, hey, you see the entire game, what do you want? Like, that kind of potential is insanely good for a team. And yeah, I think just the journey in their gauntlet run is, of course, going to potentially be a long one, especially if they can get these type of drafts and these type of games, then they're going to be a contender in any series, any team they go up against.
Yeah. Well, I do have one thing I was really happy with in that game was after all this farming, right? They get the Aegis on Talon, and because I was watching, I was like, how are they going to close this game out? How are they going to try and take it? They get that Aegis, they move bot with all their heroes. I really loved PARIVISION fighting them at that moment. Like, bringing Medusa away from her farming, being like, let's contest this, let's not let them keep this Aegis, taking that fight, even though however many heroes died on their side, at least 3, right? They got the Aegis, they got the Phoenix kill, they forced them out of that position of advantage and was just like, no, now we're resetting it and we're slowing the game back down again until we're in the place where we can win.
How do you ever stand your ground against a late game Medusa? I feel like Talon's answer was this gyro. He can stand there, especially when you get the Ags with the extra flat cannon and stuff. They're like, you know, it doesn't really matter so much, you can stand your ground, and then just not able to do it, Misery.
I mean, I think it looked like for a long time that Talon was in the driving seat of this game, and they probably were. But I think, like, where PARIVISION was really good at dodging the Phoenix timing and taking kind of smart fights, I think Talon made a mistake fighting before they just kept fighting and didn't respect the timing of Medusa Butterfly. We saw the gyrocopter with, did he have, I don't remember if he had Aegis at the time, but he was hitting the Medusa point blank for several seconds without being stunned, and he just couldn't hit him because he had a butterfly. But there was no MKB on the gyrocopter, so I think if Talon were to win this game, they would have to slow down around this 30-40 minute mark and farm more and get more items on the gyrocopter, get a Hex on Phoenix, like scale on all of your heroes so that you actually have a chance to team fight. Because I think that was really the reason why they ended up losing in the end, is because they took fights at the wrong time.
No, I fully agree, and that is the hit or miss nature. I think with Talon's draft and kind of playstyle, they kind of always want to take the fight, but I think what you're describing there is what makes a good team a great team, right? It's like the fact that you play your lane, you break down your enemy, but there needs to be a point where killing isn't the objective. Scaling to the point where you respect your opponent is, and here it's like they didn't respect Medusa. They didn't respect what PARIVISION can do. They kept doing like the simple approach of just get more kills. And eventually you're going to make a mistake, especially with Phoenix and offlane. It just takes one bad egg and your game falls apart. And I do feel like once they add that discipline to their strategy, that's when this will be a Talon win, because they'll be able to like understand like the key windows to win it. But them playing with this form of just keep going at them and eventually we'll just break them, it's not going to work against good teams. Like DM said, you're going to see them in the lane, you're going to dodge them, you're going to wait, you're going to take the correct fight. And yeah, I think there's a lot of growth needed for Talon.
They're going to get it. You know, there is still time. This is only our 2nd tournament in the calendar year of 2025. There's still heaps out there, right, for yourself. But I want to look at some positives as well for the side of Talon. Yep, that's trying.
No, there's Makoto. insane Tiny performance, right?
Yes.
Okay, I guess like what I'm struggling with is because in Fissure, it really was like Makoto having this shining moment. A lot of people realized that, and now I'm wondering he's had a very inconsistent performance on Tiny in both Game 1 and Game number 2.
I mean, Game 2, he was great on Tiny. I thought they had... When Cuckoo talked about this team, he said that one of the things that he reflects on is Southeast Asia style of Dota, which is like this YOLO-esque stuff and how everyone goes crazy and it's chaotic and you're going all over the place. And he said he doesn't want that anymore. He wants to chill. He wants them to be able to be stable and actually keep calm and be able to close out these games. And he's reflected on Fissure and said that that is one of the things that they had a problem with, is that they played against a team that was just better at that, and they were not able to win out, right? Because we saw them winning games or like doing well in the early mid game and then just choking it out later, right? It's just because they're trying to adapt to trying to be more stable, and they're struggling with it because it's something that is newer to them as a play style. I think that's very respectable. I don't know how long it generally takes to kind of get really clean and sharp with these things, but when you have other teams that have been really nailing that for a long time, you need a little bit to catch up. And I respect a lot that they understand their weaknesses and are working on them.
The question is if it's too hard for them as a team to learning how to play like Falcons or like these more established, very methodical, very strategical teams, or if it's a better approach to try to be more innovative maybe and try to create something that kind of fits your own play style, some more aggressive heroes, maybe tailor a bit more to the individuals in the team. Not sure, but I think it's something that C teams in general has been struggling with for, I mean, as long as you can remember almost, and it's something that seems to be hard to fix for them.
Look, I'm seeing a couple more people joining us in the studio here. Right? We got new teams coming in, and I feel like this is the moment that I want to take as, you know, fun as the PARIVISION and the Talon series was to watch. It is unfortunate that we say goodbye to Talon here at Blast Slam 2. They are eliminated, but I want to let you guys know there's those fun little nameplates behind the players' computers. You guys have a chance to win that. Head on over to Blast TV, get yourself a Talon nameplate. They are all signed as well, so a little bit of extra on top of that. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, a whole new best of 3 elimination for you guys at home.
here to confess about some bugs that happened and I witnessed them. This came from an ex-teammate, or actually current teammate. They won the game because they fountain hooked people to the fountain. I approved 100% because anything that happens is a feature, not a bug. So props to them on figuring that out.
Have you ever used a bug?
I have never used a bug in my life.
Have you ever used a feature?
I've used many features.
Hello, my name is I have never abused a bug in the entirety of my existence as a celestial being because I am perfect and beyond reproach. People I have seen abuse bugs, Aoi 2000 abused a bug where Necrophos Q had 4 times the range and he won Star Ladder 6 with that.
Hello, my name is I have been having people abuse bugs against me my entire life. Every time I play Primal Beast and I'm about to charge someone, they somehow know. They're scripting, they're hacking, I don't know what's going on, but these pro players ain't legit. And I know it because Nisha abused the hell out of the Storm Spirit bug. We just did like triple damage from his overload. I think all bug abusing cheaters should be banned. They should be sent to a high security prison where they're no longer allowed to play Dota.
If I were being fair about what the punishment for be for people like this, I'd say maybe firing squad.
What a good content piece there. Some bug confessionals. I mean, I have no idea which 3 players that was at all.
No, me
absolutely
neither.
no.
I just think it's good that they have open communication between the
Have you ever
players.
used a bug, T? Have you ever used a bug?
Have I used a bug? I've used many features.
Oh, okay.
But I wouldn't.
all as intended
I wouldn't
by
use
Valve.
a bug that obviously is game breaking though. I think that's called common sense. But another topic. for
Another
day.
topic. We do have a best of 3 elimination if you'd like to change the topic to that one.
Sure, yeah, go for it.
All right, why not? We can also have a look at our bracket with what has happened earlier today. We did see PARIVISION knock out Talon, which does mean their next opponent is up against Liquid, and that's happening tomorrow. So I'm telling you, the action does not stop. They're going to have to go back. They're going to have to prepare for a whole new best of 3, and right now we're preparing for our next one, which is in that bottom half of the single elimination bracket. Xtreme Gaming up against BetBoom team. Before we delve into the teams, do you guys want to put any guesses out there on picks, on results?
Okay, let's just get this out of the way. Xtreme had a horrible group stage. They went 0-4. They looked shaky. It didn't look great, gonna be honest about that. But that doesn't mean they're gonna play badly today.
Okay.
This is the same lineup that came to our last blast. I think they had a pretty good showing in the groups then. I think they had a nice showing when they took a win on the actual stage then as well. We're moving from a best of 1 to a best of 3. I have belief, but they did look bad. So we have to admit that, okay?
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
For sure. I also think that BetBoom team has not looked their best recently. So we are potentially looking at a matter of who can pull themselves up today and deliver when it matters, right? Because the group stage is just a group stage. It's a single elim. Now you have a chance to kind of come back and deliver a good showing.
That's true. The group stages are there to put you in a good position. It doesn't mean you're eliminated. It doesn't mean you're out by any means. BetBoom team, their dream is still alive. In fact, let's actually go ahead and learn a little bit more about them.
The creator. Pure ingenuity in action. Their plays are like works of art, leaving opponents confused and spectators in awe. When they're on the field, it's not just a game, it's a masterpiece in motion. The Moneymaker. Cool under pressure, calculating, and always making the right call. They don't just win games, they turn opportunities into gold. When the stakes are high, you know who's cashing in. The Musician. Every move is like a note in a symphony, perfectly timed and flowing with harmony. They make the game feel like a concert, blending rhythm and precision into a melody of dominance. The Laughing One. The heart of the team. Their joy is infectious and their presence lifts everyone's spirits. But don't mistake that laughter for weakness. Behind the smile, a fierce competitor who knows when to strike. Easy Gamer. Cool, calm, and effortlessly in control. They make the toughest games look like a casual stroll, turning challenges into highlights with ease. For them, greatness isn't difficult, it's just their default setting. Together they are BetBoom Team, a team of dreamers, creators, and unstoppable forces. Their titles aren't just names, they're the essence of what makes them unforgettable.
Feels like everything you need to know about this BetBoom team lineup. Most notably, T, the fact that they have a stand-in. People might be scratching their heads. What's happened between an event 3 days ago where they had Kataomi and now where they have Toronto Tokyo standing in? Just visa issues. Nothing else to it.
I'd assume it's visa issues, and it's going to be a really key thing to note because I think Kataomi is a player that fits well into a system, and Toronto Tokyo is a player that likes to kind of not control the system, but he's going to have an input on it or like some type of like influence.
Ideas man.
Ideas man, exactly. So I think that might be a slightly different situation you have to deal with because maybe after a game, Katomi's kind of used to going, yeah, no worries, I can take that, I'll do that. But Toronto Tokyo, he's going to be like, no, we need to do this, maybe. So I think that alone is maybe why they're in round one. You know, the winners of the last slam, and now they're a round one team. I think that is quite jarring, I think, for a lot of their fans. And we'll see if they can kind of fix some things in this first best of three.
With the team arriving, they're here at our Blast Slam studios. We can't really dance around it too much, Misery. It was really rough for them yesterday. When you watch back on their games, do you think it is this stand-in effect that's happening for them, or were you a little bit question marking around their drafts and what they brought to the table as well?
No, I don't know if it. I mean, the stand-in might have an effect on the team, of course, but I don't think they look that good even in the last tournament either. I think they have had a little bit of a maybe identity crisis or something. Like their strategies don't seem to. They had a little bit of Iomasi going into the first couple of series, but apart from that, they haven't really shown anything that looked really solid. I think they also make a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes for a team of that caliber. So I just think that they are perhaps in a little bit of a pit or something, like they're trying to figure out what's next.
I mean, I'd argue that even though we haven't had a big patch, even a small patch, but there has been a meta shift in the last couple months, right? And I think at least from what I see, they haven't been able to kind of catch up with the new heroes compared to other teams who have like taken the new heroes, the new meta, and shaped it into their team. I still think they're kind of chasing the meta development, and maybe there's some reason that, you know, it's hard for us to really guess why, but I think the 4 or 5 new heroes that have emerged, they aren't really perfecting it. They aren't showing, no, this is our statement.
Which heroes specifically? I'm curious.
There's Nightstalker, there's Lycan, they've tried Abaddon, you know, they've dabbled with some IO, they still pick DK, which has some modest success, but I think there's plenty of heroes that have risen up out of nowhere because teams are getting more confident at just trying new stuff, and clearly they're not able to kind of keep up with that kind of pace of a meta.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, I enjoyed watching BB yesterday, but I did feel like their strategies were lacking, especially when you could compare them doing similar things to others, right? Like, we started our day watching Enigma play the Abaddon and do that really well as a core, but then we go over to BetBoom team doing it, and they are feeding the offlane really, really hard with him instead, and it's like, you know, meanwhile, like them losing one lane allows the supports to go run mid, and then GPK's dying a bunch of times, and that feels really bad as well. And it's the kind of thing where, you know, you can look at, oh, they have a stand-in and that's rough, but I think the stand-in had no real impact on what was occurring in the other lanes, right? So it seems like they're all kind of...
It feels like you're all on the same page about how you view BetBoom team at the moment, whether it was previously, even now. It's been a rough one for themselves. A rough result in the group stage for themselves. They did get a 1-game win, so that's got to have a little bit of confidence for them. But let's take a look back and see what their group stage did look like.
It looks a standing try. No, he's going to jump back in over the walls. Making the crit comes in. Pure
with the satanic.
They turn towards Sable, and then pulling Liquid right back up to the fountain.
The first Blast Slam saw BetBoom win their first tournament and break the narrative that they would never be a championship-winning team.
Through Sableye with the crits coming out. Can they kill Sableye in time? They can. They've taken the Beastmaster threat out the fight. Silas comes in on the Pure, but Pure gets a removed by the Phonic Shield from Mirror, jumps in over the Mickey. They take a Mickey.
However, after dropping the ball in Thailand, a lackluster performance in Serbia, and now an inauspicious start here in Denmark, it seems those old doubts are creeping back in. Will Blast give BetBoom a second chance at redemption?
Well, there it is, just how they were got themselves into this position here. It is the first round of this single bracket elimination. And you guys, just before we went and had that recap of their group stage, alluded to maybe not fitting into this weird or this different meta shift that's coming through whilst being on the same patch. This Abaddon, all right, that's the big question mark around it. They played it in the offlane for themselves, Mirror picking it up. The other teams that have found success with it, it's been either in a position 5 or position 1. So it's actually played in that safe lane. And Miro, I mean, this man, he is consistent. That's how I view him as an offlaner, and it is really tough to be consistent when maybe some of your other lanes aren't going as well. But he is an offlaner that I do enjoy watching and bringing new things into their team over at BetBoom.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when I think about his hero pool, right, I want to look at the Beastmaster. He's got, you know, Magnus, and he's got Enigma. Like, these heroes are exceptionally good right now. But yesterday, in some best of ones, they went for the Lycan, they went for the Bristle, they went for an Abaddon, right? And maybe they've been scrimming it, maybe they've been practicing some stuff. But when I think about, how did we, as a community, go, wow, Mira's like one of the best offlaners. It was on all the other heroes, and they're all still very viable. Yet yesterday, they're not utilizing his S tier heroes. Maybe these are like his A or his B tier, but I kind of feel like bringing him back into his comfort will bring a lot more life, especially when you have a stand-in. Like, you can't have an offlaner trying out new heroes, plus a new position 5. Like, there's too many moving parts happening, right?
Wow, you actually, like, I was literally about to say verbatim the same thing as you. You know, we're telepathically connected there. I got to speak with Miro, and I asked him some of those questions, some of the worries that we have about what's happening with BetBoom team. Miro joining me in a position that a lot of people thought BetBoom team would be in. So how are you guys bouncing back from yesterday and coming into your series today against Xtreme Gaming?
We was playing the previous tournament, Fisher Playground, and now we're playing Blast, and we're prepared well, I think. Try to do our best.
What were some of the struggles that you faced in the group stage yesterday?
I think we got some problems on the draft stage, and after that we played 3 more games, and the 4th game we just did a pretty good draft. So I think now we're ready to show good Dota.
I like that. I'm glad that you brought up the draft part, because you've been playing core ABBA for yourself. Where has this come from? Where did you get the inspiration for that?
I think our coach is, he always search something in Dota, and he say like Abaddon is good now, and I just tried, keep playing that.
Is it something that you played in pubs and a little bit extra audio for you guys, because I did ask him. I went on to then ask him and he said it's been working in scrims, but we just didn't see it work out for them yesterday in competitive. There is a chance that it's brought up again, but how successful will it be against their opponents? It's a big question mark, and I'm just wondering exactly if we can get some more information on Xtreme Gaming.
The brother, a figure of unwavering loyalty and strength, always standing shoulder to shoulder with their team, reliable, supportive, a true cornerstone in the chaos of battle. The irresponsible god, power that seems almost divine when it chooses to behave, a master of the extraordinary and the unexpected. They leave teammates in awe and opponents in confusion. Sometimes wild, sometimes miraculous, always unforgettable. The Minotaur, a relentless force of nature, charging headfirst into the fray with unstoppable might, carving a path through anything or anyone that dares stand in their way. The melee machine, precision, speed, fury, rolled into one unstoppable force. Their domain is up close, personal, where they reign supreme. Opponents can try to keep their distance, but it's only a matter of time before they're caught in the storm. The interviewee, the voice of the team, always ready to shine in the spotlight. Their wit, charm, and clutch performances make them as captivating off the field as they are on it. A true entertainer. Together, these 5 are Xtreme Gaming, a team built on power, precision, and pure personality. Their titles are just names. They're a declaration of the extreme they bring to every battle.
We didn't slow that down. They were just walking in. No one told them that. They just started walking in slow motion. Now, Xtreme Gaming have a lot of fun there on the media day. The roster, getting some more information about them. Probably not feeling like they had too much fun yesterday, the Missouri. They were the only team unable to get a win for themselves.
Yeah, they they look kind of confused in their games. But looking at their roster, I mean, it looks really strong, right? It's kind of surprising that they can't make it work somehow. Maybe today is the day they bounce back, but so far they really haven't been showing.
It was exactly what you're saying, Raya, that it's the same roster that we saw at Blast Slam 1, right? All the way back in end of November, start of December. It's the same roster. They did well in groups there. They were even able to get through one round of this single elimination and falling just short of grand finals, but they got third, fourth. So it works back then, and now all of a sudden, without a patch change, without anything else, it's just not meshing. It's not coming together.
Yeah, we could always like speculate, like, oh, maybe there's
That's exactly what I want you to do.
Speculate?
Yeah.
Like there's drama.
Oh,
I think one of them
there
got
it is.
into a relationship with another messy breakup, and now they're kind of just having the fallout.
Those laning partners,
What can you do?
gets every time.
Yeah. It's hard to say. I think they didn't look particularly strong mechanics-wise. There's like lanes where they probably shouldn't have lost as hard as they did. I think I saw like News Timber have a really rough one against a TB Chen where he wasn't able to recover. He started wandering the map and dying elsewhere. Things like that where they're not able to find their place in the map or like know what moves they have to make to come back. Because I think other teams I've seen have, even in games where it looks bad, right? The enemy's invading their side of the map and taking their Tormentor at 20 minutes, but they're still making the move to go take their enemy Tormentor at 20 minutes, right? It's like whatever we can get out of the map, we're going to take it. Xtreme, I haven't seen it from them so much. Really feels like they've been crumbling, at least in the games I saw.
Well, let's quickly, T, I want to put a visual representation to exactly what Raya is talking about. We're going to have a look at that group stage day from yesterday.
Amar rolls up to try and get away, guarded by the Nimbus for now. Mulry comes in with a two-man hook shot. They've landed on the Storm of the Bristleback, and XM is shredded. Ghost Scepter them dies immediately after. Polosan. Ghost Scepter TP cancelled for the Sinister Gaze, but he blinks away.
Regression is the theme for Xtreme, as last year, this squad were the ones carrying a whole region on their backs. Now, they're being outshined by their little brothers.
Oh my God, going in back with the toss of the avalanche to the door, the damage, and no one's fucking dying!
Still, there's plenty of time to right this ship, and maybe a grueling gauntlet is just what this Chinese squad needs to get back in shape.
There it is, what we could show you of Xtreme Gaming and how they performed yesterday. A factor, T, maybe people aren't really taking into consideration is their opponent, all right? We try to balance groups as evenly as possible, but it's not always set up that way. Sometimes you just come up against opponents you don't know how to handle.
And that is exactly what happened in Group B. So I think, at least with Xtreme and this version of Chinese Dota, when you're going against Gaming, Nigma, PARIVISION, they are some of the fastest map-breaking teams that we currently have. Nigma has kind of morphed into that role. Falcons, maybe not so much, but still they're very kind of like map closing to some degree, but through farm. I think this group is probably the worst group possible for Xtreme to go into because their drafts and their play style is like calm, collected, wait for a little bit, and then they make the moves when they can. But if they're the ones getting run at, they look like a completely different team. So I think every opponent that they played against so far, natural play style beats Xtreme at the moment in their current form. So I'm hoping that maybe going up against BB, a team that kind of wants to play for...
A team that's getting rowdy, by the way.
They're getting very loud, but like they're a little bit more volatile, right? They make mistakes. When they close out a map, they get overconfident, then they misplay a couple times. That's what Xtreme want to capitalize on. But for a pure like matchup, their group was not the best group for them.
I'm hoping they can put that, that sort of logic applied to what happened yesterday for themselves. I did get to talk to Polosan, and let's check out exactly what he had to say. Polosan joining me here. Rough day yesterday, there's nothing else to say around that, but I want to know from your point of view kind of what went wrong and why you weren't able to get a win on the board.
I think everything went wrong on our side. I think for most parts, we are not playing well. And everyone else is not at the right. It's not playing well right now. Yeah.
Would you say there's one aspect that is struggling more than anything else, whether that's drafting, team fighting, or do you think it's a mix of everything?
I think it's more like a mental thing, and it's something that we are working on right now.
And do you think that changing from best of ones back into best of threes is something that could help you guys? Even if you're one game down, it'll give you a better chance to be able to come back?
Definitely. I think it will definitely help. But it all depends on ourselves as well.
Well, how is Xtreme Gaming feeling coming up against BetBoom team today?
neutral, I guess. Yeah, we will just do our part and play our best. Yeah.
Awesome. I look forward to that, Paulson. Thank you so much for joining me. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Focusing on themselves. That's exactly what Paulson wants his team to do. And that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to focus on them because we have a game at #1 draft in this best-of-3 elimination.
I just like the SFM, so it's so nice, you know, the playing cards, the strategy, it feels intense. I feel like I have to say something really important right now, and I failed that, but...
They're doing the draft. The creeps are doing the draft.
Yeah, and we'll see what they do upcoming in the draft, but either way, I feel like the importance of this series for me is just Xtreme need to make sure that they give themselves a good platform, because when you're a team that's underperforming in play and like a lot of things, if your draft is like simple to execute on, there is no like overly complicated like strategy you have to kind of find the solution to, you're going to fix a lot of the out of game problems, I feel. So draft is super critical for Xtreme in their current position.
I agree. At the same time though, I think that it's also important that they don't fall into the same trap we saw in our games, where the games we were casting, where they ended up having heroes with little to no synergy. So I think it's crucial for them that they also draft a lineup that is cohesive and that kind of makes sense together, and they don't just have 5 good heroes, right? Also interesting to see if there's anything new coming into this draft. Like,
well, I hope he's coming because he's in the game, so I hope he does turn up to the game and play. Yes,
very clever.
Thank you. Yeah, yes. I tried my best there, but Lacoste probably wouldn't be proud.
Anything unusual so far? Not particularly. We have the classic Alchemist ban, Bounty Hunter, Nyx Assassin, and then the Bristleback's ban. So we don't get to see this game. That's
what a shame.
That's kind of a little bit of a blessing here, perhaps, that we can get a different type of game going. TA is also kind of an interesting ban in the first phase, but obviously Pure, having shown TA
and GPK, right?
Yeah, I guess they can also play it on multiple roles. Yeah, you're right.
Like right now, for me, like the TA for Xtreme, the ban is like a respect towards if you second pick a TA, not only will it limit our mid hero pool, it will limit our offlane hero pool, and you're going to flex it to 24, right? And you know, Xtreme, they've been first picking every single game so far at Blast Slam 2. They're yet to take second pick, and we just saw how PARIVISION utilized second pick to break their opponent.
Sure.
So I kind of feel like maybe Xtreme have missed the mark on utilizing second pick, and that's something that we'll find down the line. And they've left Phoenix available, which is interesting. A first pick Monkey King, unless they play in that support role, a casual Phoenix response here from BB will be able to follow that Monkey King until 24. It can be offlane, it can be 4, 5, mid, like technically it can go anywhere to follow the Monkey King.
The mid Phoenix, you think it's gonna be some GBK mid Phoenix? I think it's pretty unlikely, but
if you're Xtreme right now and you get to pick 23 and your Monkey goes mid,
maybe.
I'm pretty sure GPK's like, I'm gonna win this lane, it's super free, go double down, don't worry guys, we're going game 2, you know?
Perhaps, yeah. Maybe that is a possibility. I mean, Phoenix is a traditional counter to Monkey King, I agree with that completely, but I don't think Dota is that simple anymore, as you also know. And these type of things change a lot, like the mid Monkey King, if it's not a mid Phoenix, let's say it's a core Phoenix, but they're not matched up directly in the lane. The Monkey King can create a lot of tempo on the map.
Sure.
They can also limit the potential melee heroes. Out of GPK, out of mid, they can potentially limit Miro's hero pool, which we have talked about. He is most successful with the Beastmaster, with the Mars, with the Doom, these type of melee heroes that kind of set BetBoom up to have a very solid, well-rounded draft. Maybe that's something that they're thinking about.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. They now have all the cards right in the draft because they have this hero. They can even if they put it 5 right, like you said, it's still a good matchup. If they don't, then they can follow. We will know if the Phoenix is getting flexed. If in the second phase BB show the carry and show a position 5 and a 4. If they pick these heroes, then you already know, okay, exactly Phoenix is going here. Again, we'll see where it goes, but I think Xtreme, they're the ones that need to find the response. The draft is very easy for BB now.
But Xtreme had the ban, the third ban, right? The Batrider that they chose to ban could have been the Phoenix. So they actually chose to ban the Batrider over the Phoenix and then pick up the Monkey King. So they should be aware that the Phoenix existed, right? So
you'd hope so.
They might have something in mind, that some kind of thing where they can play around the Phoenix.
And I don't know if they do play the position for Monkey. Because again, that could be one option, right? It's like you pick Monkey, you ban the bat, you then kind of, you bait them a little bit, but yeah.
We saw a +4 Monkey not long ago that was very successful, but it's kind of blanking who that was.
I know it's been in qualifiers across multiple regions. I cannot remember who's like the iconic player at the moment. Yeah,
it's not that common nowadays. I mean, it used to be, of course, very common, right? But nowadays, it's not the most common thing. I think it was Team Spirit who played it. So it was Rue playing it to great success. So they're showing them the gyrocopter. Obviously, this hero can also be flexed. Not as well the most common thing nowadays to have the gyro support. So I would say it's more likely to be a core, but again, they are keeping it very open here, BetBoom, and they are second pick, right? So they can flex all the way till the end here.
And you know, Tonto Toko, he's not going to shy away from just playing some casual gyro, right? Like it's not a problem for him. What would Xtreme be thinking now? The fact that you're playing up against a lane counter and then some like casual gyro. The gyro is going to prevent the Enigma, it's going to prevent maybe the Beastmaster, like all the zoo that you might want to play with a Monkey King is now removed because of the gyrocopter.
I think Xtreme Gaming would really benefit from keeping their draft open as well. Like I don't think you want to lock into range support here or something like that, giving BetBoom a chance to counter it. I think it's good if you can pick another hero that keeps BetBoom guessing. Why is this hero gonna go?
Okay.
Pangolia offers that a little bit, with the offlane potential and the mid, obviously.
The difference as well is at least Pango gets to play out, you know, most games. Like, sure, you could argue, you know, they can pick up Bloodseeker carry or whatever, but Pangolia will still get to take the fights, will punish the Gyro and the Phoenix in the early game.
But I also think that BetBoom has a really hard time picking Bloodseeker right now, just the nature of their heroes. Like
oh no, for sure, yeah.
Right. That's why maybe you feel like the angle for Pangolia is there, because if BetBoom team picks up Pangolia now, they have 0 stuns, and you know for sure the Gyro support already in the draft, right?
No, for sure.
So the Bloodseeker pick would be kind of making their draft very awkward.
Yeah, I think the only time they ever do it is if they instantly pick a stun with the Bloodseeker to go, we respect the fact that our draft has this issue, we start picking it, but...
You certainly can make it work.
But I like the fact that Xtreme went for Pangolia.
But it's not as scary as a lineup where Bloodseeker just fits right in, right?
I think you can get baited very quickly with certain picks. Like, for example, earlier we saw the Doom pick into Morph goes elsewhere. Like, you suddenly pick Bloodseeker here, Pango goes to a different role, and now, whatever, man. You've counted some lower value core, right?
For sure. And then the casual Lich. One thing we forgot to mention after last series is that Lich actually took the other talent.
That's true.
The other facet.
I was not a fan of that, but...
No, that was a bit surprising when the Chain Frost just stopped bouncing for once.
We're so used to it, just always getting to max bounces, but yeah, he went for the higher duration based on kills, but into Medusa and Bristle, when you don't get kills, it felt a little bit weird. That aside, we probably will just see the lingering facet here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the BetBoom team is definitely considering some kind of initiator, right? Like both of the heroes that they have right now.
Okay, Lion, yeah.
They badly need somebody to go in first, so that Gyrocopters or Phoenix can land their spells. It becomes very hard to play if all your heroes are backliners, right?
Yeah.
And Lion doesn't exactly offer that. He offers a lot of disable, but they're still lacking this melee initiator or potentially Miro here.
This is the tell-all pick though, because if you pick your off-lane, now you know Phoenix's support. If you pick your Tusk, you know they're flexing the Phoenix between off-lane and mid, right? Like this will be the kind of the pivotal point in the draft that finally gives Xtreme some confidence.
Do you think they should pick mid here then? I mean, you pick a melee mid, then Monkey King could go mid.
I would pick a Tusk or a 5 position to enable the Gyro, and I'd keep the Phoenix alive in the draft. I think that, like Phoenix and Pango.
But then you're showing the Phoenix's core as well, which is...
You already see the Monkey, right?
But are you not going to be in the same issue that Talon were in last game, where Xtreme Gaming could potentially pick like Medusa?
Anyways, yeah, potentially. Yeah, it doesn't happen. They just go for offlane, and now Phoenix is... They're kind of keeping it alive, right?
Has GPK ever played Phoenix mid?
Surely. I'm double checking.
Or are you just gonna just go for that if it looks good? I mean, I think you probably are.
Like every mid lane has played Phoenix at least once in the last month. Like the hero was so popular. That aside though, let's assume it's a 5 now, right? For the sake of conversation.
Yeah.
You now have a very formidable lineup, right? It's Beast with the Lion in one lane, you then have Gyro, Phoenix as another lane. Like that is just 2 very well-rounded lineups.
I agree. I think both drafts right now seem pretty balanced, right? They haven't overextended on any pick. They have disables, they have stun, they have damage, they have pretty much everything you would need in a Dota draft.
Yeah.
The question is what ends up happening with the mid here, because Pengulia is, you know.
Okay, I can give you the answer on the GPK Phoenix.
Okay, let's hear it.
Competitively, he's never played it in his life.
Yeah, because I can't
remember a game either.
He doesn't strike me as the mid Phoenix
No.
type of player.
I'm gonna double check the pubs real quick. Hold. Alright, fuck, he's not played it there, Diver. Alright, let's assume it's a 5 then. He's literally never played it in the last 8 days for a pub or competitively.
But now you're not gonna put the Monkey King carry because you picked the PA, right? So what are you gonna do with this Monkey King? That's the question. It literally can only be 4 in mid as we
correct. Yes.
As of right now, right?
Yeah.
If you put it 4 and put Pengulia offlane, then you're running then you give Gyrocopter a very free lane, right? So that doesn't seem like the best option.
I think you need to put it.
Maybe you put the Pengulia mid.
Yep.
They already banned the puck,
Okay,
which is a good matchup for
this draft to feel like its best life. I think Pango to mid, Monkey 4, and you find a really strong offlane that utilizes the creep pool. I think then your PA has a really good matchup into Beast and lane because you have Lich. You then pressure the Gyro in mid to late game, and you find an offlaner that gives you like the aura. Because I think if you put, let's say the Pango goes to offlane, and then you're forcing him to maybe buy a pipe on the Pango, and it's just, I think I need a natural pipe buying offlane to feel like this draft has life. Like, pick some casual Tide offlane, right? Some Tide offlane, Monkey 4, you pull wave, Tide buys aura, Tide protects tower from Beast. Like, I think this type of logic with the Monkey gives a lot of life to the draft.
That could work. I think
we are very deep into talking about flex, by the way.
The question about the Monkey King 4 is still there, right? You could also just pick a support, throw the Monkey mid, have the Pengulia play offlane, and just
does like playing the Pango.
Pick a really solid 4, right? That enables the Pengulia to have a good lane.
Less about flex. Let's focus back onto the way in which they're playing this game, right? Like the Lich, the PA, that is going to be like super aggressive in skirmish. Both Pango and Monkey, if their cores also skirmish and break the map, and they have ways to get into the fight, force an egg, but then disengage. But if they ever get hit by the Raw with the Sun Ray on top, they are going to disappear. And they go for the sniper.
Okay. So
Monkey
we are doing the Pengulia Monkey lane.
Yeah, we are doing it. Okay.
But it's again the same thing we kind of saw yesterday, actually, in the best of ones. The 23 sniper pick into now forcing
find the hero. Yeah.
BetBoom team in a weird spot where you now have to pick a hero into sniper mid.
Sniper, but they're banning the puck. I feel like sniper is the best mid hero against puck, so they kind of stumbled their way into picking sniper, right? It's like
it does indicate that they didn't actually intend picking sniper until after they banned.
Some conversations has occurred, and they're like, oh yeah, you know what? Let's go sniper, right? Like,
I mean, they might also just worry about the puck in general because it's a good puck game. So even despite the lane being really bad, the puck would still be an issue for their draft overall.
That's fair as well. I could see that point. Yeah.
But regardless, we have a Lina now.
BB has just, if you were to like look at a draft without its opponent, like you look at this lineup, it's like, you know what? It can play early game, it can take Roshan, it can take towers, it has pick-off, it has map play, like it kind of does a little bit of everything.
Yes, but I think it's also a bit slow, right? If you think about it, the Beastmaster needs time to go online.
Yep.
If it's a bad lane.
The Gyro needs time, the Lina needs time.
Lina needs time, you know, kind of everybody's farming. The supports also needs a lot of levels before they become really powerful. Whereas on Xtreme game, you have this mid sniper, you have a Monkey King that can potentially roam in and create a lot of problems for the Lina.
Do they have the damage though? When they have the rotation, it's a Lich, it's a Monkey King. You have to go to the sniper lane with the Pango to kill. Like, EA can't really kill too much.
Sure, but you don't necessarily have to kill them all the time. You just have to secure the runes, force rotations, make it awkward for the supports. They don't need to help the Beastmaster. They need to stack. They need to also help mid. Suddenly you're running around with a level 3-4 Lion at 8-10 minutes, and you're spread thin on the map.
That's
like
true.
I could see that happening on the side of BetBoom.
I think the key thing for me is I'm looking at Xtreme's lineup and I can see them scale into BB as well. I can see them take the fight, and we'll see if they're able to do that because they had a difficult time yesterday, but this draft gives them a little bit more hope for their fans.
Yeah, let's see how this goes.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, ready to get the action here between BetBoom and Xtreme Gaming. Fogged, these two teams didn't do too hot going through the group stage. They've ended up here at this point of the gauntlet on the first round. We've come through the draft. What do you make of their chances here today against one another?
Somehow, every single time, XM just ends up playing Sniper. Every time that I'm casting him, he just is somehow just playing the Sniper. But it does look like both teams got what they wanted. I would say I did agree with how there was a little bit of a strangeness with the Sniper pick, with how they banned the puck in particular. Maybe that's just something they were very afraid of. But Sniper, in theory, you know, on paper, etc., as we've seen multiple times, does very well versus it. But yeah, I think both lineups do look quite good. I think the scaling, of course, is going to be very strong for XG if they can get to that point of scaling, because they have, what, 3 incredibly high scaling heroes if they can. But BB can definitely look to set tempo if they get those timings on those items. If the Beastmaster gets off to a hot timing, the Lina does too with the Gyro. These heroes can be a little bit slower sometimes, but as soon as they get those items, they snowball out of control. So it can get pretty fast how it can snowball for the side of BB. And I'm interested to see how the lanes are going to actually end up going here. Save is playing he's playing one of those like specialty heroes that can just kind of turn a lot of weird lanes that could maybe be one-sided. Lion can just change matchups. So Lion plus Beast, a very strong duo to be able to stop something like a PA's aggression with Lich, because that is a incredibly aggressive lane. PA Lich, probably one of the most aggressive at the moment. So yeah, we'll see how they endure that. And the Lina, I see a lot of fragile heroes, Owen. That is my one thing. When I was seeing the draft, I see 5 heroes with like sub 1,500 HP in the mid game. That's a one-shot. You know, Lina's going to be able to just play on the sidelines. If she gets the timings of the Ags, heroes are going to get one-shotted.
Yeah, and it's not just the Lina, right? You've got the wombo combo between the Lina and the Laguna and the Lion's Finger. That's enough burst to kill anyone at any point of the game.
Yeah, and they do have at least one form of scouting, right? They have the Monkey King who can go inside the tree lines at some point, because inevitably GPK will get this Aghanims. So at least they have that to somewhat scout, but not quite the same as some of these other scouting heroes that I've been seeing recently. Just the big 3, the Bounty, the Ricky, the Nyx. I feel like those heroes overall just do a better job to find it. So let's see how PYW does on this. I mean, slightly unorthodox. We used to see the 4 Monkey a lot. I think we saw it once or twice at Fissure, but it's kind of fallen out of favor for a lot of teams.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like the easiest sort of set of heroes to kind of make aggressive moves against early, right? They've all got kind of ways to retaliate at a Monkey King jumping in and trying to trade with them.
I'm worried mostly for that off lane, for XG in particular, right? It's a Monkey King plus a Pango versus a Gyro. Like the Gyro, he's just going to be able to likely free farm unless Pure makes some big mistakes. So we'll have to see how that one also ends up going down. But I am liking, I'm liking BB's a little bit more here. But in terms of how both teams have played, it's a toss-up.
Yeah, we did start to see what BetBoom started to pick things up at the very end of their group performance yesterday.
Yeah, copying Tundra's draft a bit there. They played it pretty decently, right? Some cool decision-making that we saw coming in the end. So let's see how this one goes down. I'm excited to see more Lion, a hero that I always love to see currently. Obviously not the most popular in the meta. I think we've been seeing a lot more Shadow Shaman. I believe it was banned this game, more toward the end of the draft, but Lion's always got some fun potential.
Now we'll see if they're indeed able to deal well with the strength of this very meta PA Lich lane top.
Oh, tree cut right away.
No, not quite the start, you know, to have as a Monkey King support entering into the lane. And PYW is going to take quite a bit of damage there. And he's going to get chased away by Toronto Tokyo.
15-9. That's actually pretty good. Quite good. Gyro is able to get online pretty. It's like a weird kind of thing where you get online that much faster, but PA also does hit the timings as well. Looks like we have.
No, we're good. We're good. Yeah, that's right. Because I feel like historically in the past, right, there've been a lot of patches where PA would be considered the favorable carry in that matchup, right?
Mm-hmm.
Definitely a result of the more recent changes and sort of improvements. I imagine Gyro, even though PA is also has quite the potential nowadays with her current facet.
I feel like a lot of times I do see this Gyrocopter just end up having the absolute freest lanes ever, right?
Sure.
Like either he's versus like a Lycan, he's versus like a Beastmaster, or he's versus double range, and he ends up just thriving off of that. So could be something along those ends. But yeah, I'm going to be keeping my eye on this top lane in particular a lot, just to see how many boars get sniped. I don't think too many will, even though they have a great lane to kill the boars. Miero is very good at saving his boars, and they have double disable that comes from save to protect them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's the thing, right? If Low and Polison try and make a move, save should be able to trip them up. Give time for Miero to be able to reset his position.
The lane we haven't really talked about so much, one that could be probably more even in particular, right? That Lina versus Sniper. probably going to see some rotations have be made toward that mid lane.
Save. That's what he used the Earth Spike low. Doesn't feel confident enough though to chase for the kill, so we'll get forced back here by Miro, just beating into the two of them.
He was still level 1 on the line. That was actually a very opportune moment to go for XG, but they didn't quite get him. He's down to, what, 30 HP, I believe it was.
Good attempt, but not quite able to get away with that first blood.
So this is what I thought PYW was going to end up doing a lot. It's just moving to the mid lane, and it looks like they should have him.
He's got the Fairy Fire, but it's not going to save GPK. As first blood will go the way of PYW there.
The blood grenade tick, I believe,
it really was, yeah.
Instead
of dying under that shrapnel. Well, sorry, XM, it weren't you getting the last hit.
But yeah, that's what I was saying. I think this is what the Monkey King kind of has to do, because this bottom lane, it's going to be free farm for the most part for the Gyro. He can constantly check these runes, right? Lena's going to be looking to rune fill up. Sniper's not. So if he just keeps playing like that and denying water runes and potentially even getting the setup for ganks, that could be pretty cool approaches coming out from PYW.
Yeah, I imagine that gets harder because level 4 GPK will take a point in the light strike.
I would imagine so. Sometimes we do see people skip it though.
He's going to hold off on it. So that does mean there is still a bit of potential maybe for that move to come in again from PYW if he sees the chance to swing back towards that mid lane.
Yeah, and so far New is not suffering because of the rotation. He's 13-4, hasn't been bullied so much. They don't have the biggest kill threat lane with a Phoenix Gyro, but they do have lots of harassment that can come out, and New, he just is standing through it. PYW, be careful. I'm just seeing these trees get cut constantly.
It doesn't seem like he can really do much more in this lane apart from just sap for the XP.
Yeah.
Get some of the levels. Fighting into this Gyro is a little too tough for him.
Yeah, it'll start to get harder for New, I'd imagine, in these next few moments. Rune's going to be spawning. See if PYW looks to shift toward that water rune bottom.
Yeah, I feel that's just got to be the temptation, because doing something down here is pretty difficult. And if you're in Toronto, Tokyo, eyeing up the chance to get aggressive onto New.
It's just hard to go with these two melees versus these two, because they just pop the fire. It's so much magical damage, right? They pop the spirits on top of you, they pop the barrage, and you're just taking so much damage even under the creep wave. Top lane, seeing Miro having a slight edge also over the PA, but only just in the last hits. But anytime when it's a Beastmaster that's having this type of a laning start versus kind of counter picks, I think Miro is feeling pretty happy. Sometimes I've seen these Beastmasters versus like a PA, or even just a PA Lich lane in particular, really suffering. Right now, that's not the case, so.
Yeah. No, we're seeing again this attempt around the mid, but GPK is very ready for it. Has that ward inside his own jungle, so did see the movement that was being made towards the mid. So knows not to hang around the tower for now, and can do his best to make sure that PYW's time is wasted. And New.
Oh, it's all the way back, too.
He does, goes back to the fountain there to heal back up, which is only going to mean that that's plenty more space. Of course, in that safe lane for Pure to keep on farming to his heart's content.
Absolute free farm for Pure. Seeing the movements from the Monkey King, he's trying to find something going to shut down these lanes, since he knows bottom is just a lost cause at this point.
See what PYW can do top.
Yeah, just worried again if a Wild Axe just randomly catches him when he's jumping across. Could be devastating. He's probably waiting for Save to use a stun, and then he's going to look to jump.
You can sort of sense it though. Save's being careful. He knows that Monkey King's off the map. They're not going to try for some sort of aggressive move whilst they don't have the full info on where PYW is.
And now they spotted him.
Yep. So now they know exactly what the plan was. And again, just sort of the early struggles here as the Monkey King of trying to get that surprise element, use that against them, as so far BetBoom been pretty prepared for him.
Can't blame him, right? It's bound to happen when he has this lane, right? It's a Pango Monkey King versus double ranged with high harassment. So Miro bullying my PA more. So we do get another pause. XM did take a big beating there.
Yeah.
That was a Laguna.
Is he going to be chased down? What's he got? He's still got a couple of shrapnels to be able to throw down to try.
Was that a dive by Toronto Tokyo into a blood grenade, and maybe he disconnected mid-dive? Because he's blood grenaded on the sniper, and I don't believe GPK was carrying a blood grenade. So I think he dove and maybe couldn't cancel the dive. That's what it looks like because he DC'd.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the case, that's been unfortunate because obviously he does have fire spirits ready to go. So if he was close enough, that would have been 100% a kill. As it is,
it might still be because
Dragon
of the blood
Slave again in a
grenade.
few seconds, and they do both have boots.
It's gonna be
I think
close.
GPK can get this anyway,
because
right?
he's got the movement
one
speed.
charges on
He's got the 10 stacks from using the Laguna, so that's safe.
We'll see here.
He definitely, he definitely was
went
trying
wrong.
to stop it. Yeah.
Wasn't able to hold the dive and indeed keep that gap closed. But as we say, maybe GPK can get this kill on his own anyway.
Let's see it. Does XM survive? 1 for survive, 2 for death.
He's going down. He's not. Okay.
There you go.
GPK doesn't want to chase it.
1 for survive.
And fair enough. Again, PYW, of course, is hovering around, so GPK doesn't want to try and chase him necessarily. Put his life at risk.
Was this respect tips or what was this? Like,
I think he was trying to get in the heads of them. You know, GPK's tipping him, saying, "I'm going to get you," and then of course XM tipping back and saying, "Well,
Stun
you
on
didn't."
2. TPs are coming forward.
Let's have a look. Toronto Tokyo turning up to try and help out and keep Save
Fire
safe.
spirits.
Assassinate. Hit comes in. XM able to take Save down. Now jumping over towards Miro. A second Assassinate coming in. Not quite enough to burst him, but Low will be able to look under the tower. Chases him. Finishes him off with the dagger. They get the kills done.
And all this in result because XM doesn't die in mid. He's able to walk top and get double assassinates.
Yeah, there we go.
A snowball effect of
well, he already tipped GPK, but he might have been tempted to tip him again after he's able to make that successful move top. Get a couple of easy kill involvements there on the sniper.
It happens sometimes. Nice try there from Toronto Tokyo, applying the fire spirits onto. He was trying to apply it onto like everybody to stop the attack speed, but he could only do so much. PYW's next rotation actually works out. So.
Yeah, they're always pretty huge if you're able to make that sort of easy move as a mid-sniper.
Yeah, that was cool.
Just a little bit of brief moment away from the mid lane.
Gotta love the...
couple of assassinates.
The refreshing assassinate, right, when you get the last hit, so it's very ideal. Miro.
And News coming in with the backup. BetBoom could be in trouble here. Rolling Thunder in onto the 2 of them. It's a beautiful angle, able to get the bounce back a second time. Miro's gone.
Great jump from
I think for Toronto Tokyo as well. New able to finish off the second kill and maybe even turn for more. GPK hiding in the trees, comes in with the Dragon Slave of the Laguna. It's a surprise. Lina striking there from the fog and now ready to turn to try and threaten New as well. New's got Swashbuckle up in a second.
Pure's even here up north, cutting New off from all angles.
Oh, look, he's down into the low ground. Save, able to clip him with the stun. GPK, Dragon Slave connects, takes off the shield, couple of right clicks. He finishes up the job, and GPK goes, well, you know what, XM, you turn up top, you get involved in 2 kills. I turn up top, I get involved in 3.
Yeah, that was nice. Very good bait there from Save, hiding in the tree line. They didn't expect it. No ward in the lane. So didn't see the Lina rotating in. Nice little jump there from Low, too. He actually did a Phantom Strike to dodge the axes that would have killed him initially, but then, yeah, Lina comes and kills him, so.
I'll see Save and Pure eyeing up maybe another kill. Beautiful stun there from Save, getting the max range across the tree line.
Wow, that's right on the tip of it. Pure, he'll be able to return himself. TP is bottom, okay. He doesn't want to miss out on those 2 creeps.
Get that range creep.
He could have went for the twin gate, but no, he really wants to be that max efficiency. Thought he was going to stack as well, too, because it's 50 seconds, but I guess not. He just wants the wave. 5-5, things.
That's close start.
Pretty much even across the board here. The Pango and the Beastmaster have identical net worth. So that Gyro having that edge right now over the PA in particular.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
How are these support levels looking now at this point, too? 5 on Lion, Lich also 5.5, Monkey King a little bit behind, but pretty even levels. So yeah, fairly, pretty much dead even kind of early 10 minutes here.
GPK with the bots, ready to keep up this high level of activity.
He's gonna
across the map.
I feel like he's gonna be that biggest threat. Yes, New, you know, if they can get on top of him, there's always gonna be great ways to deal with the Lina, but yeah, like I said in the beginning, just I see so many fragile heroes on the side of XG.
PYW is looking around, but Pure is here alongside Save.
He got the jump.
He's into the trees and he's away. Want to make that quick move and getting caught by the Hex mid-jump, so still able to keep that momentum up to the trees. I see some sniper stats here.
What? No way. That doesn't look right to me. I feel like XM, he's always playing sniper, but I believe you.
You want me to
fact check him?
Fact check our stat man. Let's have a look. XM's Dota buff booting it up.
Tokyo, snipe coming in. Is it enough? It should be. It is. Blood grenade, last hit from Save.
Get that +1 stack, same time Pure. He's getting pressured under the tower, but the backup's coming in. Can they quite finish off this Gyro? Pure, he will go down, but he got the damage done. So BetBoom, they'll be able to get more kills here for Save as he finishes him off with that good old fist of death.
More finger stacks, he's at 2.
Whoa!
Casual Laguna to
Why
farm.
not? Get out of here, Sniper, GPK says. Laguna to the backside, off you go.
A bloody game so far.
Yep.
Tons of damage done by Pure. That barrage was really starting to add up, but they persisted on top of him. Are you fact checking?
Bro, I'm seeing 48 games on Sniper.
48 on XM's Pro Sniper. Owen fact checking.
That's the stats man just got fact checked. We're going to have to replace him with a new one. I'm seeing 48 pro games on XM Sniper.
Odie Pixel, the stat man. Pure again. He just was here.
Now this time they should be able to take him down pretty cleanly.
Oh yeah.
As he's not got anywhere near the back of Biad last time. He just had safe watching from the side, being like, bro, I can't help you.
That was, I mean, again.
He's over the other side of the map with the swing gate as well. There was no further fight to be had there. This tier 1 going to get pressured now by XG.
I'm surprised Pure actually just went straight down there and showed himself on the wave again, rather than just going for some jungle creeps or anything. That was a bit interesting, but XG, they take advantage of his greed. They punish him immediately, and yeah, this tower, very likely to die. So back-to-back deaths for Pure. Space being made on the sides for the Beastmaster and for the Lina, but hopefully not the case that you want to see for Pure.
Now both teams able to trade the tier 1s on each of the side lanes. Keeping this game nice and close on the numbers.
Very close on those numbers,
8 to 8, less than 1k gold difference within it. Always what you like to see here, especially in this format. You lose a series, you're out.
Is this the... Okay, now I need to check more things. Is this the new build from new on the Pango on the offlane? I know we have the phase blade mail. Oh, he changed it, I think. I thought I saw him Q blade mail. Maybe I'm drunk. I don't know. I thought I saw it. I was like, what the Pango blade mail?
It was new the other day, right? On his bristle went the blade mail ghost scepter. He does like his blade mails.
Yeah, I swear.
He's tempted.
I thought I saw him.
He probably had it queued up.
Oh, XM.
Sniper! XM finds himself quite the nasty surprise here. As it was pretty much the entirety of BetBoom outside of Pure. 4 players just chilling there. He did not expect that one bit, XM.
No, and GPK starting to get that ball rolling. Dominating streak. They're invading as well. Miro, I think three components of the Aghanims is finished. And that's always going to be a really good answer, right? They always have this Beastmaster versus the Pango in a lot of situations, so it can cause a lot of issues for New inside of these team fights too. And New, he is going the greedy route. You know, I was mentioning the Blade Mail, but obviously he's not doing that one. I thought I saw him queue it up. Someone can check me. Anyway, he's doing the Echo Saber build, so it's going to be a little bit slower initiations that are going to come from him. And that is going to give Miro the opportunity to probably go for picking and choosing his targets than he wants to roar in these upcoming fights.
Let's see what the next move's going to be here. They're going to clear this stack here, BetBoom.
They're just farming. Finishing that Ags probably from Miro, and then they can look to probably accelerate things around something like a Roshan. And it's usually one of those big plays. We mention it every time for the Beast when they get the Ags. Or they can probably just look for a fight, because with this Ags on Miro, they'll probably get both of them relatively at the same time, GPK and Miro having that. So that strength is going to be pretty high in comparison to what XG's timing is going to be hitting. They're not really hitting any big timing in comparison. They will have a Vessel on the Monkey King, which will be very nice versus Miro.
Let's have a look.
But not a double Aghanim.
I'm getting fact-checked by my stat man. Apparently, the number I saw included in-house league games. Which is fair. They probably don't count. Chain Frost coming in big. Well, actually, is it? They're able to split pretty nicely. The Assassin coming on to save. He turns, drops the finger on the Policy. Policy on the retreat. The Roar's there to hold New in place, but New wants to try and continue free to save, but he can't. The Thunder comes to an end. The Hex is there. New's dead.
That was quite a bit of an overcommitment, really trying to go for the Wisdom.
This Rolling Thunder, this Chain Frost up by the tier 2 to try and contest the Wisdom, and it doesn't go great. Quite fortunate there for BetBoom as well. Trying to Tokyo comes in with that dive. It kind of stops the Chain Frost continuing to bounce in that very condensed area and gives them the chance to turn. Save, he's quick with the finger, quite literally, just turns, blasts him in the face with it.
Did they jump the gun on the way that they started the fight? Because it felt like some anti-synergy going on. There was not really like a stun to follow up with the Chain Frost, or it kind of just felt like everyone threw their spell out a bit randomly, going for individual targets.
It's definitely a bit of panic, right? You're in that area, your Wisdom Rune's coming up, you're like, well, we got to try and contest it. We'll see it again here.
Because, like, ready, we see that Polison just throws his spells, but look what PYW is. PYW is more focused on the Wisdom. He gets his tree cut.
And it is pretty obvious. It just bounces once to the Phoenix, and trying to Tokyo dives away to take the bounce safely away from Miro and Save. Because if that bounce did not go the way of the Phoenix, Miro and Save for sure would have been in trouble. They might have even got the finger out and had them lead to that chance to turn that play around. So quick moves there from Toronto to dive away.
And now they've got, I mean, they actually have triple item timing. So Blink on the Lion, Ags on the Beastmaster, and I believe the Ags is about to be finished on the Lina, if not finished now too. So that was a fight that XG picked for them, themselves, and lost quite a lot there. While Pure was still farming, and they cut the tree.
That's a nice tree you got there, sir. It would be a shame if someone was to cut it.
It's okay. He got a Vessel charge, he died. He gets the...
And he's going to know there's a ward there now.
True. Now New has Blink. Okay, that I'm happy about, because as we could see there was just a little... It's just a weird kind of initiation. That's why I was like, he's going the Echo Saber build, which is... It can work in a lot of situations for certain teams and players, but them having no initiation without a Blink from him would have been lackluster. So now he goes for it, and Low is looking pretty in trouble.
There we go. There's the burst.
Yeah, big concerns. Big concerns.
It's going to start heating up pretty quickly now, this game. 4K lead, 5K lead. Xtreme, they need to do something sooner than later.
I'm just worried that, though, how are they going to ever find the Lina in these trade lines? They have the blink from New, but the vision aspects besides that to find him is just quite complicated. And yet he will, at this point in the game, we can look at HP pools on majority of the heroes on the side of XG. What's the highest one? It's probably like 1,500.
It's got to be what the...
Not even. 1,600 on the
Pango, right? Yeah.
So it was.
But unfortunately, this PA right at this stage of the game is sitting on 1,100. Especially when you've not got your treads on the strength, but obviously most of the time we hit the creeps, you have got it on that Agi. He's vulnerable, very, very vulnerable.
And they didn't even have to now, they didn't have to fully pick a fight. They got a pick-off, back-to-back pick-offs, and it just allows them to be able to get this Roshan naturally without even having to worry about XG contesting it. Pure really wanting to protect this ward.
He's working.
Doing it by himself.
Yeah, that's same time back in the mid. This time the burst not quite enough there. So that man survives. Not everybody gets to tell that tale, surviving a Laguna and a finger, but he did then.
Only just survived.
I guess they were able to quick get the wand off.
I guess the bubble, the safety bubble with the extra 100 HP plus strength treads, then he's at 1,600.
It was the little bits
so
adding up,
all that matters. And you can they're gonna take neutral items. They're gonna Pupil's Gift is gonna be super valuable this game for the side of XG if they're able to find those, of course. And XM, he does find one, so extra burst of HP to survive the potential burst. GPK taking a Philosopher's Stone. Probably didn't get a spell neutral, right? Or a cast neutral. Just wanting to go for that one rather than any right-click one. Now with Aegis on Miero, playing very confidently forward.
Start leading the charge on some of these tower pushes. Push down on that bottom lane. Tier 1 still there for the taking. If BetBoom wants to group up and go for that one, they're going to make the jump onto it. There's the man with the Aegis, though. And they do it a second time.
They're going to come back him up. He might die the second time, though.
Let's have a look. Going to get caught here with the pullback. Swashbuckle, it's a lot, it's enough. They'll be able to take Mirror out. So Xtreme quickly dealing with the factor of the Aegis. And nicely done. They don't lose anything for it.
They did expend everything but Chain Frost, though. So it did cost them a heavy commitment just to take him out. But necessary at this point. If you don't commit everything there and he gets a roar, they're probably going to look to fully engage off
absolutely.
Of that, so.
And taking away the Aegis from the Beastmaster means that your towers, they'll get to live a little bit longer. Because with that Aegis, you know the Mirror is definitely going to be looking to run down some lanes.
Good strike back.
Good bit of a slowdown there from Xtreme.
Still have a ward up top. Save will deward this one. He sees Polison. I believe he saw PYW for a quick second there.
Still going to look for the group up bottom potentially here, BetBoom.
And now the blink on Miero is also finished. So much easier reach that they have on BetBoom. XG has to be pretty prepared, and they are looking to get more prepared, buying a gem really early on. PYW picking one up even pre-20 minutes.
As the Monkey King, right, if he can sort out the vision situation, he knows that he's, for the most part, going to be pretty safe in these trees.
That is pretty much his most important job, is getting that scout off. If he can interrupt the combo, see where the Lina is in particular, stop the initiation.
That will make it just that much more easier for New to find his target with this blink build on the Pango.
BKB soon finished up on PA also, so they are about to hit a pretty big timing also on the side of XG when he's got that finished. Then they can look to team fight around that. But smoked up right now, it is BetBoom looking for a catch.
XG on the bottom side of the map in a pretty nice spot to avoid this play. It's not easy for BetBoom to get the jump. As XG are very grouped up.
Who have vision placed down here now? The BKB's been delivered. They're gonna smoke themselves. Let's see who they can get on. This is a pretty big fight. It's a very important one for XG to come out ahead in when they purchase the gem.
He's going to look to start it. They're opening in with the Rolling Thunder straight away over towards Toronto Tokyo. They're able to burst him before he can get off a single spell. New now turns over towards Pure. It's a little deep, though. Do they want to chase for more here, XG? They're going to be careful.
Both teams playing around their vision. Quick snipe. We'll take out the Phoenix. He's back up in 20 seconds, though, and that was the Pango roll. XG going to look to reset. Take what they can get. While PYW, he's looking for these wards. Swinging across the map.
With each of these moves, Xtreme's definitely going to be quite, happy with this, as the earlier stages of this game were starting to barrel a bit out of control, but Xtreme, they've managed to reclaim that.
Yeah, as long as they can just slow down the momentum, get that PA online, get the sniper online too, their lineup scales very hard. As long as that momentum doesn't get too fast there on the side of BetBoom, she's definitely starting to feel quite a lot better.
Save's got to be a bit careful here. Save's got to be careful. This is a little bit of a risky one. This is a little bit risky. This is a little bit risky. Okay.
Tips him.
He's out.
He's like, GPK, were you trying to kill me?
Got to be careful around these tormentors.
We had the stat the other day, right? 15, I think, is the record for pro players dying in the tournament.
Yeah, it was snaking, right?
Something like snaking was 15.
He's actually tanked the most tormentor deaths.
And Tokyo was up there as well. Quite a lot of deaths. Tokyo was at 13, I believe, yeah. So pretty high numbers there. Toronto, he didn't get blessed with the shard, so he's going to purchase his. 4-staff finished up to get that potential save. Because the thing about XG's draft is both drafts kind of have a similar concept that they want to immediately jump and blow up a target. So having a 4-staff is always going to be very valuable. On the side of XG, they have a Glimmer and a Solar, so they have not positional swapping, but at least protection. And that lead has not really shifted too much more. So yeah, XG, they've done a great job of stabilizing things.
No, they really have. Yeah, you can see it here. It's just sort of the early momentum that BetBoom were getting was pretty serious. It has been shut down.
And now XM with the Lincolns, right? A lot more protected versus GPK. GPK doesn't have any way to break it, so that Laguna is not going to be as much of a threat until he gets the E-Blade in particular, or one of these items online. Or he has save jump first to break the Lincolns, right? But he's starting to get quite a lot tankier. 7 minutes ago, he had, what, 1,300 HP? Now he's sitting at 2,100. And that's on Agi Treads. Just playing around his team. They're not hemorrhaging any more kills.
Radiant are scanning.
You can see the BetBoom there. Very much interested in trying to set up for some sort of action. But Xtreme, they've really done a good job of not walking into any sort of these setups blindly. Even here they have, got the 4 of them moving as a unit, very much in preparation for anything that BetBoom do throw at them.
I mean, they're throwing all the buffs on the front liner, right? Glimmer him, Solar him, Lincoln's him, and then he can get a good amount of information if he just walks up, and they can probably look to D-ward this one ward that was just placed down. BetBoom is starting to play with almost no vision themselves.
Yeah, this sort of gem purchase has worked out very nicely so far.
He's been pretty clutch, I gotta be honest.
No, he has. It was not
mid. Yeah, he's done some really good things on this Monkey King that could have just... He could have just ended up doing kind of nothing in the game. It's been really nice moves.
For BetBoom, their next big item's around the corner. GPK's nearly got his BKB, and the Aghanims is just about one component away from being done here for Pure. So then they can look to have a bit of a better shot of really trying to force down these lanes and trying to take a fight against XG just head on, rather than trying to spend time looking to catch them by surprise.
Exactly, yeah. I think that's when they're going to look more for that group up, because the clock eventually will start to tick when you're playing versus this PA sniper draft.
Save the mirror. Seeing if they can find any sort of opportunities to catch anyone out alone.
How long on that Roche? It should be about, 10 more seconds. Let's see where it's going to be. They're already set up for it. They're actually shifting.
It's going to be a slightly longer one. Yeah, it's up to just under 3 minutes.
That's pretty much a max timing Roche respawn. I would say pretty fortunate for XG, right? That's definitely good for them. Anu gets caught.
He'll get caught indeed.
That's a stack. That's 50 seconds. And they look to turn it into another one. They still are going to have the Laguna available.
Yeah, should at least be able to get this tier 1 tower bottom with Miro starting the push.
Yeah, looks like Miro is going to just push forward for it, while Save and Tokyo look to try to invade for a D-ward. And they will be able to get that. Look at the split up that BetBoom's doing. It's kind of crazy.
Dyna Pure. He's feeling pretty safe because he's got the BKB. He's going to pop it immediately and turn aggressively towards Polison, but it's under the tier 2 tower, so he cannot continue to dive this. Has to get out.
Very quick finger on that BKB. If he gets pulled by Polison, he might just get burst and killed, so. I mean, BetBoom was playing... That was kind of greedy the way they positioned themselves on the map, right? Miro showed himself on the bottom tower, Pure showed himself on the mid tower, so immediately XG saw that they were split and went for the go. And they ended up getting neither tower. So bottom tower actually ends up surviving as well off of that. Interesting choice. GPK has hit level 18. Level 3 Laguna is online. But yeah, these Lincolns are... I'm seeing multiple Lincolns queued up. I don't think the PA actually ended up going for it, but possibility is definitely there to go for that when you're playing versus this, you know, just straight up Laguna Blade Lina.
I imagine BetBoom probably just considering this point that the next Roche, the next Aegis,
they got to get a lot done with it.
Yeah, indeed, going to be the window where they've really got to push it.
Yeah.
So they can hold things off until that Roche.
They're going to contest.
Oh, they certainly will. They're feeling very strong themselves here.
If Roll is back up, they've got everything at the ready. How long on Pure's BKB? It's still 20 seconds. UIW shows himself for a second. Sees the ward. They're just going in.
They're going to assassinate into the Rolling Thunder. Can they keep him locked down? Toronto Tokyo? No, he's able to get forced to the side, but the balance strikes there into the follow-up from the Rolling Thunder. They will end up catching him.
It is a roll used again, though. He has buyback. He has a tower to TP as well. XG inching forward a little more.
Just BKB is back up and available. They're looking towards and they're going to make the jump, but the BKB's off immediately. Pure tries to stand his ground. The crits are coming in hard. He's got to be careful. Jump forward from you. They're going to look to continue to chase down the giant. They'll find him. Low jumps in, finishes off the kill. Laguna Blade's going to get dropped down onto Polison, but Polison, he's surviving, finally falls. But now GPK's pretty deep. He's got the back of Toronto Tokyo. Getting with this buyback. They've got the Sunray burning down onto low. Low jumps over the creep wave. He's able to get away for now. Save. He'll get caught here. They'll turn towards New. Light Striker Ray comes down. GPK will manage to pick up the double kill.
Both teams jumped at the exact same time. They went for, you know, they got on top of Pure, but at the same time, XM, he showed himself. The sniper just gets deleted in a heartbeat. Believe they got the roar on him, plus the Laguna on him from GPK.
And this should be just enough for them to get that Roshan for themselves here, BetBoom.
I didn't see what actually broke the Lincolns on the sniper. Maybe it was just a casual like mana drain or something. I was actually looking on the south side. But they got the initial burst onto him. Low gets away, though.
And they feel that they can't actually, I guess, with Miro not at full HP. They don't want to try and slowly take down this Roche with the three of them. So definitely opportunities for Xtreme to get back in the game and once more continue to attempt to contest the Roshan that BetBoom are going to desperately be after.
And even though it's a 5K lead for them, I'm feeling concerns for Pure. You saw how quick he died there. He has to be very careful how he shows himself.
Yeah, Low and New just went straight for him in the fight.
Yeah.
And did a very good job of taking him down. A couple of rounds of the procs of the crit, and he's gone. And we see indeed at the start, XM getting blown up. And of course, at the same time, that was where Low and New had to be pretty split from the fight to chase down Pure. They do get that big kill, and of course, the most important thing there towards the end, Low does manage to get out.
If Low dies there, it's a huge win for BetBoom, of course. But the fact that he doesn't means it's kind of like a relative trade.
There we go, round 2.
In the Roche.
Back around the Roche pit.
Uh-oh.
BetBoom. How long have we got until Supernova? Supernova's still 25 seconds for Toronto Tokyo. Pretty much everything else is up. PYW will have the Wukongs in 10.
They have a secondary Lincolns now on the side of XG. They have one on the Pango too.
And they're in perfect position here on the high ground. They're going to move over to the Radiant side, of course, coming up to the 30-minute daytime.
Oh my god, imagine save blinks a second earlier.
Watch catch that one person left behind.
They could have just completely
They're going to try and do it maybe the 20 seconds.
They kill it very fast.
Can they do it in this time?
I think they absolutely can.
Oh, this might be a little bit of an oversight there from Xtreme. If BetBoom can do this quick enough.
I do believe they can, Owen.
They're going to be able to do so.
Oh, they got him.
They underestimated their power there. They didn't think BetBoom would be able to make that move, but they certainly did. They're into the pit, and they do it with plenty of seconds to spare.
Now you have to just accept the fact that you're gonna have to play versus that Aegis Miro. I believe they bought a gem on their side now for BetBoom to be able to clear out some of those wards. So both sides.
It's pretty huge there.
On vision.
BetBoom being able to force that.
Nice sneaky play. I mean, they kill it so fast with this. I mean, both sides honestly kill it very fast. So I'm surprised that XG maybe didn't try to go for that themselves. Maybe just worried.
They just generally didn't think that BetBoom could do it in that time frame.
Yeah, probably not. Never can underestimate a Beastmaster lineup how fast they'll kill that Roche. This Lich set is killing me. Sorry, I just look and I'm like, wait, is that Oracle?
And now BetBoom's got that Aegis on Pure. See if they can get back on with trying to grow that lead.
It feels pretty. I actually feel like it's pretty important that Pure has an Aegis in this type of game.
Yeah, he's going to get jumped.
He's going to get jumped, and he's the front line that wants to show himself first to allow his Beastmaster and Pure and GPK to pick their targets, right? So having this Aegis actually is pretty beneficial for him to die once, give information for them to get the jump, and then do the carry thing of cleanup afterwards. But it's really not been a Pure show this game so far. It's been the GPK show. It's 8-1-0 from him so far. Even though he died, he was the first death in the game. That's his only one so far. He's getting closer and closer to this E-Blade. That's when it all fully unlocks, once he starts getting these talents too. Pure also does have the MKB. So his damage has gone up a significant amount as well.
They'll look towards the tier 2 here in the mid, very likely here. Pure ready to back up both Save and Miro.
With Aegis, they feel a lot more comfortable to play more aggressively on the opposing side of the map just to restrict farm from XG at the moment. You can see XG very hesitant to kind of step out unless they have 5. Now that they're starting to gather, they're considering something here. Pure.
I'm trying to tease around with him here with the Assassinate, but I won't be able to push him off the tower. Another objective claimed by BetBoom.
Getting more and more map control. Only 2 towers so far claimed from the side of XG. And XM is very scared to step outside right now.
Now, once he's able to farm up that BKB, he'll feel a little bit safer, but yeah, even then, gets caught by one sort of stun, and indeed once that E-Blade's there, as you mentioned on GPK, they will have the answer to that Lincoln's and potential to open him up to actually be 100-0'd by their burst combo.
I think he actually has to go for the BKB before finishing like Shadow Blade. Unless he really feels like he wants a Shadow Blade to sneak outside, but that's risky when you're playing versus Gem and a team that's taken map control for the last 3 minutes. You might just walk onto a random sentry, so. Oh, a little bit of a hybrid on the talents here for the PA this time. We were talking about that yesterday, how we see most players go for strictly Phantom Strike. This one we do see slight variations.
Yeah. I feel like the level 10 one's probably the one that has the most chance for variance, but then the other two are, as I said, pretty much most PAs will take the Phantom Strike ones. Obviously, the kind of the signature player who doesn't is Duracho. He likes to get the kind of dagger one at 20, and of course has great success with it. But he's one of the rare ones. Most other players will stick to the strike talents.
Oh, and the third Lincoln is online.
Okay,
so
3 Lincolns.
PA has it, Pango has it.
Is there room for any more?
Sniper has it.
Or is 3 going to be the limit?
Always room for more. Monkey King, what are you queuing up? It's a Link. Oh, no, it's not. It's a Lotus.
Oh,
well, it's kind of a Lincoln's, right? It's a Lotus.
It's
it's like not exactly the same, but.
Either way, just a lot of things that BetBoom have really got to have in mind when they try and go for their target prioritization in the team fights.
Smoked up again. PYW.
PYW is in good position to put a stop to this. Miro, Shiva's guard won't quite clip onto PYW, so he's out and away. Pure trying to chase.
50 seconds left on the Aegis. He really wanted to try to get something there.
This is the power of the Monkey King here. PYW giving valuable information and putting a stop to some of these moves that BetBoom have been trying.
Eventually, one of these times that PYW is playing like that, he will get caught, though. You know, Alina with the Blink Dagger, with the Flame Cloak, Beastmaster with the Blink Shivas. One of these times, he could just get caught very quickly from it.
Oh, save!
Save?
He just jumps into the base. They're
deleted.
First XM, 100-0. They take him out. The BKB's off here by low, but he's not going to be able to do anything aggressive with that. Save, he just get the vision and he just goes straight in.
So fast. No way to be able to react.
Absolutely not. They weren't ready for that one bit. Quite the wake-up call there for XM.
He's got buyback.
So they've got the Rolling Thunder now.
Aegis reclaimed.
It is, and he's dead.
What a timing.
Okay, got to be careful with that Aegis timer. And unfortunately for Pure, he was not. He's dead. And now they can try and look for more. Low jumps in over towards Miro. Miro gets the BKB off. Chain Frost popped down.
Low is gone.
Supernova, and they've been able to burst another hero here as GPK is able to deal with Low.
They've got to, I mean, these Chain Frost is actually doing good work, but XG's got to retreat. They didn't want to use the buyback on the sniper.
GPK? Not quite able to clip Paulison there with the Light Strike Array.
I mean, they're showing that it doesn't matter if they don't have Pure. The magical damage that they can do from GPK, it's just too much. These squishy heroes just disappear. All it takes is one disable on them.
Maybe that's the big brain plan from Pure all along. You know, I'm going to lose my life, lose the Aegis underneath the tower. They're going to feel confident, chase out, and then you're going to be able to turn and take down that PA.
He's got, I mean, he's going for this build instead. Look at the cooldown on Laguna. 18 seconds. It's pretty ridiculous. Isn't going to have the E-Blade for the break, but as we've seen, Pure, that's his job. Pure is the one who's going to be breaking these Lincolns, and he's been doing a fantastic job of it in these last 3 instances. Up to an 11,000 gold lead. They're starting to get pretty comfortable.
Yeah, that was a bit of a rough chase.
They have a base ward. Somehow they have a base ward.
I think they got that in when Save made that play, right?
Yeah, that's pretty huge. The fact that the Monkey King hasn't found that with his gem, they might find XM again because of it.
I mean, yeah, if he gets caught in that same position, that's going to feel pretty unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, it is there, and it's been there for quite some time, so surprising that PYW hasn't swung over to check it out.
He'll find it soon. Here we go. There we go.
Those base wards can be game-winning / game-losing, whichever way you want to look at it.
Pure closing in up on the Daedalus next.
It's such a funny game for Pure, right? It's like he's very farmed, right? He is doing a great job of keeping up, but it's not really that same type of carry style where he's the one cleaning up. He's getting all these. It's literally just the GPK show. Constantly disintegrating these heroes, even though there is a triple Lincolns being picked up. New showing how much they are kind of relying on his Rolling Thunder, right? He's going for a refresher as kind of like his second item in a way.
Yeah.
You do not see this too often, but showing that they just really want to have this as much as possible in the fights.
And effectively a pseudo extra Lincolns.
That's true. That is
You know
very
what I mean?
true.
Even more.
Yep. Oh man, he got the timeless throw. They always get it. And the damage just from GPK is going to continue to skyrocket. Very
It's just so scary for any of these heroes now. It's that point of the game where you get caught in any sort of stun.
I mean,
on an X. It's going to really take everybody just throwing those Linkers on that target, trying to do their best to protect them from the inevitable follow-up burst that's going to come out from BetBoom.
Yeah, they're still, even though we said they started to get a bit tankier, now they're not really tanky again. Sure, you've got like 2,600 HP.
So much damage.
It's so much that comes out from this Lina. And XG's just, I swear, they've just been hugging each other as 4 or 5 in the majority of this game, and the net worth is definitely reflecting that. BetBoom is playing a lot more split up. They're finding the opportunities of the catches, and they're just continuing to get that lead to grow. It's up to 14,000. Continues going up.
We got smoke time coming up to around where that potential Roche spawn is.
It's the next big one.
That's the full Daedalus, yeah. So they've got the magical damage, they've got the physical damage, they've got the everything damage here on BetBoom. It's going to be a lot for Xtreme to withstand.
Yeah, they should.
Unless Xtreme can be the ones to find the jump first.
So hard for them to get this jump first, though. PYW is just very careful on the sides. Miro shows himself for a
Smoke's
second.
going to dispel. They know someone's in the trees there. Toronto and Tokyo. They turn towards, begin with the boundless strike of the Rolling Thunder, follow the assassinate as well. They've got the pullback, but he's able to get the supernova off. He's able to get the egg off, and they'll put a stop to it. They take the egg down, but low.
He's gone.
He's caught on the front line. The BKB won't save him. He's dead. PYW goes down as well as Polison. XM all alone here, going to get chased out as the light trigger comes in, but no New does come crashing back in the Rolling Thunder. Might be able to keep it safe. Another bounce again. New holding Miro back, keeping XM alive.
Stuck from the trees.
Stun for GPK comes in with the combo, finishing off the job. Hexer and save into the Laguna. Low in trouble as well. He's caught between the 4 of them. Triple kill for GPK.
What a performance.
They get the team wipe and more, of course, with that buyback and dieback from low at the end of the fight.
All right, that's it. That's got to be the game. 100 seconds. They don't even need to wait for that Roche. They can look to at least claim 2-3 sets of Raxes, if not more. Double Lagunas used in a team fight that only lasts about 40 seconds. Absolutely ridiculous. Great target prioritization. They try to clean up Tokyo, but he gets the egg off. I think that was a 4-step from Pure that comes out almost instantly to push him to the side, reset the positioning of the fight. And the PA just dies so fast. As you said, now it's not just the magical damage. It's Pure as well who's dishing out an unbelievable amount. But man, GPK, what an angle. Look at this one in particular, right? Yeah. Gets that stun, resets because of the buyback, and then finds the follow-up afterwards.
And they're able to do so much damage now. No sniper for 10 more seconds, but the big one being no low PA for a full minute after that dieback.
And they actually just finish it off. Another Laguna and a nuke, and he's just dead.
Yeah, this one's looking pretty over. The tier 4's under threat here.
GPK absolutely getting the MVP for this one. This has been a hell of a performance.
And I don't think he's going to be getting a last pick Lina again.
No, especially not versus 5 relatively, if not quite squishy heroes.
They just can't leave that in.
No. No strength hero at all, no tanky front line to want to start the fights. I mean, New was doing an okay job of starting these fights, but
There you go, one final effort. Let's try. XM is going to get focused by GPK. Had to try and keep close to the fountain. He's trying to hold them back, but BetBoom, they can focus the Ancient and look to close up this game one as GG is called. BetBoom will take the first game of this series.
Well done. Well played. XG felt like they just kind of had to hug each other for a while.
No, they really did. They were able to slow them down a little bit, right? They were able to draw us out kind of the 41 minutes, but that inevitable sort of fight where it was just going to be one slip up and suddenly a hero's just gone.
Yeah, it's just too much burst damage.
Yeah, BetBoom, they're going to be feeling pretty content with that one. And I think, as I say, going into that game too, XG, they've got to think more about really what they let through as that last hero. I feel like not a lot of teams this patch would leave something like Alina in the pool when it gets to that stage of the draft.
No, absolutely not. Especially not if you are literally playing with 5 heroes that are, as we said, pre-25 minutes, it's 1,300 HP or so.
Well, there we go. GPK Alina, 41-3. BetBoom, they take game one.
That indeed they do. We talked about the Lina, obviously Fog talking about you can't leave it in the pool if you're going to go for so many squishy heroes. But I will say, XG, they tried, right? Rotations early mid on that Monkey King. GPK dies early, and I was like, maybe this Lina's not going to get up to this start that we see so many Linas do. Maybe Lina's not going to have that impact. But no, she proves again, GPK tells us, imbalanced. Get rid of her. Change her.
Should we start with Xtreme first? Then we'll go back quickly, because it'd be very easy to talk about. Yeah, exactly. I think for Xtreme, there was some signs of life, right? You know, the idea that monkeys are going to forward position, they are making these moves. Sure, we can talk about draft being a slight mistake at the very end, but I think it was exciting to see a change of pace from Xtreme. But I think fundamentally, the fact that 3 cores all have to buy a Linken's, and they can't buy their normal items, just delays it, right? Like in some of these
clips. Do they have to buy a Linken's though? I feel like maybe that's the issue,
sure,
right? That we are buying Linken Sphere.
Too many Linken's, right?
Like pretty much first item, core item on Pangolier, buying Linken Sphere on Sniper without like any damage. I feel like that's also a little bit of a, I don't know, wrong approach instead of maybe playing for your own way of killing heroes. So I think that was a little bit maybe. I mean, you're not really playing to win, right? You're just playing to like, oh, let's
survive.
Yeah, let's try to survive. But there's ways to break the Linken's, right? You can mana drain, you can just use a hex, and like I feel like it didn't really achieve much for them.
I feel like if anything, if Xtreme were to replay this game, then at most one person should buy Linken's. You give it to someone else, but like PA still needs to go for like the Basher, right? If your PA can jump the Lina or jump the Gyrocopter, put them into a vulnerable position, then you're fine. Sure, the issue then is Beastmaster will then blink and roll the PA, so now the PA has to BKB effectively to kill Gyro while surviving the Roar and doing damage. It's just a lot of moving parts. And then you pick Sniper mid to try and like pressure the draft, but then you don't ban Lina, who gets to play into Sniper. You're banning Puck instead. Like, I think this was just a draft loss from Xtreme, which is the biggest issue. And
then you think like the cherry on top was the itemization a little bit as well, where it's just like your PA could have done PA things. We've seen these PAs come back into games even against Linas, but it's like you're going for that later game. The rest of your team is able to stall out until a 40-45 minute timing, and all you're doing is trying to get items. But this time around, the Lina burst is proving way too much on GPK.
Again, like of course we can touch on the drafting, right? But I also feel like Xtreme Gaming make a lot of questionable decisions that they were actually doing pretty fine in this game. They had a pretty fast battlefield on PA. The Monkey King had a good game. Like everybody kind of was happy on Xtreme Gaming, but they took some really bad fights into the AoE and team fight of BetBoom team. And I feel like if they played a little bit more conservatively on their side of the map and made BetBoom team come to them instead and then took the fight on their term, maybe it would have been a very different game. I feel like we're seeing a little bit of the group stage from yesterday carry into this games where, you know, there potentially is a reason why we're in the first round of the gauntlet here. Like there's a lot of mistakes that could be prevented, and then, I mean, maybe the draft is a factor, but I feel like it's a lot about play as well.
But I think that's where the pressure got to them, right? You know, we've already spoke about the Lina, all this type of stuff, blah, blah, blah. But it's like the fact that they are buying triple Linken's, the fact that in this moment, look, right? Congratulations, you got Linken's, but you got the double jump, right? The Lion, the Lina together, boom, a classic combination. You get deleted seconds later. Xtreme, under the pressure of Sniper dying, they see the Gyrocopter, ages expiring, 3, 2, 1, boom, now he's dead. The fact that Xtreme take this opportunity and chase out of the base, they don't respect the Lina, they don't respect the positioning, they're chasing the supports. And now GPK, wait a second, PA, why are you jumping in? You've got no resource. You get another kill. So even when Xtreme find an opportunity under the threat of GPK and get a big kill on Pure, they suddenly then get too excited and then lose that potential chance to kind of refine some footing in the game. So I think that's the situation where you're already itemizing to deal with Lina, you're finally getting kills under the threat of Lina, but there's too much talk around it. Like, you're not...
There's like these moments of good stuff from Xtreme Gaming, but I feel like they always make a mistake right after that, where they get put back in the same corner that they were in before.
I don't want to harp just on Xtreme Gaming. You know, I also want to very quickly BetBoom as well for themselves. They were able to come back, I want to say, from this group stage. It felt like lanes were going semi-okay.
He was on Beastmaster! He's on Beastmaster!
Okay, you pretty much, jumped right to it. I was like, we finally got a little bit of a stable off lane for them. It's feeling nice for themselves. So BetBoom, it feels like back on the horse. One win, that's all they really needed for themselves, Misery.
That's also another Eastern European team.
This is, I mean, talking about the Beastmaster, I feel like this is the type of lineup that is kind of, that fits BetBoom team a little bit more, where they have a nice structure. They can always win this game, even if they're behind. If they're ahead, they can snowball. Like, they can kind of do everything. They have enough stuns. They have enough damage. Like, they are able to play the game. It's not this weird Abaddon IO where they lose the lanes really hard and there's no real like synergy between their heroes. So I like this approach more from BetBoom team going forward, having this melee offlaner for Miro that can kind of tempo the game and secure them kills early on.
We said they pressured the entire draft, right? Like, they're picking Beastmaster, they're flexing a Phoenix, kinda, but not really. And then suddenly it's like, you've got now a support Monkey, a mid sniper, a carry PA. Like, where's your early Roshan? Where's your early tower taking? Like, the natural motions to winning a game, Xtreme didn't have it, so they had to wait for BB to make a mistake. And they didn't make mistakes. So yeah, I think drafting Xtreme, sure, we can chalk it up to bad draft, sure. There was also some questionable plays, but I really hope for their sake they give themselves some more avenues to play out this game, because this felt a little bit too one-dimensional. 3 Lincolns against Alina, you're not winning games.
I'm sure, you know, we found these issues for them in game number 1, and the best thing for Xtreme Gaming and all of their fans out there is that it's a best of 3. There is going to be a second game happening. They're able to recollect themselves here, and we're going to go to a break. When we do come back, it will be game number 2.
Personally, I've never used a bug. I've only used some features. But I do know some players that abuse bugs. I remember the Legion Commander bug, where his third skill was some very interesting feature. I think the Legion Commander bug, since I'm not a Legion Commander player myself, but I think it was that your third skill used to proc infinitely on denies, and it used to deal more damage, I think so. I think the bug abusers should be punished. They shouldn't be allowed to use them, except for my team, their features.
I have never used a bug. I'm a good guy. I used the Legion double damage before, but I don't think that was a bug. Hello guys, and today I want to explore some bug that I see people have used before. Harpoon bug. Like back then, you have to just buy 2 harpoon and sell one of them. You will gain a max attack speed on the game. That guy I want to explore is, I have seen that guy using is Nasumi. $5,000 from the salary, paying to me because he is on my enemy and he abusing the bug.
Hello, my name is... I've been struggling with bugs, like basically my whole Dota career. They always somehow get to me. I think especially lately, it's been really hard. Yeah, there's this bug, I think it's called Nick's Assassin. He always comes and like vendettas me. And I'm like, what the frick? What is this bug? Straight to prison. If you pick a bug, you just, you should be executed. Actually, I changed my mind. No prison, execution, straight away. So think about that next time you abuse a bug.
Do you guys have any confessionals that you want to, own up to here on the panel, T, Misery?
I feel like we protect the players by hiding their identity. Like, we have no idea who that person was.
Absolutely.
And then you want
no
us
idea.
to make our confessions in public. Like, I feel like
so.
I just want the same treatment as the pros, I feel. Sorry.
Okay, all right. Well, maybe another time we can do that one too. But I feel like a confessional I have here is, I gotta know why teams are fighting in the way that they are. It feels like the locations of team fights have shifted so much in the last, I want to say 4 to 6 months. We saw a lot of priority placed around these wisdom rooms. We saw 21 minutes, 14 minutes, and sometimes in a few games, even around the 7-minute wisdom rune as well. But now, it feels like almost every game, you're either going to see a 14-minute or a 21-minute fight right around that wisdom rune tormented timing.
Yeah, I mean, it's an important object in the game, right? I think that's one simple explanation, but I also think there's some tendencies for teams to overextend in those areas and overvalue these objectives. I think it's important, but at the same time, like if you force all the enemy team to defend the wisdom rune, it might already be a win in itself, right?
Okay.
But if you then overextend into the wisdom room and die a couple of heroes as well, then you just lose much more than what you were, potentially gaining in that situation. We saw it a little bit last game with Xtreme Gaming, right? At 14 minutes, they tried to get the wisdom room, but BetBoom team were ready. But they were not 5 ready at the same time, Xtreme Gaming, right? So if they had potentially backed off there, they might have gotten more out of the map during that time. So
yeah, it's like you kind of show, you get some reactions to it.
You kind of poke, see what happens, right? And then if you have the discipline to back off as well, you might end up getting a win overall, right? Because you force everyone back on the map.
But that's not easy to do, right? Because you're saying that in the 14-minute mark, you need to decide how many heroes do I need to take their wisdom rune, and then you have to guess, is this a team that will react 4 or 5 heroes to protect their wisdom rune? Because if you bring 3 and they bring 5, you lose the fight. If you bring 4, they bring 3, you lose the fight, and the carry's farming the other side. So it's like, if you ask to contest a 14-minute wisdom rune, you either have to already know the strength of your opponent and bring the correct amount. Because if you just do it, with, let's go as 2 guys, you're gonna take the wisdom, you're just gonna die and lose your map, right? So I think this is something that teams will have to debate based on draft, based on the position of the current game. Like, it's not as simple as just bring 5, because then you lose your map. If you bring 2, you die, right? It's like, it changes every game, and I think the best teams in the world will be able to instantly read that and make the right choice. And I think right now, some teams don't respect the 14-minute, the 20-minute tormentor, right? These are scripted moments the game forces you to play for, and they're still treating it like, I'm just gonna get the wisdom, it's fine. And the good teams, they always punish it.
Yeah, I like that you mentioned as well that you have to know, is your draft gonna be able to take a fight there? Are you going to be able to do it with 5, with 3 heroes? How exactly is it going to fall into place? And how exactly is our game number 2 draft going to fall into place? Well, that one is about to be answered because we have our game 2 draft.
Howdy, I'm back again with T Governor. We're gonna do some drafting for you guys. Isn't that exciting?
Oh, that was really, yeah.
Really good.
Oh my God, okay, I can't,
really good.
Can't return the favor. That's, you know, illegal, but it's fine. All right, what's happening? What are we talking about? All right, so we got game 2, right? You know, BB looking formidable as ever. Xtreme, 1 game away from elimination. Very scary. So let's see if they can give themselves the correct tools. But at the moment, I believe they're still yet to pick a hero. I think they're actually loading into the game potentially.
Yes, we are also loading into the game.
So we might actually have a slight delay as this draft is truly yet to begin.
Exciting. Well, we'll talk about how they're going to ban Invis heroes. Just had that bug expose. I think Nyx is probably not making it in. Yeah, we're back in the lobby.
Well, yeah, we're back. It's fine. Again, it's just a quick remake. No problem at all.
Just have a nice little chit chat. BetBoom. I really liked watching the last game because it felt like their trio of cores were all so effective and doing so much on the map in different places even, whilst not feeling like they had to fall back and rely on each other until those fights did happen. Like you had GPK Lina playing with Save as soon as you guys blink on Lion, right? They're just running around nuking and killing people. PA's farming the mid lane. No, you're not. Now you're dead.
You're gone, yeah.
Yep, you had Pure farming it up, getting there to be a reliable carry. You had Mieros off in the corner of the map taking Roche alone. Like,
yeah, some casual Beastmaster, right?
Crazy. They're just getting so much done.
But aren't you describing BB getting their hands on like their iconic heroes, right? Like Toronto Tokyo playing Phoenix, Save on the Line, Mirror on the Beastmaster, you know, GPK on Lina, right? Like, you know, Pure plays pretty much every hero, right? So it's like, whatever, he's playing Dry, congrats, right? But like, it's like the fact that they got given everything. And I feel like for Xtreme, using the power of hindsight, once they get into like the game 2 prep, picking first pick Monkey, giving away a Phoenix, then suddenly it feels like their draft just, they were drafting with their own plan without truly respecting what BB wants to have in their normal lineups, right? And maybe that's an argument towards they haven't really been taking the Beastmaster recently, and now BB's going back to some other strategies, right? So like if you're only prepping on the Slam games, sure, I can see why Xtreme went down this path. But if you look at the big picture of BB and why they are, you know, maybe used to be a dominant team, contender for some tournaments, then yeah, some blunders occur. So I really hope for Xtreme's sake that the game 1 to game 2 approach has really locked in some new concepts or a new idea. But I do believe attempt 2 of drafting joining this lobby has not succeeded.
Very good at yapping until that occurs. So let's continue.
All right, what do you want to talk about? I feel like right now that we have free reign.
No, let's not go too far. I think if one more failed attempt, and then we can start talking about random things like anime, you know. But until then,
I don't watch anime. I
can still talk about it.
Actually, I dabble. I
don't think I said anywhere that I needed you to be
I see.
for me to yap about it.
Yeah,
I could go for hours. It's fine.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense.
But I think last game it felt rough to watch the 3 cores in comparison to BetBoom, right? Because every fight, it felt like they had to put a lot of resources into just killing Pure. And at that point, GPK is already there killing everyone else. It's like, there's no, oh, the carry's dead, we're fine. It was like, okay, now the actual boss is still here that we have to deal with. The net worth disparity was like pretty bad. Like Mew was pretty low down the entire game, it felt like.
But also what you're describing is the fact that current meta is when cores have multiple pressure points that you need to have resources to kill all, right? Like to kill a Beastmaster, you're now putting yourself in a position where Lena's behind him, right? And it's like, if you just kill the Beast, Lena's gonna kill you. If you just kill the Gyro, the Beastmaster's gonna roar to save because you're not going on the Beastmaster, right? Like, there's 3 layers of like insane damage, but to kill one, the other 2 cores will protect you. Like, we're not in a current patch where, like, you're not picking like a Centaur, right? Like, all he does is like, I'm gonna Stampede, you know? But like, every big draft feels like every core has like a statement in the fight. Like, they don't really fall out of the game. They always scale into it.
Yeah. I think it's just awkward as well, because at least on BetBoom's side, if Gyro does go down, GBK can still stand on his own, whereas on Xtreme, if PA died, there was no longer a barrier for XM, and then your poor little sniper's just running for his life, unable to kill anyone. It felt like they just couldn't cover each other, and I wasn't a fan of New's item build. Just having that like Lincolns and Blink, it felt like he just couldn't do anything as soon as his roll was down, and then he went a refresher to be like, oh, I know 2 rolls now.
Ooh, okay, we're trying again.
Okay, we're trying again.
Third time the charm. Okay, we're gonna be joining in.
Okay,
right now.
I believe. All
Again,
right.
you guys don't see it, but we are currently joining the lobby. Okay.
Praying.
Can we get some?
A little bit of power.
What emote should we pick in chat?
My mind always defaults to Joel. Like I
I do love a Joel. Yeah, sure.
love a good Joel. Can we have Joels in the chat?
Yeah. Or T-Tors. You decide. Should we load up chat now quickly? All right, you're about to get a free pass to talk about anything you want.
Oh, this is so exciting.
1 second when this lobby crashes. All right. Hold. Unfortunately, this third lobby also did not start.
This is so
okay. First of all,
unfortunate. Okay.
what if we find out it's like if it's a player's fault?
Ooh.
What if Xtreme don't want this game to start so they don't get eliminated? So they're secretly,
That is
you know,
so
not to create conspiracies, but yeah.
That is so disrespectful.
Yeah.
Xtreme are excited to get into this game.
They need more time to plan their hero.
BetBoom,
That's true.
actually.
That's true. But what if it's BB? You know, they're actually psychologically torturing Xtremes. Like if we.
Oh, look at that! Look at that key cat. They got the bongo cat. That's adorable. That's actually a really cute keyboard. I like that. I hope that we're seeing heroes on the stream. Do you have a keyboard, like a custom
Yes,
one?
I do have a keyboard.
Do you
I
have
also
a custom keyboard?
no.
Oh, okay.
I just have a nice, well-built. Can't name the name because I'm sure Blast isn't sponsored by, but I do have a normal keyboard. I have like the odd custom keycap that my girlfriend bought me, but I added. But
oh, look at you! You have a girlfriend. Wow, T.
Yeah, no,
really
I do.
showing off
I do.
for it. Twitch chat, I'm with you. I also don't have a girlfriend. It's fine.
No, yeah, it's.
We don't like T.
12.5K, got a girlfriend, you know.
God,
life's pretty good.
That's awesome. That's really
Or
nice.
rare,
of you.
sorry.
Whoa!
Whoa! I'm just making mistakes left and right here. All right.
So embarrassing.
Everyone in Twitch chat has a partner. You know, they're living the life. They're all 12K players, 13K players.
Right.
You know.
Oh wow. Yeah, I have. I actually.
Well.
How do you feel about RGB? All right, because when I last bought my PC, I bought a black case with no transparency in it. I bought RGB stuff and then locked it away because I didn't want to see it. My keyboard the same. I turned it to a dull color so it wouldn't bother me.
Okay, so do you have the same logic like with your PC? Do you have like all the lights and stuff, but do you actually show it like on display, or do you just?
No,
like,
I don't
hide
show it at all.
Yeah, I have the same. I have all the lights in it, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't like that anymore, so I kind of just have to hide it.
I have a very dark case that shows nothing.
Yeah, well, hopefully we see something soon because the draft again. I've heard in my ear that they think they fixed it.
Oh, good.
So the upcoming attempt,
I see in the chat.
optimistically, should be a go.
Yeah, it did say that it is completely OD Pixel's fault.
Yes. We didn't talk about the casters not wanting to start the game. They wanted a longer break.
There we go.
And that's why, because now the casters are happy with the game starting. So I believe the draft is underway.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Remember when they said casters start the game, and we were all like, but we can't start the game. Turns out that was actually false. The casters could start the game, and we're finally in.
Well, we say that. We're in. And now this chat.
Let's go. All right, we're gonna see no Alchemist, no Terrorblade. I wonder when we will ever see these heroes get through again.
Well, interesting enough, of course, Xtreme, because they have finally got second pick. Something that we mentioned in the previous draft panel is they've been in first pick every single time. And I was waiting for them to maybe take second pick to utilize that 24, to utilize what PARIVISION did, and now this is their chance to show us what is their strategy for second pick.
Right. Let's see who gets through. That's the exciting things here. We got Bristle.
Yep.
We got Bounty Hunter.
Yes.
We got Bat Rider.
Yep.
Get through, yeah.
DK.
Yeah, well, DK was let through last time.
Yeah, again, first pick DK isn't like the most exciting one. People have understood that hero,
I don't care about DK. Please don't pick it. Please.
And Bristle.
Xtreme Gaming.
The pick. The bounty.
The Bounty Hunter is very,
the patch
very nice. I love these SSMs.
That's a bang one.
Yeah.
You know, when you're not patch and the bounty hunter's got the penguins, you know, that's a good SFM, that one.
Yeah, no, that was good. They've been really on point with these.
Yeah, they have. Yeah.
That's a fan. It's really sad knowing that my favorite heroes will never get picked because they're
So you'll never see
really
them?
freak ones. Yeah, so I'll never see them.
Yeah, but that's like the value of the draft now, because like when they pick a weird hero, like an off-meta hero, you finally get to see what Blast cooked up with the SFMs. But
oh, I want to see Arc Warden.
Arc Warden?
Yeah.
Let me think. Do any team? No, not really. I don't think any teams here really dabble with the hero. If Miracle was here, Enigma.
Miracle's here. If Arteezy was here, we also might.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on.
Sorry. Not to bring up sad times. We got a Clockwork in response to the Bounty Hunter. Okay, this is the second time now Bounty Hunter's just been picked in favor of Ricky. We asked, who did I want to say it was? I want to say it was 33. I asked, like, what do you prefer playing with? And he actually said he liked Ricky more, like playing with it.
They bring many different things to the game, right? Because Ricky for laning, you can utilize the smoke screen to provide some cover for your off lane. You also have mobility, so you can like insta kill couriers for free. You then have the you have high, but like it feels like you do more. Bounty is a speed of the game, right? Like once you leave lane, you're tracking, you're setting up other heroes to do stuff. But Ricky's a little bit more independent, where like he can free flow, change the pace of a gank. So I think they both do the same annoyance in the early to mid game, but one's more team fight protection and one's more team fight accelerator through vision and positioning.
Yeah, I think having watched them myself, I do like the way that Ricky is more. I like that he gets the diffusal blade and can give a lot of kill threat. I really love the shard and like the protection from protection.
Yep.
And I also really like how easy it is for him to like kill couriers and stuff, being able to use like the tricks to get
exactly.
Yeah, it's just so nice. But Bounty, there's these team fights that happen where you'll check the stats afterwards and you'll see that he used track like 3 times plus. And it's just like, okay, they have such an injection of gold now. It is so hard. In these games, we have seen so many stomps. Weirdly enough, right? Because in Fisher, I felt like the average game time was so long. In Blast, we've seen a lot of quick games. And Bounty definitely helps that.
Interesting enough, Xtreme haven't banned the gyrocopter. They've picked up. Oh, they have banned. No, BetBoom did it. Sorry, I was looking at Xtreme and I was like, normally banned it. I didn't see B. Okay, my bad.
It's okay.
Yeah, I'm blind.
He is blind. He has glasses and everything.
Thankfully, that's been banned out because I was a bit worried for that. But you know, Xtreme, they take the Beastmaster themselves. We saw how conceptually the hero does a lot, especially if Bristle and Gyro are gone. There aren't many heroes that really punish you. A PA Lich lane can get on top and threaten you a little bit, but again, PA is banned. So yeah, I think all the big Beast answers have been removed, so yeah, should be just a good game for Beastmaster.
I remember when heroes countered heroes. Like in one of the group stage games, there was a Bristle against a Beastmaster, and I remember that was like a hero that people used to play in like carry role to kind of own him.
Yep.
But then he was just I think it was Arme ended up playing him. He was just maxing axes and killed Bristle in lane. It was just like, what does the world come to?
Yeah, sure. They just go for the Chen. They get like a classic 5 that can play into it.
Yeah.
You force the Beastmaster to not really think about the boar. You also start with a mana burn creep, so when he goes for axes, you can start burning his mana to prevent how many axes he throws out. So Chen, nice stable response. Beast can still play into it, but it's just kind of like a little thorn in his side. He has to kind of think about it a bit more.
I'm sure he'll survive. I'm sure he'll press axes and not care.
Yeah.
And he'll buy a soul ring or something.
I mean, right now for mid,
even.
like this is where you maybe just pick like your casual Pangolier or something if you want, because then you protect your offlane pick. You get to see information before you force Miro to play. Because right now, like going for an offlane or a carry, I mean, you can pick carry because you see Beast, or you pick Pangolier. That's basically the option.
I'm happy with Pango even into the Beast role, because the games or the way I watched like last game, right? New's going for this facet, the Thunderbolt one, and the duration's decreased. He's rolling into a fight, he's getting roared, and then by the time the roll finishes, his roll is just over.
But that's because they also had a farming PA and a sniper, so when he can roll early into the pressure points of Beastmaster's early game, he had no core to play with him, right? Like if you're picking like a Pangolier with an aggressive carry and offlane, now suddenly it's like you're actually playing into the map, you're progressing it, so I think it's more playstyle based. But either way, they just pick for the carry. DK technically can be mid or carry here, so a little bit of a soft flex. But yeah, this draft is going to be extremely tanky. Like Chen Aura, DK with Armlet, SMY BKB, Bounty always scouting out. It's if they death ball at like 20 minutes, I am a little worried for Xtreme's damage right now. So these picks need to respect that inevitable kind of walk it down one lane strategy that BB is presenting.
Yeah, I think on the Xtreme side, I've seen Polison play Phoenix one time if they wanted to do something like that with percentage into Dragon Knight. I think that would be nice, especially since a lot of their damage is going to be right-click oriented, or there's going to be loss of the units. And they do have a way to protect their egg with the roar.
I just worry if they have, like, if they go for like Morphling, which is one of the better carries into this. It's like, do you have damage early on? Like,
my
group up.
That works too.
Or just keeping, I mean, just strong lane.
I mean, they have
that 5. Yeah.
Really, they can really kill on Xtreme right now. I really like the
Pick-off,
the way that they can, they can start fights really well. They can either initiate in with the clock or they can pull out with the bat. Like having that reposition, having that way to go in from multiple angles is gonna open up a lot of options for their cores to be able to take fights in the way that they want to.
The only fear I have now for Xtreme is it's very kind of scripted how they take a fight, right?
Yeah.
Like they need the roar, they need the lasso. If these are ever misused or you survive them, where is that kind of like the fight after, right?
They do. They have 3. They have 3 ways,
okay,
right?
Now, the Lina fixes that a little bit. I was saying, like, what if they don't kill in that spell? Now they have the damage in that spell, right? So they've answered that, and yeah, perfectly fine.
I like it, and I like the hero's protector. If you're trying to go on this Lina, you will get rolled, you will get lassoed, you will get hooked, and these are all BKB piercing stuns as well. So it's very, very hard to jump their Lina right now.
What if they put DK mid and go for like the brood carry or some kind of like super toxic strategy like this, right?
Yeah.
Like if you lose map control on Xtreme, then the ability to find that pickoff is hard because your waves are getting pushed into you, you're playing in fog, you're like you're hugging one hill. Like there is a world in which this is exploitable, but
I love that idea, but with Lycan.
oh sure, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, like okay, yeah, true. To be fair, Lycan's the less overly cooking version of what I'm saying. Yes.
I mean, they're both great.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Lycan, No, you're right. The Lycan was the current age version. I think the Broodmother was on my mind just because of how Satanic played it earlier.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, Lycan's the very easy mode. So if you're, I'm sure you're aware at home, but this Alpha Wolves facet is obnoxious as hell. You get 6 points on your wolves, and they're just going around rooting, damaging. They're unkillable. They have evasion. It's like the.
You know the best thing is?
So absurd.
The best thing here is it's been in the game for so long.
Right.
And it's an example of, guys, when a patch drops, just because pros play heroes doesn't mean that's the meta. If you go and find that next thing, you can create the meta. And Lycan is an example of that. In the last month and a half, people just started playing it, realized it's good, and they created new meta. We haven't had a patch, yet the meta has shifted. Go out there, invent, try new things. You're going to find some hidden gems. And Lycan, I don't want to say it's a hidden gem. It was, but I hate it because it's so good. You know, it's
And it's gonna make his team's life easier because he's gonna be able to.
It's bounty Lycan.
Yeah, you have to deal with an invis bounty skulking around your side of the map. You're gonna have to deal with wolves scouting you out. And here's the thing as well: bounty has to put his life on the line to go give vision. Lycan does not. Lycan can just send these wolves out to die. Who cares? They will find someone. When Dragonite has blink, is gonna be able to set up him to find and stun people really easily. He's also just gonna get his Midas and whatever else he wants, Radiance, so on. He's just gonna farm up while these wolves do so much damage. Like if Batrider is just trying to exist and look for a way into a fight, these wolves, if they find him, not only can they kill him because he's a support with low income, but he's also just gonna be unable to ever blink or do anything.
I mean, it's gonna be some, like, the mid hero for BB as well, as long as it creates that kill opportunity when you have the wolf vision, it's fine. Like, Tiny's like the classic version, right? You see hero, blink Kanda, they're dead, right? So I think whatever GPK wants to play that kills on wolf vision is perfectly fine. I think Tiny's the hero here personally, but maybe he has a slightly different read. But yeah, they do go for the Tiny. It's
excellent.
It's too, like, this draft is so disgusting. Like, the Chen lane prevents the Beast from truly pressuring DK. The Bounty can pull waves for the Lycan. The Tiny can play into Lina. Like, every lane on paper is 50-50 or slightly to BB because you're not meant to be dying. And now you have last pick, 30 odd seconds, you need to find a carry that can, like, put pressure on a Lycan but outscale a DK and not just get run over, because you need someone who's able to stand his ground. It's a really difficult pick.
Yeah. I really like the Tiny last pick. Just the fact that you now have someone who can also jump with the Dragonite as well. Someone who can also make use of the vision that Bounty and Lycan are going to be providing. I think it rounds out their idea as well.
Do they go like lifesteal?
I was thinking about lifesteal, I didn't like it.
I want a carry that basically just exists in front, so then Beast and Lina don't feel pressured to become the front line. I think if Beast becomes your front line, you have a problem. So the fact that now they have a Sven, completely off meta hero, it's only getting picked because we're seeing a DK, because we're seeing a Lycan. So it's kind of like they're dipping into an old hero pool. but it can, with the correct item build, like some harpoon style build, you can always walk in front, so it will allow Beast and Lina to play behind, but they had to really go quite left field to find a hero.
I feel like Xtreme will be fine if they can ball up together and not create like a front line, back line. Like if you're trying to play these fights where you have someone standing up in front, I feel like if BetBoom can set up the vision correctly and catch that back, it's just over for Xtreme. But if they can use like the Sven aura and get some stuff going for Beastmaster, then they can stick together and these wolves won't be a problem. And then your Sven's just gonna kill everyone because he's got that damage.
Like the Beastmaster has to have a good lane. If he has a good lane and Lina with Boots of Travels get to like TP in with the Beastmaster, find some kills, then you're creating the tempo. But as soon as you lose any Beastmaster early game timing, it's 3 cores that have to farm a lot. Into a Lycan, into a Bounty, a Chen, the Tiny chasing you. Like, if they lose any map state, then this game feels like they have to play for an hour to win the game, right? So the first 20 minutes is critical for them to win this game.
Well, see what happens. And let's throw it to our caster. No, not yet, soon.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and we are ready to get into the action here of Game 2 between Xtreme Gaming and BetBoom. Can Xtreme Gaming start to pull this series back, or will this be the last game they play here at Blast Slam 2? Folks, we've seen the drafts. What do you make of it? There's a lot of scary heroes on BetBoom and Xtreme. Indeed, with that last pick, coming in with a bit of a different answer, a bit of an old school answer to some of these heroes. The Sven.
This is like the old school Lycan answer, right? And that's kind of about it. I don't think anybody's playing Sven, just because Sven is just... It feels like he's a worse version of a lot of these other heroes currently at the moment. So we'll have to see how he's going to be able to do versus his counterpart of the DK, right? DK is pretty much just the better Sven / Terrorblade in kind of a way that people have been talking about for a while.
Very true with
from the safe lane. Built-in cleave, his ult lasts longer, doesn't have to worry about, like, I mean, I'm comparing it to both heroes, of course, the Sven and the TB. You just do it the same with less. So let's see how he's going to be able to make this Sven work, because, yeah, literally nobody's playing it. In the past, as I said, versus Lycan, it used to be one of these kind of traditional kind of type of counters, but feels like games are just different now, right? You're playing around Alpha Wolves. The way the BB's going to play is look to scout a lot, get pickups with GPK, and then snowball and push off of that. So, yeah, I agree with T. I think first 20 minutes are probably the most important thing for me to watch for XG. If they can slow the pace of the game down for this one, perhaps for the Sven, perhaps they have a chance, but looks tough.
See around the river. I'm seeing if they could get some sort of setup.
New.
He's going to take quite a bit of a beating here. The save.
He's
going to be able to find the setup and indeed make sure that first blood goes to BetBoom Pure to pick that one up.
Either one of them were about to get it just from that animation. It was either the tree grab or the breathe fire does get the kill there. So a good start there for Pure and a fantastic start to shut down the Beastmaster. And T said it himself too. That's probably one of those lanes to watch, is how this Beast is going to do. It's just not an easy one for him by any means. He's playing versus the Chen, and Pure actually tanks all of the cogs there. Trying to kill one of them, play around it, but he's going to have that extra mana regen that comes from the Chen. And Chen is one of the better counters in particular versus a Beastmaster in a lot of situations.
And obviously last game, we saw Lina in the hands of GPK able to pop off. Things going to be potentially a bit different, a bit harder for XM on the Lina this game on the other side.
I mean, just look at the difference of heroes, right? DK Tiny, 2 heavy tanky bruisers. Even Lycan, pretty tanky, and a Chen with heals. So I would say it's quite a different state for the Lina. And they have methods of scouting, which I would say are a bit better than the last game that we saw for them trying to find the Lina save. He's got this TP out.
Able to put the stick in the fairy fire TP away from them.
Nicely done. Ends up surviving. They committed quite a bit for that there. So yeah, I think overall for XM, it looks quite a bit harder. They have 2 different methods of scouting him with Invis, and then they have tanky frontline bruisers and a melee tanky initiator to close the gap and reposition him. That's also really important. Lina playing versus reposition ain't so fun. And we'll see how that ends up going down for XM. This bottom lane, though, as we said, this should be, on paper, a good lane for the Sven.
Top so far, Pure not really being slowed down too much, but New also finding just as much farm from this. And you just, for the spam from these two, will it ever be enough to threaten the DK, or from this point onwards, pure smooth sailing?
Nah, pure should be smooth sailing unless somehow PYW gets the level 2 cogs and does some crazy thing with level 2 axes, but very unlikely. They do have good magic damage between the two. It's just, that's the thing about the Chen. It stops a lot of the aggression from the constant mana burn. It just prevents one of the heroes from usually getting most of their spells off.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can kind of see there how aggressive Pure feels that he can play. Doesn't feel any sort of threat from these two heroes right now in the lane.
Yeah, he just stays like relatively low because he knows they don't have that burst by any means. And he'll just get that natural regen up. He has the tangos being shared over from Tokyo. Yeah, so it feels like he should have a good time. Nu shouldn't die up here either though, right? Here. Actually gonna get a good chunk of damage onto him here.
He might be in trouble this time around. They've got him.
He doesn't use it.
He had it?
He had it.
Ooh. Well,
PYW.
He felt safe, and
I guess
we thought that he would be, but not being able to press all the buttons there goes down.
No, PYW just gets the trap on him, and yeah, he just didn't end up clicking it. Didn't think that he could survive. Nice connection there. I jinxed him. Lina so far also doing quite well, but the Tiny is matching. Nu.
PYW is making pretty good work of trying to Tokyo. Be able to get back into the tower in time. Nu trying to
actually gonna get the kill here too.
Pure back and gets the kill. Trying to Tokyo doesn't actually go down. In fact, he might be able to turn and threat PYW.
This is an interesting lane to say the least.
He might have to deny himself to neutrals. Same time in the mid lane. Save comes in with a rotation, helps GPK take down XM. PYW, where's he want to take these creeps? That's the question.
Is he gonna TP? Okay. That's a big creep wave.
Yeah, and the fact that Pure sort of comes back into the game, is able to get the kill, kind of rectifies himself dying, and now able to farm onwards, and indeed...
and now he shouldn't die.
This creep wave will finally get back to the push after it's dragged as far away as it was by PYW there on that bit of a walk.
This is going to be a bit of a funny lane now. The way the positioning of it's going to be especially. This wave is going to get pulled back. Nu is going to be happy. Going to get a fair bit out of that. But mid lane, we saw the quick move come in, similar to last time, where we saw the Monkey King make the rotation toward mid lane. But in the difference here is the Tiny's just having a free farm lane in the meantime versus the Lina, even without the rotations.
Bottom lane. So far, Miro 16-1 against the 27-3. So having a bit of a slower start here, Miro, this game.
Yeah, this one's having...
Yeah, low doing perfectly fine. But I guess this is part of the picking of it, right? The laning stage.
This is old school.
This should be where Sven's absolutely fine.
Yeah, this is. I mean, this is literally like. I feel like I've seen this a lot actually. In the last 2 days that we've casted, I feel like some of the concepts of old school Dota are coming back in a way, just because some of these heroes get banned, and you're like, okay, well, we don't have any other option. We're gonna pick a Sven versus a Lycan lineup. It's an old time thing of the past.
Save.
Is that a creep that's going through? Or is that...
I think it was the courier.
Or was it a courier? Okay. I couldn't actually tell which one it was.
Yeah, I guess... Yeah, it was the courier. So, if anything, maybe did that take some sort of crazy route just to try and avoid save from sniping it?
I think it was, actually.
You know what I mean? He actually took the courier right to the top left, took it for the twin gate, rather than running it down the bottom lane because he didn't want this bounty hunter to snipe it.
I think I saw that too.
It was. He got his tracks
Okay, cool.
You know, and he wasn't up there, so I think just making some sort of cross the map move there with the courier, just make sure save doesn't find it.
Oh, that's big brain. XM pulling ahead anyway in the CS after the movement happens from the bounty. Power Rune is going to hit. Both set up for it. Sentry's already placed from Pelosin.
He's ready.
Careful while you walk in that river, Pelosin, though.
He's not going to be able to do too much when both Save and GPK are ready to turn towards him.
He did not respect the damage, but he's actually going to live anyway. Just enough HP.
Doesn't stop GPK, of course, though, getting that rune, and it's quite the tasty one. Amplified damage in the bottle for the Tiny.
It's a dangerous one versus something like the Lina. He does pick up a raindrop early on XM, so has a bit more survivability versus the burst. Quite early game here, though. 3-1 at the moment for BB. Ward behind the tower place, though, that I don't believe is going to get taken out. That one's going to be pretty dangerous for XM, because at some point they're going to look to collapse. The other thing about the Lycan that they have when they're playing versus something like a squishy Lina, you can really get on top of her quick early. Your first shapeshift could just be used to go around the mid lane, pop shift, and get behind her. So used to be another thing that people would do in the past versus some of these know, snipers or Lena's, one of the more fragile mid laners, is you have this Lycan's first ult usage to sandwich.
He's trying his chances here, going for the Wisdom Rune, but save is set up for him.
He gets the stun. And now Paulson, it has no TP. He might have to Firefly and just kind of cut away. He should be fine. But Pure, even though he did end up, I'm like I said, I was still a bit shocked that he didn't end up dying. He's at the top of the network. So having that really good start after that first blood. And Toronto Tokyo is just looking like he's just going to maximize. He's just farming the jungle now because he doesn't feel like Pure is getting pressured by the lane anymore.
Yeah, Pure's perfectly safe here. Unless he makes some sort of twin gate play, twin gate rotation.
Yeah, or the Lino or the Sven making a move up there somehow. Level 6 has been hit for the Sven. Well, does have God Strength available. The Midas, it's about to be finished for Miro. So it's going to start soon building up to those level 6 wolves. Mid lane, Bounty set up again. 3-man rotation coming out from BetBoom.
And with this amplified damage rune popped, you know, they've got to be careful. XM's able to keep his distance from save, looking for the setup.
Gets the positioning. Toss does a fair bit of damage, though.
Not quite be able to hold the Xtreme for GPK. Has to grab it himself there, trying to Tokyo with PYW hanging around.
These are kind of funny moves kind of happening right now. Nobody getting the connection of a kill, but
because I guess the question is for Xtreme, like, how do they go about looking to make a play, and who do you look to try and go on? Who's the most vulnerable on BetBoom? Because as you mentioned earlier, they're pretty beefy heroes from the off.
That is actually quite true. It's not going to be easy until they do in particular have like the 6 on the clockwork, right? Unless they just like walk up and roar and you have 2 cores in a lane, you probably just have to wait for one of these supports because your damage is definitely not the highest versus DK and Tiny. Maybe Miro, you can find him, but if you don't get the kill, he just ults and runs away.
Yeah,
it could be complicated.
It's not going to be easy for them to fight.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then I guess the question comes up, if that's going to be the case for Xtreme, does their lineup sit well if they just focus on hitting the creeps and try and scale against BetBoom, or is that going to be tough?
I just don't know. I don't think Sven does. I don't know how Sven does anymore, in particular versus these matchups. He just not really played so much, and he just feels like a lesser version of DK in almost every single instance. We'll have to say, New is able to finish off those Ancients. All the XP does get sapped and split between him and the Bounty, but does get every single one of those last hits.
We have some live stats coming in there. So yeah, indeed, Miro's Midas timing, one of the top 20 Midas timings in this entire patch. So
really?
Don't, mate, we're not going to fact check our stats, man, again.
No, we're not. We're not.
Back in action.
I'm more just like I'm a surprised, really, not a fact check, really. You know? He went all the blood grenade. It's enough. It is.
He's dead.
Great usage.
And this tower probably dead as well. BetBoom coming in hard with the push. On Xtreme, they're going to be able to push them off. They turn up with the backup. XM's here as well. So BetBoom won't be able to go for that tower push as they may have initially hoped for. They'll split back up across the map.
That is something nice that their draft has. They have a lot of deep push. The Axes and Lina alone, they have more than enough in most situations. Plus a little casual rocket once Clockwork's got more points of it. Save? I mean, he's just like living over here. So he's going to block the camp. I believe that was spotted from Polson.
Oh, I think it was.
But they can't stop the TP in time.
No,
so
dust for one.
Oh, and he doesn't even TP base. He was very aware that they weren't going to be able to get that. TP stop. He TP's mid. I think GPK tossed that catapult under the tower there. Gonna set up XM.
Now, Lowe's getting space spot.
He is.
With all this kind of focus been drawn up to the top, he's getting space. 70% for Pure. I mean, you can see on the farm right now, Pure a little bit ahead, but indeed it's close. We're definitely going to get to see this game what the potential of the Sven is.
Or what the not potential of the Sven.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Is this going to amount to anything, or is this hero just going to look pretty out of place in this patch?
Because the other thing is, the issue about the Sven is, too, is this hero is probably more reliant about Ancients than almost any other one as well, too, right? Yes, you have all these camps. It still is very important to get those Ancient DK.
But you got a Beastmaster on your team.
That's exactly the thing.
Yeah, he's not letting you get any Ancients.
Everything.
Yeah.
So there's going to be some limited farm, and with the way that Save is playing, Save is going to be looking to scout and contest those Ancients constantly. So I feel like the farm, at least for him, is going to be a little bit more limited on that front. But we'll still see, because right now numbers, they're pretty close.
Now build wise from Low. Still going to be the same old Mask Echo into BKB.
And Pure is going to do standard, right? DK is just going to go Armlet, Mask of Madness, BKB, Crit, etc. He's just going to kind of rinse repeat, as we too see pretty much every single one of them go for. And I don't know how much more you can vary really for a Sven in terms of just going, what, you go Echo, S, and Y maybe next? I'm not too sure.
We're seeing in the very few Sven games that there have been BKBs, S and Ys, Harpoon, Satanic.
So used to be the old standard. And look at Polison, he's just getting bullied. There's a bounty hunter and just wolves hunting him down.
The wolves will kill him.
He's gonna die.
That's the power of the wolves.
And it's a track kill. So those type of things, they really do matter when a game state is just kind of passive. That little bit of extra gold can start to add up. That is so annoying. I mean, these squishy heroes can absolutely die to just wolves and a bounty.
Oh!
The net.
I mean, it really does feel like Xtreme. They're just going to be looking at Low, being like, Low,
please, Low.
Sven, you can still carry games in 2025, right? And Low's like, yeah, boys, I got you. Yeah. I got you. I got you. Don't worry. I'll show you how good Sven can be.
It really does feel that way. I mean, XM, he's getting pretty good farm on Lina. I just have concerns because of the scouting. They can get on top of him with these 2 scouting heroes, and Tiny will just essentially one-shot him afterwards. They've got the 6 on PYW, so this is something they probably needed in order to try to make an aggressive move. After this kind of lull period for 4 minutes, not much has happened for them. But these wolves, every time, they just look, they're constantly hunting. Save.
Got him with the dust. He will go for the hook shot.
It's quite the commitment for a bounty hunter.
It is, and there's backup here. GPK is able to close the gap in on towards XM. He's got the toss as well. XM tries to gets the Laguna Blade, drop down on a Mirror, but Mirror doesn't care at all. He barely loses any of his HP.
And
we'll
Low
see
gets
Low
stunned.
turn up to the fight. He pops the God Strength. He's going to look to try and chase down Save, but I believe the dust just came to an end on Save, so they don't have the detection for him. Mirror is able to beat down on a PYW, get the double kill, and they just can't find anything themselves Xtreme in these fights.
And Pure is just farming during all of it. That was my concern, in particular for XM in this game. You saw exactly what happened. He's surrounded by wolves before he even starts the fight, and Tiny GPK just gets a free initiation onto him and bursts him. And then you see the combo come out. It does next to 0 damage. And did he just get a toss free kill?
Yeah.
I think he did.
He's just in with that blink. Easy kill.
And there you got to see the difference of the the tankiness of these heroes. A Tiny and a Lycan running into a Lina at this point, the combo only does a fraction of their HP.
Yeah. As we can see there on the Blast TV fantasy scores, the members of BB team, BetBoom, doing very well right now.
Oh, do I have Save? I think I might have Save.
I don't think I have any of them on their team.
Do you not?
I missed out on that. But you can go check out the Fantasy League, I believe, still yourself. Go check it out on Blast.tv. They've got some fun stuff for you boys and girls there to have a bit of fun with.
Oh, and the wolves, they're ready.
Yeah, they come.
Oh, Polison, he's getting pinged already.
if they get like a +1 look at that case, his sentries are down.
He's gonna just die.
Oh my goodness! Leave the bat alone. Have some mercy for him.
Can he even live?
Disgusting.
He's not even gonna live.
The smoke. Oh my goodness.
He actually has to smoke.
He has to.
See, this is what. So we were discussing
Get a fresh
something.
one out right now, and he's going to have to do it again.
The reason these bounties, Rickies, and Nixes have gotten so much more popular too is because they can just pop invis when the wolves are on.
Oh, here we go. Here go the wolves onto XM. XM. He Laguna's a creep out of paddock.
I mean, these wolves really do get. If you get off to this type of game, like, what do you really do? You see how much they pretty much just kill core heroes. The supports can do nothing to it. Pure is getting the freest game in the world.
Yeah.
0 attention being put onto him. This is devastating. 7,000 lead already.
Oh, the wolves!
And
no smoke
doesn't
this
even
time.
need the toss. It's completely falling out of hand. Low, it's really all on you, man.
There we go. You can at least kill them. Slowly.
Slowly.
The boar beats them.
The boar.
This is rough.
It's so much yeah. It's so much distraction is really what it is, right? Because it's constantly getting in your head. We're like, where are these wolves? They're always on us. There's always someone sandwiching us, and XM is just dead so quickly. Centaur gets deleted, but as does he. And their timing, all their timings are shot, right? They don't even have the Ags Beastmaster still finished up, and even when he gets it, as we said, 3 tanky bruising frontliners with the Chen behind, with the extra HP heal from Hand of God. And there's so much information. I mean, Save is just constantly keeping tabs with these wolves.
GPK is going to go for the jump. He's having the combo onto Low. Not enough to kill him. Low's ready to turn the God Strength, the stun. Able to get the connection on the turn, and they have the lasso. With the Laguna, they've got the damage. They bring down GPK. Now they can try and look for more. They need to get as much as they can. Xtreme hook shot connecting on towards Mirror. They get tapped in the cogs. Big moves here from Xtreme as Low. He's able to turn up and show that Sven can still do it here in 2025.
I mean, it's up to him, and there you go. He baits them. GPK maybe getting a little overzealous there, expecting that he can burst off that Sven, but nope, gets turned quickly. All of Xtreme positioned for that protection this time around.
No, they needed that big time.
They sure did.
A little bit of a pushback there from Xtreme.
Yeah. It's on their side, so they can't really turn it into anything else in particular, but at least they slow down that momentum, get some extra gold going. And now there's a blink on the Sven. So as we said, I feel like for Low, he's got to do heavy lifting, and now that he's got blink, he can turn up to more of these fights as well. But Pure is gigantic.
This is the thing.
This is the problem.
Killing the Dragon Knight, that's probably not going to happen. No. Anyone else? Maybe.
And that was quite an overextension, too, from BetBoom, right? So we'll see how it ends up continuing as BYW will get found, another track kill. New does have Ags done, so quite a bit of an increase in damage here. But it feels like, I feel like every single time they want to set up for kills, they're going to need 2 core heroes. At least if they want to get one of the big ones. Killing the supports, they can probably do without that, but BetBoom, after that bit of a slip-up, back to business, straight for the Roche, and no way that they're going to make it in time. Nor do they want to probably contest this. As we even have, I mean, we can prepare ourselves. I don't know if we'll get to these like super later stages as we see Miero is building fully for himself, but oh, and we have potential for the bite, right? We'd absolutely do this game.
Yeah, there's some good teammates to bite. Yeah, for sure. I don't know how early in the build you would really get the Ags though.
I've seen it not too early. You still just build for yourself.
I was going to say you get it pretty later on, even if there are juicy targets on your team to buff up.
There's definitely arguments though for it. For Tiny, right? That literally was the combo in the past. Although times have changed. Miero, shapeshift, not gonna connect then with anyone. Now they have a blink on the DK also with this Aegis. Vessel's also finished up on the bounty. How close is, I mean, XM still doesn't have his Ags. He's got to have it coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, 200 gold.
Really needs it. But even then, as we said, you know, the damage from it is quite a bit different than we saw in that last game versus these tanky bruisers. But he has at least matched that net worth of GPK now. Pure. Feeling strong. Looks past the cogs. PYW.
They're going to find him. Low. All they can do is watch. Oh, okay. They will finally get PYW, but a bit of hesitation there. Maybe they wanted to try and bait Low in, but Low's got backup. XM and you are ready to turn towards Pure. He's surrounded by the 3 cores, but the damage coming out from this Dragon is too high. Triple kill for Pure, as now they're ready to turn and dive beyond the tier 2s, maybe even up towards the tier 3s. They chase down XM as well. They're going to be able to clean up all 4 of them.
They honestly, Owen, they were playing with their food, waiting for Save to come in for a track, and then it actually ends up even better because the Sven comes in to try to kill them, and then they just get more kills out of it.
They wanted to try and wait for the track, but the waiting ended up baiting in the rest of the team, which also worked out brilliantly. It really did. They get 4 kills.
Yeah, they tipped Save because I think Save was saying, yo, wait for the track, guys, and then he got killed on the side, and they got 3 kills out of it because the track doesn't happen. So that actually ended up better for BetBoom.
I'll take the Tormentor.
Even better than they initially prepared for, as they will get a free shard for Tokyo. So now Ancient's online as well. And Save is already scouting his
He's ready to mess around with Bolison.
Where are the Wolves?
I was going to see if there's any quick way to get them over it, but not in the position Miro is.
He probably can just get him on his own.
He actually, yeah, I think he has. You're right. He's got him.
Yeah. One more Vessel.
Oh.
Okay, Pure, come on.
Come on.
Save just looks at him.
Come on.
Save just stops and stares at Dude, that was my kill. Come on, man. I earned this.
I'll check this out again.
Yeah, because initially, they were waiting for it, but on the side you saw New get Save, and then they all kind of get baited thinking they're going to get Pure, and just, he's too tanky, way too many buffs, and then GPK's there to get the extra follow-up. Yeah, this is, we saw that one shine of hope there from Low when they kind of handed him those kills in the jungle before, but yeah, the timings now are accelerating again. I believe Toronto Tokyo has a full pipe, I think if I saw that right. I believe it's coming on the courier. It's a full pipe. XM hasn't even gone into play as hero, I don't think, and now they have all the answers.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to get kills as the leaner against what BetBoom have this early on. They're going to try with the smoke, see if they can get some sort of surprise jump on the back lines. And they've been hit by the scan, though.
Uh-oh.
So BetBoom know this is coming.
Uh-oh.
And Pure, he's ready to take it head on. He's straight in. He's more than happy to fight them. I mean, XG, they're kind of panicking. They're like, do we fight this? Do we run? Low, it's going to turn out towards Mirror, but GPK's in with the avalanche. Cross combo onto the three of them. They'll put the BKB over the roll. They will be able to take down Miro, but they've already lost PYW and New.
They used everything for
and
the
Lowe's
Lycan.
got to run. Blink's there just in time. He's into the trees, does have a TP available, but he's going to see him heading into the tree line. He knows exactly where he is, or maybe he doesn't actually.
Well, but
Lowe,
GPK's here.
He's having to juke him. He's trying his best hiding in the trees, but the track's there. They're going to get him after it all.
That's got, I mean, I don't think they're going to call it, of course. They're going to continue trying to play this one out, but that one was they have to use everything to kill Miero, and they barely even get him because of the pipe and the heals.
Yeah, they have to play it out, of course, here at Xtreme, really. This is, they lose this, that's them out of the tournament.
BetBoom's on. This is probably the better game. This is probably one of the best games I've seen from them because they've been a bit on the downward slope in the last few games that we've seen from them. This one, even the scans, right? That was on point. They knew exactly the angle they were coming from. Very nicely done. And did you see the Pelosin build, by the way? You can tell that he doesn't know what to do. Is this a dominator just take wolves?
That's right, in this situation.
That's what I mean, in this situation.
Like, what do you do?
Yes, he doesn't know what to do versus these wolves and versus the bounty.
Yeah.
It's not his fault, but it's just, yeah, it's the nature of the situation. He doesn't know what to build. And I mean, I'm in his place too. I wouldn't know what you want to build as a Bat Rider too, to just have any type of protection to survive. You know what I meant. I'm not bullying him. Come on. Yeah, it's rough.
Away come the Wolves, and Save is ready to set this one up and get close. That's the track. He's going to go for the TP. I'm going to have to stun up, so we'll get out of this. But the push, head's coming in. Top lane's coming in, mid lane's coming in, and so is the bottom.
Oh, and he's got a Daedalus, and he's level 20.
He can just blink in high ground, Pure.
Nice.
Quick from Lowe.
Very quick.
He gets caught by that. He's going to be in a world of pain. Paulison just trying to cut some of the waves. Slow down sort of the angles in which that BetBoom have open to approach the high ground, but he has been spotted by the Wolves.
He gets hit once. He's probably just dead. And he's there.
There we go.
Here comes the Tiny.
Rest in peace.
Okay, amp damage. I was like, wait, that was a lot more damage than I thought it would be, but yeah, Conda and amp damage. Evaporated. Low. Leading the charge. Too scared to walk forward, though. AC soon finished up for Miero. They're pretty much getting every aura now, too. Drums, pipe, plus that AC is going to be finished. That's a cool pickup. GPK, I believe he goes back for a 4-staff this game, just because he's playing versus the Clockwork. And I think they know that they're going to be playing to dive forward pretty hard. 17,000 lead at 24 minutes.
Now, Lowe, what's he close to? Anything coming up next?
He's almost, I think he almost had level 18. I think that's the next timing for him in particular. But not really close to that next big item. Maybe a small crit, I guess, but. Yeah, this is a dirty draft, really. Because the other thing that they do, of course, have in between with all this, you know, haven't really talked about because there's so much going on, but they have a lot of damage reduction as well. Besides the Chen heals, they have this pipe now. They have the Breathe Fire from the DK. They have Miero's Howl. So the Sven always has to have BKB up in order to actually hit the heroes even relatively hard. He hasn't really been able to hit many. Just a well-synergized draft that BetBoom has been able to get for themselves and haven't really hemorrhaged many kills at all in this game. It's been smooth sailing. And yeah, these Wolves and Save are just, they're keeping it, XG just trapped.
Maybe if they get some sort of clutch lasso play.
It's got to be some type of pullback.
That's what you're looking at right now. Sort of the cogs splitting up the team, the backup trying to get in. It's
the issue is they don't really have that like blink lasso, right? Because of how poor Polison is and how
he's
rough
got
of
to
a game
walk
he's
up
had.
lasso and try and walk him back.
Yeah, he's got a Dominator, so. Spotted immediately.
Trying for some sort of wraparound, but...
And look at GPK is like daring them to go on him. He's got the shield rune. Effectively over 5,000 HP easily on him. And the push might just come in soon. Look at the auras. Always have to mention these with a Chen too. Just pretty much raid boss.
There we go. BetBoom ready to sweep that bottom side of the map. They may just find Lowe.
Uh-oh. Prime target.
And it's looking like they might. They've got eyes on him.
They do.
Strain him with the avalanche. He'll put the BKB, but
He's
he
just
cannot.
dead so
The
fast.
stun doesn't matter. The tree will finish him off.
My God. I mean, he popped the Mask of Madness, so he had that little bit of extra minus armor, but either way, it's so much damage that comes out between them at this point.
He's out for a minute. Doesn't have the money for buyback. So the push is going to be coming in. GPK is ready to dive beyond the barracks here. As Pure, he's just cleaning up now. Xtreme sent back to the fountain. They don't have the creep wave. So the back door will kick in, provide a little bit of safety momentarily here for XG.
I guess he's got to bring a new Ancient. I was like, where's Toronto Tokyo porting? He's just porting to the outpost to get another Ancient for his team.
And now the mid creep wave's there.
Pure just wants to end it. He's
The
just
push
hitting
can
tier fours.
continue. They're going to close this up and move on here in the tournament, BetBoom. Xtreme, do they have one final shot at a defense? I don't think so. These tier 4s are falling far too fast. They've got the fortification.
Low will have one more fight in him, but it'll be without a BKB for him, though. And we saw, even with it, he dies so fast. So much physical damage. How careful do they want to be? If they want to be super careful, they could just go back and get the Roche. Or they can just camp here and just take a fight. I mean, they have so many options now at this point.
Yeah, Xtreme needs something remarkable here.
Save. Oh, he's scouting to see if they grab it. Do they? Yeah, he knows. Immediately gets the information.
They're not going to get the vision on him. Saves out. He's able to turn and start getting some of these tracks down.
He's been such a nuisance.
Low. Trying to find the H. They get the jump on from Low. He's getting absolutely destroyed. He's gone.
Just dead in a heartbeat.
And with that, that will probably be it here for Xtreme.
That was a Sven, by the way. He died to a DK in what? And the second hit took him down to half HP, it looked like, from the crit. Goodness gracious.
That's BetBoom.
This was over.
Ready to wrap it up.
On to the next, XM.
Maybe see if they can get some more kills on the way out. They got the track down on XM. Tier 4's gone. Ready for some tiny airlines here. Okay.
Save, look at his face. He's like, okay, thanks a lot.
Not amused.
My nearly flawless
But there
game.
we go. GG is called. BetBoom. They'll be moving on here today. 2-0. And it's the end of the road for Xtreme Gaming here at Blast Slam 2. Had a rough one, Fogged.
Yeah, this one was... You could tell, even ending up the draft with the Sven, right? It's an old school concept versus the Lycan. He did well in the lane, it just afterwards, he couldn't really get off the board. But it wasn't even just the Sven's fault by any means. Everything just crumbled everywhere, right? Yeah. The Invis that came out, the Wolves that were able to just do their damage, they just found way too many kills. 29-7. They were kind of four-manning this game while Pure free farm.
Yeah, and we just had the stats on Pure's free farm this game. At 29 minutes in any game, any time on a Dragon Knight, this was the second highest net worth ever across all patches. That was how farmed, how freely farmed Pure was able to be this game on the Dragon Knight. No pressure whatsoever on him. It just didn't work out for Xtreme. They came in a bit of panic maybe with the last pick. They were like, we've got to try something different. What conceptually has worked in the past against these heroes, let's try this, Sven. It just didn't seem like it was very relevant in this current day and age and on this patch, right? The hero just, it didn't do a lot. Yellow got pretty good early farm.
He did.
But he was a Sven.
And also, I feel like they just played the Lina. They know how to play Versus in a lot of ways, too. So I feel like XM, he kind of got bullied in this game as well, too. It felt like he didn't really get to play the Lina because of how they just put this emphasis on him as well. So
yeah.
A tough game for us.
Just picked in a very different fashion, obviously, in comparison to the way that BetBoom were able to pick it in game one,
exactly.
right? You just see sort of the two ways things can really work out for Lina. Now, whilst it absolutely can be this crazy hero with this insane burst that completely takes over a game, doesn't mean that it's going to be flexible and able to be picked in the fashion. Unfortunately, Xtreme did it this time round. And a tough one here for Xtreme. Not an easy groups, and unfortunately for them, not an easy first round. They are knocked out of the tournament, and BetBoom will be moving on.
They are moving on. BetBoom and Pure specifically having a great showing here. You guys had a rough one for group, so how good does it feel for you personally to come in and get this nice clean tour?
I mean, not a bad showing from me, personally. I think I played well. I think my team played well. Today, like, I slept for 12 something hours and I felt so good. I don't know. I haven't slept for 12 hours since, I don't know, for 2 years already. So I slept like crazy good. I felt so good that I can win anything. And like Yes, we're gonna stomp this tournament as we did in the last time, just from the lower brackets. It's just a fun for us, you know.
All right, so you're making the bold prediction right now in round 1. You're making it all the way to the finals, and you're going to take it. You're going to win Blast Slam too.
Yeah, on the same place.
Same place.
Same place. Yeah, we like the stage.
On this stage again. Now, the roster's changed up a little bit since we saw you guys for Fissure. You've got Toronto, Tokyo. So for you personally, how does it feel having him come in as your position 5 and leaning with him?
I mean, last time we played with Toronto, me personally, I played with him a year and a half ago or even 2 years ago, so he was already good as a player and as a person, and I think he improved a lot as well since I left the BetBoom team last time. He's playing quite well. What can I say? Like, he's playing quite well. He's like, we got no, you know, we got no issues with, like, as they have in some Birmingham true sites. Like, everybody seeing this stuff. We got nothing like that.
Right.
So we good, doing good.
I like it. Now, you already talked about you slept for 12 hours before this series, but what's the prep going to be like before your series tomorrow up against Falcons?
13 hours, I guess. Would be enough. Hope so.
All right, 13 hours. That just might be the trick. Well, look, Pure, thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
All right, legit. The first night I came here, I slept for 11 hours as well. So I completely understand. I don't know what it is about this country. It is giving good sleeps and good Dota. And, well, I say good Dota. I saw what that Lycan did. It was,
Yeah. It was too much to handle, right?
It felt like the Batrider was exposed to the... I mean, of course...
And the leaner, and the clock.
He's seen this before, of course, like everyone has, right? Yep. Unless you've been living under a rock. But it felt like suddenly you saw it in full action again. This wolf just killing heroes from 100 to 0. There's nothing you can do about it. Looks absolutely broken.
We talked about it a little bit. I mean, Lycan, I think we can't really beat around the bush anyway. That is definitely going to be our MVP, the hero spotlight here. Those alpha wolves especially really annoying. But I talked about the Beastmaster. It's always this argument, when do you go for this Ags, you know, the drums, it's very beneficial when it comes to team fights, taking early Roche. And when do you potentially look at the option of taking a Helm? And it's this weird argument of, sure, you take one of the wolves, but is that enough misery? Do you still get to survive as a support?
No, it's not enough. I mean, you can't be Beastmaster running around being bodyguard for your support and using the helm to grab a wolf. He just resummons them, right? And sends them other place on him. It doesn't really work. Like, ideally, you get your Beastmaster really farmed so that he can just stand his ground when Lycan runs in, and eventually the wolves fall off. But the track onto this Batrider, like, he was level 5 at minute, I don't know, 13 or something. It was just really brutal. The combination of track and the wolves, it's just too much pressure everywhere.
Like, I think one of the best fights that they actually managed to take on Xtreme side was the one where the wolves found Sven farming a jungle camp. Sven turns around and just like, cleave, oh, they're dead. And then they took this really nice fight where Sven did get to ult and hit people, and they did a lot of damage, and they were able to fight as a team. No wolves killing supports, great time for everyone. And then unfortunately after that, it never really managed to manifest again.
I think the main thing we're learning here, like the fact that BB got like an 18-pick Lycan, they saw everything. Like, if there ever was a time for Valve to, you know, please give us like, I don't want a big patch, you know, like that can maybe be next month. But if you randomly tonight, maybe tomorrow morning, when I just give us a small little letter patch.
He is literally just asking for breadcrumbs at this point.
No, like the breadcrumb that I would happily eat for dinner is just, I want a patch where it's just one line and it's just like alpha wolves and then just some nerf that stops it.
This was illegal.
Yeah, like this is why it's so broken. Of course, bounty with the track that like the wolves following, and then here, this is the best one, right? It's 2 wolves on a Batrider. He's following the Batrider. Batrider can firefly to the low ground. The leader misses the stun. The wolves are still chasing him. And then guess what he has to fucking do? I'm sorry, he has to smoke. Like, teams are abusing bugs to make sure smokes aren't important, and then these wolves are they're using smokes just to survive 2 wolves. Like, they need to get nerfed, and it can be nerfed tonight or tomorrow morning. Blast Slam will be a good, great, wonderful tournament, but this hero is stupid. It's still going to be a great tournament, but
it'll be even better.
I hate this facet with a passion. if it's picked correctly.
I
And they
thought it
clearly
was
did.
hilarious. I had a very fun time watching that.
Yeah, sure.
Poor policy, by the way.
Yeah.
You're about to snap his nameplate in half. This man hasn't been through enough being chased down by the Alpha Wolf time and time again.
Again, you know, like on Blast TV, you can win these, right? Like, how iconic is this nameplate? Polisan was the victim to Lycan Wolf. And when he gets nerfed, this will potentially be the game that Valve looks at and goes, you know what? I need to nerf this thing. Poor Polisan. Justice for Polisan.
Well,
Justice for Polisan.
I
He's
think
gonna get that hashtag going.
Great point, great argument. But I have to say, it was quite angering for me having these wolves run at the bat under the T1 tower, and Lena's like, I stunned them, don't worry about it, bro. And then the wolves just go under his tower and kill him there anyway, and Lena's just like off in Wonderland, like, good luck, man. Good luck. Oh, wait, they're still, oh, you're dead? Oh, that was bad. That was blind.
Yeah.
Like, that made me mad. They must have not been feeling themselves. Like, they must have been way off. There's no way your bat is dying under your T1 tower behind you, and you're not reacting to that. I was quite disappointed with Xtreme this game in general.
Yep.
I think the game one just really did a number on them, and they weren't able to recover from it.
There are answers to Lycan though. Like,
Please tell me at least 2 of them, T.
2 answers. Okay. So you can do like a Ench support, because untouchable, the Lycan Wolves can't hit you. You can pick Bounty or Ricky for 4 position, because you can go invisible and just not be seen by the Wolves.
You don't have to use the smoke.
You can also be like Ench, because you can take a Wolf. So there are some answers. Actually, I obviously Ench twice, but you can take Chen, sorry, right? So there's some options. But the fact that when you get 18 pick Lycan, when you see 4 heroes, that's when it's like super, super broken.
Yeah.
There are answers to it, but yeah, I think Xtreme kind of forgot about the hero.
Meefo. Love that guy. Is it Meefo, guys? Anyone? No? Okay, fine.
Look, we enjoy a bit of a meta shift on the same patch, but there's still limitations, all right? There's still limitations here. And with this one, whilst Xtreme Gaming didn't really perform, BetBoom team, they definitely did. They showed up. They're able to get the win here at 2-0. Let's check out exactly how that has influenced our playoffs brackets. It means they move on, and they're going to be facing Falcons in that second round right here in our single elimination. PARIVISION earlier today knocked out Talon in a 2-0 fashion as well, and that sees them going up against Liquid tomorrow. So yeah, it's some 2 big matchups. PARIVISION, Liquid, we've seen them verse up in the previous tournament as well. We'll see if this is going to be a different result for themselves, and BetBoom team, they're feeling themselves pure, you know. I was trying not to take him for an interview because I didn't know how he'd feel after the group stage yesterday, but he was all eager to jump into this one. He's like, yeah, I'm feeling myself. I'm confident. I'm ready. This is the momentum. It started for us, Misery.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely looked solid here. I do think, though, that Xtreme Gaming looked, again, very shaky coming into the series. It's like the group stage transferred over, so I would say it's going to be harder for BetBoom tomorrow. It's not going to be as easy to beat Falcons. Same goes for PARIVISION. Liquid is a really tough opponent as well, so I think it's going to be a lot closer tomorrow. I think also the whole talk about the Lycan. The good teams are not going to put themselves in a position where they're going to get 18 Lycan and they can't do anything, and then they lose to Wolves. Teams are better than that nowadays, that they're not going to lose to Wolves anymore. It's a strategy that has been exposed to the meta, that I think teams are generally a lot more aware of this. And we have seen the Lycan Wolves, when the game passes 30 minutes, they don't do that much anymore, and suddenly Lycan starts to fall off. So yeah,
try and roll the games out. That's another way. There you go. There's a third one for you, T. Next time you want to make an argument against Lycan, just roll the game out. 30 plus minutes.
40, 50.
40 even. Try go for 70.
Yeah. We need double Dagon. Both support has 1 Dagon each. Then you need a Helm or Dom, and then you also need to have heroes.
I mean, maybe you need a different approach as Bat. You need to pop the smoke before the Wolves even see you and start running to the enemy jungle and start farming that.
Or you smoke instantly, and you instantly gank. Like, you see me, but I'm still coming for you. You know, like you just see through the wall.
Bad smoke, guys. Watch out.
Watch out.
Everyone's scared.
And he just AFK. He just stands still. He doesn't even do anything with it, but he just hides. Yeah. No. There's options, but Lycan on 18, very, very, very scary.
A tough one for Xtreme Gaming, falling into that trap for themselves. Does see elimination coming their way there. I'm going to give you this one, T. I feel like you're a little bit of an XM.
I'm the brother.
You're the brother. I just know that you like low. Guys, if you want, you can actually win these nameplates yourself. All you have to do is go over to Blast TV. Which one are you taking, Misery?
I'll take New.
You'll take New? The Minotaur?
Just want to say Low was my captain in my fantasy.
I'm so sorry. Oh no.
Low, I believed in you. I just want you to know that you will always be my #1.
Maybe you should take that one home then.
I will. But please go and win it on
the point of the whole, you know,
Blast.TV
instead. You're rigging the system there.
Wow, I'm trying here. But yeah, so the Xtreme Gaming nameplates, as teams do get eliminated, they'll be up there for you guys to get your hands onto them. The Talon ones are becoming available earlier today as well. So, right? Yeah. Anything else you want to say on lower Xtreme Gaming before we close the chapter on their run here?
Rest in peace.
That was it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, let's check out tomorrow's schedule instead, because 2 of those teams are going to be saying goodbye. 4 of them playing. PARIVISION up against Liquid is a fantastic way to start off our day. Will it be PARIVISION? Will it be Liquid? Make sure you guys tune in, because closely following that one in a rolling schedule is BetBoom team up against Falcons.
Yeah, kind of crazy to think that this is the round 2. I think this feels like the quarterfinals teams. Again, in the quarterfinals, we have Nigma Galaxy and your Colt Brothers. So I think just the quality of round 2 puts a little bit of fear into kind of the momentum that the other teams had from their group stage run. So no, yeah, I think whoever wins round 2 potentially could even still be favorites going into the quarterfinals. Like, that's how strong this second round is tomorrow.
I know a lot of us just really want to see some teams make a bit of a gauntlet run. It's single elimination. It's not easy by any means, but if you guys enjoyed the Dota you saw today, head on over to Blast TV, give a vote on your play of the day. It could potentially be the one that we show in our opening of tomorrow. And speaking of, we're going to close out today. We'll see you bright and early for a brand new best of 3, and 2 more teams say goodbye to Blast Slam 2.